Bloxer, and Docta. Hey guys.
Oh, what's cracking?
Yo. I mean,
My God.
we're hoping for games, right? I feel like that's fair to
Yeah.
say after what we had happen on Thursday. We apologise for that one. It's really unfortunate. Sometimes the spectator does not like us very much. So yeah, we're excited for today's games and very, very excited to potentially see them happen.
Yeah, I think we you know put a highlight on we want to see them happen, and we really hope that they do. So, yeah.
I say if they don't, we just get one of the players to give us like a play-by-play. And just like, all right, just conference in, tell us what's happening.
No visuals.
Exactly,
No,
just a
radio
live
host.
update.
You know,
Okay,
draw my
okay.
life. We do one of them for the game.
Like a
Cool.
mic drop, but then live in the game. That would be great. But yeah, for our first game, we are going to see, well, hopefully Gucci versus Belfast Storm. And yeah, so far Gucci, they've shown some improvement. Belfast Storm seems to be the favorite for this matchup, though. But who knows? It's still anyone's game until the game is done and the Nexus is down. But what are you guys' first instinct as we move into, well, hope to move into this first match? I'm gonna stick to this for now.
My gosh. I mean, I'm excited. I'm excited. I mean, am I excited? I don't know. Do I want to see Fraud Lossy back in action? It's hard to say. I'm still mad at him from a game where he built like full lethality, like crit Vi or something in UKL like 3 years ago, and he dropped like a 30 bomb. It wasn't chill, but he got away with it. So I don't know.
But I feel like full lethality Vi, there are some games that you can actually get away with it.
You
And
just
then
shouldn't
it's...
ever get away with it. It's never right. But he got like a 30 bomb in comp. It was crazy. Shouldn't have worked.
But sometimes those things just work. That's my case.
He's gonna keep getting away with it. I mean, they've been looking good, right? Belfast Storm have. I mean, they honestly should be one of the 4-2 teams. They've had a
Are they not?
pretty good look so far. You know, they really have kept getting away with it, and I don't think that's going to stop for them anytime soon.
They're sprinting it? Are they not? Are they not top of the standings? Oh my gosh, where are they at? I just assumed. My God, 3-3, washed. Who knew? Dunlossie, absolute rapscallion. Because this team, you know, Synapse, Limsey, and Dunlossie, we've seen this one many times before. These guys, they go way back. Synapse, I think he's taken a couple of dips here and there, like in previous seasons. But Lindsay Dunlossie, that's a well-known duo. But now they're busting out this Protection and Sundax and Bot, who I don't know anything about. But I'm also saying that they're not UK residents, so you know they're coming in. Not. Whatever I don't know exactly what the clarifier is for for Four Nations residency. All I know is they're not it on account of them not being NLCR players. No clue about either of them, so all I'm doing is just watching Dunlossie, and I know that Nidley and Graves not looking too good right now. That's kind of all he's got. Bit of Zinzao maybe, but you know it's not the perfect Dunlossie meta right now, but he'll find something, and he may, if we get to watch him at least.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it's kind of been the bot lane that have been popping off so far for the team. You know, in a lot of ways in these most recent games, really it has been a great look so far out of this new bot lane. Protection and Sundax have been looking great. Synapse had some interesting games recently, not necessarily the kind of interesting that you want, but when you're picking up wins as a team, does it really matter? Is it really going to be that bad? The whole team seems to be working really well overall as a unit, and like you said earlier, Joy, they should definitely be favourites coming into this one. They're technically sat at 3-3, like you said. They did win a fourth game. It was taken away from them for legitimate reasons, unfortunately, some breaches of the rules, but it still is worth mentioning that they would have been a 4-2 team. That would be enough to put them as one of those top teams that we've got at the moment. We've obviously got a lot of teams sat at 6-0. We've got the two 6-0 teams, and we've got 200 Bandits at 4-2. They would be with that top 4 of these teams. They'd be tied up rather than being in the sort of crusher in at the moment with multiple teams sat very close to each other around that 3-3 mark. Belfast Storm are looking like one of our best teams, and it has been Dunlossy. Dunlossy's been having a good split so far, but really, I think it's been that bot lane that's been taking this team above and beyond so far.
Yeah. So this is where you would like to keep your eyes, as where Doctor's just going to be only watching jungle, right?
I've been flaming Dunlossy for years, and I'm not stopping today.
Well,
but it's mostly out of jealousy. I think, does he have the record for most? Does he have the most UKL/Four Nations wins?
That would be something for the stats team to
like,
look into.
It might be like I think he's got like 3 or 4. Which would put him up there title. I think it was Vayne God had it at one point. I don't know. He might be up there. If he does have it, I hate it. Because the thing about Dunlossy is that he just walks his way into getting insanely fed. And he's always in the right place at the right time that he'll just turn up and be like, oh, yo, triple kill, bet. Walk in, grab it, and then leave. And I've spoke to him about this before. Because I have said... Like, on broadcast, I'll be like, this is ridiculous that he always just turns up and gets away with it. But then I'm like, no, but surely he, there's some level of coordination here. Jungling is the art of being in the right place at the right time. He's planning a team. They're setting up these engages ahead so that he gets there in 30 seconds after finishing his path. And I spoke to him. He said, nah, none of that. I just turn up. I'm just brain AFK. I'm like, all right, bet. Okay, so that's what it takes to drop a 30 bomb on Vi or whatever. So... Is that going to be the case with the new bot lane? I don't know, but I'm excited to see if we can get into game, that is.
If we can get into game, then we can see if they can take it a mile. But I do think we have good cheese roster up and ready to show as well.
Yeah, and Good Chi have had a really, let's say up and down time so far. Up until last week, they hadn't picked up a single win, unfortunately. Things were not looking so hot over in the Good Chi camp. But last week was actually really, really good for them. They were able to pick up 2 wins on both of their games. It was wins up against Aversio and up against Rise, so other teams that are sat around the bottom level of the table. But considering the fact that we're in a 10-team league with the top 8 moving on to playoffs, you need to be picking up wins up against the people around you in the standings, even if that is some of the lower down teams. And with the Aversio Nuclear Vikings right now sat at 1-5, they've got themselves a little bit of a buffer, a tiny little bit of a buffer, and some good momentum coming into this game as well. And this roster, it really didn't feel like it was a cohesive unit throughout the first couple of weeks. Weren't able to get things going, whereas in this last week we got to see a massive turnaround, specifically, for my money at least, from the bot lane. Maru and Ikari were looking so good. They had a just pop-off level of performance between them in their matchup up against Rise. It was a great performance on the Callista, just was completely taking over. I think it was 15-0, 15-1 by the end of the game, but every single person on the roster really was able to step up. I think that's very exciting that they've been able to turn their season around at least a little bit so far, and with things so tight in the race for playoffs, it's really important for them to pick up every win they can, and I think today's matchup, whilst difficult, is not completely out of the realms of possibility.
I mean, it's also once again, you mentioned the bot lane here as a point of focus. So we talked about now both Belfast Storm and Good Chi's bot lane being rather strong. How do you feel the meta is right now for these 2 roles?
Down bot?
Yeah.
Dude, it's bad, no? I don't say it's like, it's not atrocious, but there's no AD. Sometimes it'll be like, oh yeah, we're just going to like B1 this ADC every game. I'm not really seeing that one so much right now. But I can't tell if that's a good thing or bad thing if there's a mismatch in the bot lane, right? Because, in metas where it's like, okay, you just have to like B1 Kai'Sa or whatever, and then the better team gets it and they play it and they're like, okay, or especially when there's like a trade, it's like, okay, every single game you would see the same. You would see like, I don't know, like Kai'Sa versus Jinx. If one of the ADs is a lot better than the other, great, we're chilling. At the same time, if you can just pick whatever you want, does it also mean that whoever's like the best ADC just gets to go crazy with it because they can just windmill slam Samira or something? I'm not too sure. What I do know is I every so often see some like custom wacky builds coming out from like, full alt CDR Ashe, and if we're not confident that we can step up against the against that bot lane of Belfast Storm, then maybe we get a couple of Axiomarks, we get a couple of Axiomarkanists, and we start sending some Ashe arrows out, because if the onus of carrying is being shifted onto other lanes, maybe we can start having some turbo roam supports and things like this to try and just chill it a little bit down bot, and even throw away a couple of early picks in the draft to make sure we get counters later on.
How do you weigh into that, Loxer?
I think in terms of the Four Nations specifically, the bot lanes we've been seeing so far, I think the meta's actually in a pretty overall healthy position. Like Doctor's been saying, we're not just getting slammed B1 Ashe every single game. We're not just getting the same thing again and again. There's actually been a huge amount of diversity in the sorts of bot lanes we've been seeing. I've been personally a real fan of the big hyper carries we've been getting. There's been a couple of really nice Jinx performances from quite a lot of different bot lanes. I think we got a Jhin pentakill earlier on in the split. The Kalista, if you want to go more into being an early game nightmare. I think it's been really fun to see all of these like different ways of trying to play this one out. But also, lane swapping has been very prevalent, and I think that's been making it, for my money at least, I'm not a massive fan of the lane swapping, a little bit less fun to watch.
I refuse to live in a world where you say we've got diversity in the bot lane, and the first champion you talk about is Jinx.
Hey, just because she comes up all the time,
something we ain't been seeing at all.
Just because she comes up all the time doesn't mean that it isn't a part of a diverse meta at the moment. She's one way of doing it.
It's like, oh yeah, we got champions we never seen before, dude. We got Jinx, we got Jhin. Oh, what are we gonna have next? Kai'Sa. My God.
There's plenty of Ezreal too. I think.
Oh yeah, that's true.
It's
have seen quite a lot of Ezreal.
My gosh.
There's been a lot of that. We haven't had too many of the mages in the bot lane, which has been interesting. Possibly because there's a lot of okay executed lane swaps, let's call them. The lanes are swapped. That does happen. It doesn't necessarily result in the massive advantages that you're particularly looking for in a lane swap, so that's been something to look at as well. And I think that's been then influencing onto the rest of the meta as well, the kinds of top laners that we're getting, which has also been relatively diverse in that we've also been seeing plenty of tanks in the top lane like we always get, but actually some of our top laners have been putting themselves onto bigger carries, like the Fiora, the Aurelias, something like that. I'm not necessarily expecting that from this game. I think we're going to see a lot more standard in the top lane, but it is still a possibility to look out for throughout the rest of the day.
Synapse isn't picking a tank. Not my goat. That's a man windmill slamming Fiora and calling it a day.
So Fiora is what you want to see here.
Synapse? Bust up a bit of Fiora, a bit of Gwen. Okay. Who is it that actually plays just like exclusively Fiora? Who's the Fiora one trick?
Lars.
That's the one. Yeah, get him involved. Get him on the phone. I feel like Synapse yo-yos. Sometimes he'll be like, yeah, I'll tank for the boys, and then sometimes like, nah, not today, lads. Or for like a week or two, they're just like, no, I'm going super carry. And it doesn't always, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, and then we end up going back to the tanks. But I believe that we'll have an exciting game from him. He's not just going to lock one this time, surely not.
Why would he? To be fair, the reason he would is because people have been taking the Ornn a lot recently. I think in a recent matchup we got to see, I'm so sorry, I cannot remember the teams that we saw it. We got an Ornn top lane that got about 20 kills, solo kills, early on, but the whole rest of the team was doing badly, and unfortunately Ornn, as cool as he is, isn't a solo carry in that way, and it just didn't work out. I would like to not see that again, to be honest.
No.
I feel like that's not the way to win games.
Maybe.
You think he could solo carry on 20 kill Ornn when the rest of the team are 0-40?
Ah, don't worry about it. Gets it done.
Okay.
He'll figure something out. He gets XP,
a lot
he gets
of
the
faith.
items. I believe.
Okay. Well, it's big praise, a lot of faith. I mean, it is so painful to watch games where you see this one role doing extremely well and the rest is just really tagging behind. Those games are always quite painful to watch, in my opinion. Hopefully we're not seeing that in today's game, if we are going to see any game. We will be jumping into draft momentarily, but it's not quite ready for us just yet. So we will keep yapping in the meantime.
So you guys like see any movies or anything? Or... How about Arcane? Am I right?
Don't you dare. No. No, we're not talking about that.
It's been a while.
No.
I feel like that's
we're
old
not
news
talking about
now.
that. Something else. Something else. Come on, people. We've got other things to talk about.
What about?
Oh, draft should be starting momentarily, but it's not quite there. So, what is the one thing that you want to see banned? Oh! What about Mel?
Ban it. Don't want to see it.
Ban it.
Boring.
Okay.
It's not even that good
I don't
at the
think
moment.
it's good, no?
Like, it's not that strong. If you pop off with it, if you get way too many kills on it in the mid lane, it's miserable to try to play against. But it's not the strongest at the moment. It's just so dull to watch. And I feel like we as a community say that all the time when champions that use your abilities against you pop up. Silas, he's going to be broken, he's going to be disgusting. Same with Viego. And to be honest, I like both of those champions. I think they're very fun. I like the way that the kit works. But something about watching something like a Lux eviscerate herself accidentally by just having her Q reflected back at her, maybe you think that's fun. I'm not a massive fan, so I would very much like for both of these teams to just, hey, handshake, let's not play it. I do kind of think we're going to get to see one throughout at some point in the day. I think it's the sort of champion that players in the UKL, players on Four Nations, really would like to pull out for themselves and see if they can get a prop-off performance on it. I wonder if you might see it in the support role as well.
No, I think it's highly useless support. Maybe that's just because everyone I've seen play it is not doing it right. But, like, okay, I think she's useless. It does no damage. But I then go, oh, she does no damage. And then I let her stack her passive like 500 times on me. And then I get tapped by the ult and the passive and the execute. So I think if you're aware of that, that like you are playing with less health than you think, then she just kind of does nothing. So far the only experience that I've had, like notable experience I've had with Mel, was playing a game where we had a Mel, they had a Caitlyn, and people kept body blocking the Caitlyn ult, and our Mel was screaming. She was like, just let me bounce it. On God. And it was a truly beautiful moment. Other than that, I got nothing on that champion. I hate every time someone locks it in support.
Well, I've seen it in bot lane. Looks pretty fun. But
what does she do? Look what she do.
You get to stack, you get to farm. It's
you have
like,
one button.
You don't?
Just has Q. Like...
Oh, you have a root as well.
So does Zyra.
But we're not going to see Lethality Fi at least. Skarner also being banned away here by Belfast Storm. On the other side, not our super standard Jinx either. So that opens up some opportunities for bot lane perhaps.
No, this is a lot of the bans that we've been seeing pretty much as standard, right? These are the champions that have been popping up in the majority of games and doing very well. Skarner is still pretty much 100% banned. Occasionally it does slip through. Every team I've watched allow it to go through has been taken out. And yes, Mel banned, taken off the board. Absolutely love it. And the Maokai going to be that B1 pick. It's been very flexible at the moment. Mainly been seeing it in the jungle, but you can still move it around. I wouldn't be surprised to see this as the response at a Dunlossie. The Wukong has been one of those very strong pickups for him individually and just in the meta as a whole. Be interesting to see now though if they want to go more towards that bot lane focus or if you just want to pick yourself up something a little bit more standard in the mid lane. The Varus has been strong. It's been fine in a lot of situations. Been seeing a lot more of the attack speed sort of Varus rather than the lethality version. Oh, go on. This area's way more fun. Please. Please.
It is way more fun.
So
I
dull.
wish this upon our casters. No, we are not getting it. We are getting Varus.
Oh wow, utility AD. Who's seen this coming? My God. Actually, I mean, it could go anyway. We'll see which one ends. How we end up choosing to pilot this one. We got different builds. We got different ways to play around it. That's Wukong jungle for sure, right? That's not a Wukong top anytime soon.
They're not doing something funky like that. They're not. The Wukong jungle's been doing great for itself at the moment. It could gank okay, although paired up with a Varus early on, you kind of need quite an aggressive support to make that work. I like the Ezreal into it as well, because you can just sit back, ignore, really unlock your support to go and roam around, get involved elsewhere. And if it is alongside the Maokai, that can make for a really strong roaming duo where you really don't have to worry about what's going on in your bot lane basically at all. Something that so far Mario and Achari have done pretty well for themselves, and I'd like to see them continue it.
Nice. Ooh.
Karma alongside it.
Okay, so not roaming. We're actually trying to play for a bit of cheeky bot prio. But like, okay, I think if you're versus Ezreal Karma here, you just say, okay, lock tank and accept the lane swap. And then it's like, because the whole Ezreal Karma thing is like, you just a hard win the 2v2, right? And you don't even necessarily have to win, but you just have complete control over it. Yeah. You get to choose what happens to the wave no matter what. But if you just get put into a lane swap, you're like, well, now we don't. Oh, we've hard, outplayed the 2v1 lane. It doesn't really hit the same. And then you're sort of stuck with Ezreal and Karma, which are okay. But if we want to talk about like roaming supports, say we bang a like a Rel or something alongside this Varus, lane swap, leave the Varus in the 1v1 versus Maokai because nothing wrong can go there. And then you have a Rel roaming. And suddenly the game's a 4v3. So I'm interested to see how this one pans on out. I think this could be a bit risky for Gucci.
Yeah, I mean, they really need to get themselves some more winning lanes or a way to stand up to the teamfight power that Belfast have for themselves right now. Because between the Wukong and the Orianna, those are very strong teamfight champions. Rakan fits the bill perfectly there as well. You can just roam these champions together early, and then once you get into team fights, should be able to take over the map in a way that Ezreal Karma really doesn't have the real damage profile, the real way to play into. Like I said, they'll be strong in their 2v2, and Rakan will have a little bit of a rough time if he can't get some just bonkers engages in. But later on, do you care?
Real Man plays this Rakan top, by the way. Not gonna do it at all, but I'm just trying to get it back on the record. Rakan top, kind of sick with it. Actually, if you're getting lane swapped, it doesn't work at all. But I just basically want to have just video evidence that I've been standing Rakan top of when in 3 years someone picks it. You take Grasp, it counts as a melee champion. You have insane base damage. You can actually solo Bolo on God level 1. It's gonna go crazy, trust me. They're not gonna pick it. It's a horror. Surely.
They're not gonna pick it. Good.
One time for
this draft is old. This is an old draft. Yeah. I've seen this draft years ago. And that was with a different kind of Azir. The blind pick Gnar as well. I mean, it works into what the remaining big top laners are. We'll see if this Malphite is actually going to be locked in. If it is Belfast Storm, they know what they want to play. Oh, interesting, actually. That pulls you away a little bit. If it had been that Malphite, it would have been full into the, we want a team fight, big, aggressive, wombo combos of Destiny. This is a little bit different, obviously, with the Jace. You're a lot stronger in that individual 1v1 up against the Gnar. Possibility for some solo kills up there if you play this one out correctly. At the same time, though, that is a little bit harder to play out a team fight. Not impossible, you still have got enough front line that you can make the Jace work in and amongst a team fight, but it is definitely going to be a lot harder. And alongside that, you've now got both Azir, Gnar, and Maokai, who have great team fighting ultimates with a lot of movement to be able to get those ultis off. If you get onto the backline, you can kill Varus and Orianna very quickly here, and that removes basically all of the damage that Belfast Storm have for themselves. They just need to get through this early game in a strong enough position, not let this Wukong kind of take things over early on, and try to get some use out of this Ezreal Karma. Like we've been saying, it doesn't necessarily work as well as you would usually want it to, because there is this lane swap meta where you can just move away from that powerhouse that you have in the bot lane.
I don't know, like, I think like I say, if they can dive in and actually get to the Varus Ori, it's huge. So I think the whole point of the Jace now is that we're just going to try and get some snowball going on early, work with that Wukong, as you said, and then make it so you never find a position where you can dive. And if you're the better team, you can do this, but it's kind of hard. Like, if your solo lanes fall behind, or if you just give that one tiny moment where boom, Shurima shuffle, or boom, Maokai flank, it can go very wrong very quick. So this has potential to really roll the game early, or especially going on to mid game, just create a insanely difficult position for Gucci. But it seems like it's going to be quite hard for Belfast when there's just so much opportunity for one little mistake to pick up 3 shutdowns and get the game back to even.
Couldn't agree more. Gucci with a very, very nice all-round draft here. But we will keep you in this waiting for a little bit longer, and keep the tension up as we are going to toss it to a very, very small break, and we will see you after that.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the UKEL. We are finally into game after what feels like forever. My name is Drake. I am joined by Carvis. Carvis, how you feeling ahead of this one?
Hello, everyone. I'm feeling great. We have some nice UKL action in front of us, and we have a Jace with the grasp, even through the nerfs. We are on current patch, and this will be a very interesting game. We already went through some things in the chat room. We were talking about the draft. And
Yeah.
I think she came out on top when it comes to the draft in this one.
Yeah, I do have to agree. We were talking about it a bit, right? We said it feels a little bit more well-rounded. As Bloxer did hit on a little bit, it is a very old draft. We've seen this one maybe even millions of times in our short lifespan. But Belfast Storm a little bit more developmental, I would say. It's just you have to execute so well if you want to make it work.
Yeah, I think everything will come down to the flanks that Sundax and Dunlosi find in this game. Other than that, they seem to be matching the range quite well. It's just that if, in case, this Varus and Jace end up both going the lethality damage route, they will be having some explosive damage spikes when it comes to the team fights, but they will lack that consistent DPS that you kind of need to take down a Gnar and a Maokai in an extended fight. So Belfast wants to get ahead here in this early game, and you should see them try to take early priority, whether that be through the top lane counter matchup or through mid lane, where the Orianna should be able to match up against the Azir pretty well.
Yeah, and I mean, it looks like they are going to be focusing on getting some people ahead early, at least for good chi, right? Maokai, some interesting pathing, just starting at the Wolves and heading straight down towards this bottom side to make sure that the Ezreal and the Karma are going to be able to play as aggressive as they want to with this duo range champion lane.
I mean, it's Ezreal Karma. You kind of know how this lane is going to go when you see it locked into champions lane. Very few lanes can match up into that, just like this top lane as well. Jace has, throughout the ages, been quite a good pick into Gnar, just because if Gnar ever goes into Mega at a bad timing, you are going to get all in on, and Jace can just easily catch up to you. Mininar does not stand a chance.
And I mean, what better meta at the moment, right? With Atakan coming out and just the current state of the game. If you want to actually be with a draft like this that Belfast Storm have and actually really put the pressure on a game, I feel like this is the season that's been most rewarding for if you do accelerate the game in the early stages, right?
Yeah, this is... If you have a power spike at the 20-minute mark, this is your season. You are able to just skyrocket ahead towards the Atakan, and if you get the good GA timing, of course it's been taken down a notch, where you get more gold from it now, it takes a lot longer to respawn from it, but it's still a really nice objective to have the 20-minute mark, just so you can try and close out the game that more efficiently. But first you have to make it through the early game, and so far we've kind of seen zero pressure come out from anywhere else except the bot lane.
And yeah, Sundax getting very low already. Ooh, the root coming out, and it might even be a kill going over. Protection getting low, but a good double knockout coming out from Sundax for now. Doesn't look like it is going to lead to any kills, but the wave will get pushed in for Chi, and that's exactly what they wanted. Can they look for a dive here?
They're definitely trying to poke him out. Remember, the Mantra Q will be up shortly, so Protection will take a ton of damage if he decides to stick around. Also, they're running out of mana, so even if they manage to hold off the Chi bot lane for now, they're still in a really awkward spot where they want to recall, but the jungler is nowhere near, and Fan One is there to make sure that Wukong will get nothing done.
Yeah, I mean, good Chi definitely winning out in that, even if they didn't get any kills, right? They got the wave in. I'm assuming that Protection missed at least a few minions because the wave got under the turret. A really good back from Mara. Overall, good Chi. Really happy with the way this early game has gone so far, considering that it is kind of the onus on Belfast Storm to get this early game off to a good start.
Also, something that I just noticed, double scuttle was secured by the blue side, so Dunlosi falling just a tad behind in that sense. He got back onto the map quicker, so he could have first moved towards the level 6 and a possible top lane objective spawn if Synapse is able to secure lane priority, but it's a risky thing to play for when your bot lane is getting poked out like this.
Yeah, protection getting rooted up again. Not a lot of damage going through, though. Maro can't find the damage through Sundax and has to flash away. Chari trying to get something done, but now they're on the run. It's going to be Karma flashing away. Sundax doing so much work on the front line for this duo in the bottom lane for Belfast Storm. You can see Wukong in the area. Maokai's focused on this bottom lane, but Wukong focused on the Dragon. I think Fan 1 going to try and make something happen, but low health bars on the side of Chi, but the Flash W finds the Varus, and that's going to be first blood on the map, going the way of good Chi.
And this entire time, as I said, Losi has been focusing on the Dragon. They don't know that it's going on right now. This will be a annoying surprise for them. Instead of protecting his bot lane, Losi chooses to secure the objective, and since his top camps are still up, he will be fresh and healthy to go towards those grubs where the Jace is still keeping that lane shoved in if necessary. Also with the level 6 for the Orianna, they have so much fighting potential, but Gucci is responding to this. They're rotating Maro and Ichari already over to the top side of the map, and they might be in time to contest this.
And looks like we are going to take a quick break from the game. Some sort of issue, no idea.
Hello!
What's going on.
We're here as well!
Hello, guys. But that was at least one grub picked up by the side of... it wasn't Gucci, was it? Belfast Storm, I believe. Yeah. And so it's going to be a couple of neutral objectives already going their way. Otacon starting to look a little bit more on the horizon, but Maokai moving in. I feel like this is going to be not exactly what Belfast Storm were hoping for up there in that top side.
Yeah, we're going to have to see how the fight starts to play out. But yeah, hello everyone. We are in fact here. This is the first time you get to see us. And
oh yeah, true.
we kind of hurried ahead into the game. So yeah, this is an exciting matchup. Like, just from what we've already seen, I was expecting... We have 2 series today, at least for the 2 of us. This one I expected to be kind of like this, a lot more traditional League of Legends. And as we already mentioned, the blue side composition is just a blast from the past. The only thing that we're missing is the Gnar versus Renekton matchup up on the top side. I think that's the most played matchup in the history of League. But Gnar Jace should be up there as well. Oh, we're back in here.
And we're back in the game. And it looks like Maokai died? Wait. Okay, found one just off the map, and that's going to be 2 grubs now picked up by Belfast Storm. You have to assume the 3rd. And that's 2 neutral objectives already going their way. So well on their way to getting that objective point for themselves for Otacon. And I mean, we didn't get to see how it happened, but the tree's dead, and Belfast Storm are able to claim a kill back.
I'd expect the Orianna Shockwave missing might have something to do with that one. He was ahead by quite a bit. Mara and Ichari had to go to the top side of the map to catch the wave. And that just means that Maokai was probably overextended ahead of his team. This also has huge map impact due to the fact that Protection has been in this lane on his own this entire time. He barely manages to not cancel the recall. Getting a level 6 on the Varus, super important.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the desk was even talking about it. Varus is more of a utility ADC, and you know that utility really comes from having that ultimate available. Sundax doing well to stop this wave as well. So it looks like Belfast Storm doing well to respond to the lane swap that Gucci threw out, but it's surprising that Gucci were the ones that actually moved their bottom lane towards that top side and weren't able to secure the grubs.
Yeah, they had the correct idea there. It's just the tempo was a little bit off, having to catch the top wave. It just sent them back enough, and once the Maokai's dead, there's no contesting that additional objective. So Belfast getting on the map quickly. Now it's just about keeping this lead going, where the Wukong has the ultimate, you have the Shockwave to play with. Every single dragon that is secure from here on out is a huge win for the Belfast composition that is spiking fairly early on in the game.
Yeah, I mean, teamfights sound really, really nice once Sundax has that quickness available to him as well. It seems really hard for Gucci to play out in these bottom 4v4s. Once the Gnar starts getting a little bit more involved, it can get a little bit dicey, but looks like there's still a lot of pressure coming out from Gucci getting this wave in.
Playing out of the
overall,
Dragon area.
I mean, yeah, Dragon's not up for another 2 minutes, so I think it's just flexing your muscles and trying to make sure that you still have some semblance of control on the map right now, right?
Yeah, they definitely want to put on pressure on this bot lane of Belfast. Just securing the vision around the Dragon area makes it so that Sundax is in danger every single time he dares to approach one of these brushes.
As we saw just now, and that's another ward taken off the board. And Maokai getting that back in. Should be pathing, I would assume, top to bot to try and secure that dragon, but you can already see Dunlosi with good counter pathing, moving into enemy jungle, could even look for a dive onto Gnar. And just pressure being traded across the map between these two.
Chishin is in huge trouble here. He popped Mega Gnar on this wave underneath the tower, so he needs to take a recall or he will get dove by this Wukong that it has already taken the blue buff in the jungle. Fanwa will be spotting him, but bot side we have a fight as well.
Yeah, and it looks like it's not quite going to be a dead Karma. Chikari on the run. And Maro actually able to get a kill onto the Recon. Protection on the run, but not really able to do too much. One more Q should secure it. And Maro with a double kill on this bottom side.
Yeah, Maro's getting way ahead of the rest of Belfast. Just winning out on this 2-on-2, having not been able to help it, is a huge linchpin in the side of Belfast. They just can't activate this Orianna and Wukong just yet to help out their bot side. But meanwhile, top, Shin, not having too much fun against this Jace either.
Yeah, Synapse really trying to kick good chi in the shins, but not looking too good on that one. The Jace just kind of scampering off, and Shin complete control towards this top side. Limsey could be in danger. Doesn't look like Chover wants to look for the Emperor's Divide just yet. Sundax with a good grand entrance. Okay, Emperor's Divide does come out. Chover has to flash away from the Shockwave. Limsey trying to get some damage down onto Fanwan now. And now there are 3 members of Belfast Storm into the mid lane. Flash away from the tree. And that's going to be good Sheet losing a lot of their cooldowns right before the dragon comes up. And that's Belfast Storm's 3rd objective claim if they get this one.
Yeah, all the vision control that they already set up with the pink wards and everything just completely lost off of that one single play in the mid lane. This is a free objective to take for Belfast, and now they get to rotate up on the top side as well. You see both of the top laners teleporting in. That's the mid lane. Chova is the one who wants to go ahead and secure the rest of the grubs. They decide to give it up, but Shin, who has no Mega, could be in trouble.
Yeah. Good grand entrance coming out from Sundax. The dive is available to them if they want to look for it. Belfast Storm do have to get the wave in first, though. Shin doing well to do some damage to Dunlosi on the opposite side, but Cyclone buys a little bit of time. Shin almost Mega. I don't think there's a way to outplay this one, but Shin's going to try and do his best. Nope. Into the grave. Wukong gets the kill in the top side. Synapse under a little bit of pressure, but Ichari very low, just going to go down. Chover just has to kind of walk away. And Synapse flexing his muscles towards this top side. It just looks like it's Belfast Storm winning across the board for now.
Yeah, Synapse taking the correct fight. Also, Synapse is super strong. This Azir doesn't have the Emperor's Divide just yet, so one misstep or a bad E from the Azir could result in death. Chova is not that strong before he finishes the 1 or 2 items that the Azir really need. What is Maro doing? Just finds Dunlosi in the jungle wandering around.
Yep, I mean, sounds about right.
I mean, sometimes you just need to go on a small trip into the jungle as the AD carry, trying to figure out where on earth the enemy jungler is. Let me do the job that my team won't do.
But yeah, I mean, either way, it looks like Dunlosi able to get into the enemy jungle, right? It just means that there's so much pressure that Belfast Storm have on the map right now.
And this is the deal, right? When you are kind of working with the top lane advantage on Belfast and you have a really far ahead bot lane on Chi, you end up splitting the map like this. It's so difficult to help protection without the Jace. You end up in situations like this where Dunlosi is stuck on the top side of the map.
Whew. Flash away. Oh my goodness. Double flash away coming out from the good Chi bot lane. No mana for Maro. I feel like they just need to walk away, but Fan1 maybe calling for some sort of aggression. Yeah, the Ezreal resetting. I feel like there's nothing good she can find in this bottom side. Chari has to be careful. I mean, I guess it's just Maokai securing a few enemy jungle camps, but overall, this Varus is really scary.
They could also be rotating Chova down to the bot side of the map. There is almost no vision, and Maokai still has ultimate. They could get caught if they're not careful.
Yeah, Maokai ult comes out. Not going to get blocked either. That's just going to be a very dead Varus, and Sundax uses the quickness to get away. I mean, that's exactly what Good Chi were looking for. They got the kill onto the enemy ADC, and they're walking away happy.
Yeah, losing nothing from it either. Maro rotating over the mid lane. That was a well-coordinated play, and it's Belfast's turn to try to make one of their own. Shin is the target, but there's a red ward in that brush.
Yeah, I mean, that Gnar is very low. Has Mega, has been popped. Unless moving in. Not going to be able to land the Cyclone, though. Might even die to the tower. Oh, my goodness. Shutdown goes the way of Ezreal. Shin walks away. And Good Chi looking so darn good in this moment.
Good Chi showing the enemy team they know how to coordinate, while Belfast kind of feel like they're panicking a little bit, trying to commit to that play, not respecting the Mega Gnar pop, not respecting the flash mobility that Shin has. They end up giving a kill to the already fed Ezreal. That's a Trinity Force in his inventory. Maro is just so damn strong. Belfast is going to have a rough time contesting any of the objectives coming up. There's still the Herald to play for, not to mention the Dragon in 1 minute.
Yeah, I mean, it really doesn't feel good to get hit by a single Q from Maro. Yeah, look at that. Oh my goodness, like 200 damage with 1 Q. Now that this Triforce is completed, this Ezreal is going to be so strong so early into this game. And we were talking about the fact that Belfast Storm are the ones that kind of have this game on a timer. Good Chi can wait, they can scale up, they can get to the later stages, and they're feeling really comfortable. It's kind of scary that they're already this far ahead.
It's also the lethal tempo, Ezreal, so this will be an extended fight playing Ezreal. It's not going to be the bursty, presty attack one. Not only that, the power spike from Belfast could be delayed a little bit, just to the fact that Limsey has opted to go for the Archangels instead of any sort of AP burst items, just opting for the survivability. But I don't know if that is what Belfast needs. They need to pop some of these carries and get the shutdowns from Maro as quickly as possible, but the relentless pressure around mid lane is not really letting them do anything.
Yeah, and that's going to be Dragon spawned. I feel like, you know, Belfast Storm did get quite a few early game objectives. They were getting some people on the map right. You can see that Jace is quite ahead, but Jace is not involved in the game at this point in time, and Good Chi so economically ahead. It feels very hard for Belfast Storm to actually win a team fight if they were to straight up 5v5.
They're only 1k ahead, but
I'm thinking boots as well, right? Like,
yeah.
There's just so much.
There's also the fact that all of the money is on members that they wanted to be on, and we may get to see a show of that right here.
Oh wow, Shin looking for the flank, might be able to find something here. Doesn't have the flash, used it earlier. So it is going to be Belfast Storm funneling into their own jungle. Chover looking for something over the wall, still has the dash, looking for the Emperor's Divide, finds 2! And Good Chi absolutely rip apart Belfast Storm.
Belfast tried to escape, but it just didn't end up working out. They were caught in a horrible position. Sure, they got the objective, but at what cost? They get a consolation prize of the bot side tower. But now full tempo for Chi, they get the kills, they even get some good damage on the mid lane tower. Sundex he's trying to defend as to the best he can, but the rest of the team was dead for so long, this tower's not gonna last.
Just ignore the recon, like, bro does not do damage. Just right click the tower. That's exactly what Good Chi did. And I mean, something I wanted to mention earlier on, which is kind of coming into fruition even more now. Okay, Fan One, be a little bit careful. Is the fact that, like, when I'm looking at these two team compositions and I'm thinking about playing on either of these two teams and trying to figure out, you know, which team comp is actually better, which one would I rather play on, I'm just thinking about if I'm playing as Varus in this game, it is so unbelievably, unbearably hard to play. You have to deal with Azir running at you. You have to deal with the Maokai, the Gnar running at you. You can never get on top of the Ezreal. It is such a hard game for Protection to play, and it's really showing as this Varus is now 0-4 at not even 20 minutes into this game.
Yeah, it all comes down to that Ezreal Karma lane doing so well into the Varus Rakan. They just weren't able to deal with the pressure. Cheese reaping the fruits. They have executed their game plan heading into the mid-game properly, and now with that advantage they've accrued, again, they are not that far ahead gold-wise. It's just that Ezreal and Azir have most of the gold while everything else is stuck on Jace and Belfast's side, and Synapse hasn't been having any impact on the map. And as you said, Varus is mostly just utility now. It will take some time for protection to be a factor in this game. And they need to delay for the second item, and then they can start fighting once again.
I mean, yeah, as soon as Jace actually enters these team fights, I feel like they will go very differently. But obviously, like you said, Synapse not being able to connect with the team just yet has been a bit of a problem. It looks like Gucci trying to overload in this bottom side now. And I think the most important thing for me here in this matchup is the fact that Gucci, look good here. Obviously, they haven't won yet, but if they are able to win, that does even them up in the standings with Belfast Storm. And it makes the standings a little bit more interesting. It makes the leaderboard a little bit more interesting, moving towards only, I think, 2 more games for each team left in the regular season. We're getting to that point where these wins really, really matter, and it'd be good for Gucci to pick one up.
Absolutely. It is starting to be do or die time for them if they want to still make it into the top 4, and Belfast would be the most important team to beat due to their 3-3 record. And, well, they're on good track. Just need to... This is the point where Tuck Hunter spawns, and where the throws start to happen. Throughout the regional leagues. Oh my
goodness!
I like, if people watch a lot of the regional leagues,
stories.
They're in the FPL that I cast in, the Finnish National League. We've already knitted the term Finnish Attackhan just because I think 7 of the games that I've seen so far has ended through that just resulting in a huge throw. People really underestimate the armor and magic resist shred.
Yeah, it's worse than Baron. It's disgusting.
It is really painful to eat.
The amount of stacks. Oh my goodness.
And just like positioning around this means that we will have some sort of a fight around this area eventually. Because, well, if you don't, the Jace is going to take over the side lane. Shin is not strong enough to match up against the 2-item Muramana finished Synapse.
Yeah. Looks like the fight's breaking out already. It is going to be Belfast Storm already getting low health bars. Delnosi trying to look for an entrance in Sundax, getting Fan1 knocked up. A good Emperor's Divide! Chover divides Belfast Storm in half. One of them already goes down. Wukong falls as well. And Synapse Sprinter here.
Whoa!
It's too little, too late. Fan1 going even deeper. Sundax getting low, able to dash away. Fan1 somehow still alive. Synapse Sprinter able to finish him off with Limsey. The Belfast Storm run away with their tails tucked between their legs, and Good Chi have the run of the map.
They have the run of the map, but the wave position is still a bit awkward. Synapse on the map, fairly healthy. He's probably fighting Shin in the jungle. They want to crack this inner mid lane tower before rotating over to that dragon that they've been setting up vision around this entire time. Most of the cooldowns are coming back up, even though the fight just happened. This is the power of Azir and Ezreal having that very low ultimate cooldown, but Belfast, if they want to pull the trigger, they need to be fast because the dragon's already gone.
Dragon's already gone, and I mean, Opticon's still on the board. Shin could be in a little bit of danger, but I don't think it's really anything fatal at the moment. Good Chi get a good reset in. They don't have control of the map, so maybe Belfast Storm could burn down Opticon now, but as we mentioned, Opticon throws are so prevalent. I feel like teams are starting to say maybe it's not worth the risk at the moment.
And Belfast, I think they're lacking DPS. We already touched on this in the earlier, before.
Just talking about team fights, yeah.
Yeah. They really have so much burst damage, but consistent objective DPS, like tank killing DPS, they lack on. And you can see that they are not able to take down the front line of Chi, who have been just kind of hanging around, throwing out some CC at the enemy.
I mean, Fan1 lived so long in that last team fight, it was disgusting.
Even flashing underneath the tower with his twisted advance.
Synapse Sprinter had to make sure that he was there if they wanted to finish off just one member of Good Chi. So yeah, as you're mentioning, the DPS is a bit lacking. As we can see, gold differentials between the lanes. You can see the Jace is quite ahead. But everywhere else, it does look like a slight lead for Good Chi, besides in the jungle. And obviously towards that bottom side, I feel like the 2,000 gold lead on Maro is the most significant here.
Maokai offering a ton of value in this position, by the way, with Potatoes constantly checking the brushes. Belfast are trying to look for picks. Whatever catch they could get would be a huge win for them. But every single time they try to trap one of these brushes, there's just a Maokai tossing his children into the brushes, and it's impossible to get a catch.
I've never heard them called like children.
They're saplings. He's a tree.
That is such a weird visual in my head. Just throwing babies. That's his whole job.
Don't ask how they get pollinated, because I don't have an answer for that one.
Oh my goodness.
Well, I have an answer.
I
Chova's in trouble.
He is, but I mean, not
Is
that
he?
much, right? Has the tower to back him up, and this Azir does so much damage. We've seen him in the last few team fights. Synapse kind of trying to sniff him out. Resets will come out, though, at least for Dunlosi, and I feel like Belfast Storm do kind of need to find a way to pull the trigger here. But Good Chi already starting up Otacon. It's just going to go from bad to worse if they can secure this.
Ichari did hit down the ward, so they know this is happening. Belfast is collapsing, but they are quite far away.
TP coming in from Chover, and yeah, that's just going to be a conceded Otacon. That's going to be a voracious Otacon buff on all members of Good Chi. Obviously, like we mentioned, a little bit nerfed, lasts a little bit less time, but it's still very good, and Good Chi can pull the trigger wherever the heck they want, especially with Baron coming up in 15 seconds.
Yeah, the main thing about the increased respawn time is that you can't do the play where you're just running down mid lane, you horribly fail the play, and then you're still able to rotate over to, for example, the Baron that has just spawned. You will be stuck in there for, is it 15 seconds now that it takes for you to come back to the fountain? I can't remember the exact number, but those sorts of plays are much more difficult. You need to get some kills to be able to do those sorts of plays.
But they're already flexing their pressure. Looks like they want to find a collapse here on the Synapse Sprinter. Chover already just going in and finds the Emperor's Divide. That's just going to be a very dead Jace on my screen. Dunlosi on the run, shut down, going the way of Azir, and Good Chi can look to maybe convert that into a Baron, convert it into a top lane turret. They have so many options on their table right now.
Yeah, that was the strong member, and he fell apart. Now, Belfast needs to somehow position around this Baron area well enough that they just force Chi not to commit to the Baron under the threat of a 50-50 smite steal.
Yeah, I guess that is the thing at the end of the day. Good Chi probably don't want to risk it. Dunlosi, as has been mentioned, been in the UKEL for a very long time, has taken his fair few Barons. Wouldn't want to risk it either. 50-50s are never worth it when you can just take turrets, get more gold, and as we mentioned, Good Chi have the better scaling, so they just have to wait, really, until one more mistake comes out. Looks like they're fishing for one now.
This is still a 50-50. They don't have full vision of Dunlosi.
They're not going to turn on to Wukong? Surely they stop. Maokai ult goes over the clone, but
He stole
Dunlosi finds the 50-50, finds the Baron, makes it 100% in Belfast Storm's favor. 2 people already dead, and that means it's going to be Good Chi just getting mopped up. Fan 1 next to fall. Ikari on the run. Synapse Sprinter shouldn't be able to find that one, but that is an insane monster play coming out from Dunlosi.
Do we add one to the caster curse tally?
No, surely not, surely not. Oh, okay. Okay, no, Ikari, why did you have to do it to me? Okay, Emperor's Divide, Chover, absolute monster on this Azir, finds another kill. Sundax might even go down. Maro trying to find that last Q to finish off the Rakan. They lost sight of him, though. And they have their sights set on this dragon. They want to fight for the 3rd cloud under their belt. Why is Belfast Storm trying to look for this? They're staying on the map so long. Protexion forced to flash away. Just going to go down. Shin getting a little bit low, but not low enough. Oh, actually low enough. Goes into the grave, but the dragon will go the way of Good Chi. Belfast Storm maybe biting off a bit more than they can chew.
I think they didn't expect Chi to be on the map that quickly. Even with the Baron buff, they tried to get some additional mileage out of the great position that they found themselves in after the initial steal. But that was just super greedy. Didn't respect Chova's Emperor's Divide at all. If that went any worse, they could have even lost additional members.
Yeah.
But in the end, they give the 3rd Cloud Dragon to Chi and Cloud Soul on a Maokai Israel Karma. It's not something I want to play against if I'm playing a poke comp.
Yeah, it doesn't sound very good. So Belfast Storm with their backs to the wall, if they weren't already. They have evened up the playing field a little bit, right? It's only 3,000 gold, so it's not a massive deficit for them, even though it is a 7-kill lead for Good Chi. And with that Baron buff, they can start to apply a little bit of pressure back on the map, maybe get a few of these camps as we saw. Finally, Dunlosi falling, not even falling behind in the farm department yet. And it looks like Belfast Storm are the ones fishing now.
Yeah, this is very brave from them. They're looking for Chova, who's stuck on the sideline.
They might be able to find him. Chover on Azir, which is a champion that is famously able to get out of situations like this, but I don't know if he's going to be able to do so. Finds good Emperor's Divide, buys some space. The shockwave goes wide. Chover buying a lot of time. Will eventually go down, you have to assume, but what can Good Chi get in exchange for it? That's going to be the question. The shutdown goes the way of Limsey, and it looks like Good Chi do have the inside track towards the mid lane, maybe going to try and trade an inhibitor turret in the bottom side. Overall, I feel like Belfast Storm starting to feel themselves a little bit more.
Yeah, they are utilizing the Baron recall very well. Shin!
That's just going to be a dead Shin. Gnar in the grave, and that's going to be 2 members down for quite a while for Good Chi and Belfast Storm. I don't know what happened in the last 5 minutes, but Dunlosi steals a Baron, and all of them seem to have their brains back.
They're just catching mistakes from Chi. Now Sundex could get caught himself after sticking around for a little bit too long. That's 3 members, but the rest of the map.
I mean, Caster Curse Deluxe. I said that they're finally finding their mojo, and then Sundex dies, but that is a lot of time bought. You know, they have the inside track towards this turret. They'll get the tier 2 turret in the mid lane. Don't think they'll look for more, but I mean, this is really good recovery coming out from Belfast Storm.
Yeah, they punished the positioning errors from Chi perfectly. They take down Chova, and then after Shin doesn't respect the Baron recall, they just kind of catch him out as well. So that's 2 big kills. I believe Azir had a shutdown too, so they get some additional gold on their carries. And Limsey, who has had a great game this entire time, still 0 deaths on the Orianna, is starting to deal some actual pain to these squishier members of Good Chi.
And now has a little bit more safety as well with that Seeker's Arm Guard picked up. So I feel like Belfast Storm are kind of looking for a make it or break it fight in the next few minutes. Obviously they have to if they want to deny this Cloud Soul. And I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see Synapse finally doing that pain, that damage with the Orianna by their side and maybe blowing up somebody like Chover, somebody like Maro, looking for these side lanes like they have been. Good Chi, they really need to be careful and not overstep here.
Yeah, the thing is, the 3rd item mark is where Belfast's composition is the strongest. Varus is now fully operational, as is Jace. The Wukong is able to provide enough frontline just due to the fact that he has the HP coming out from those 2 items, doesn't even need the 3rd yet. But now they have the tools to properly combat Good Chi in a full 5-on-5 or a 4-on-4 fight. And this is where the positioning comes in. Chi wants to shove in this mid-wave to get priority.
Yeah, my eyes are on Maro, how much damage this Ezreal can dish out in these team fights. Because Ezreal, okay, hold on. It is going to be an engage coming out from Fan 1. It's going to be Sundax using the quickness to get out. The roots come out, and Dunlosi finds a 3-man Cyclone. It's going to be Ikari on the run. Dunlosi in the grave. Somehow, Varus gets sniped off the other side. His head absolutely taken off. Shin on the chase, looking for Limsey. Sundax trying to keep the Orianna alive, trying desperately. But Fan 1 gonna look to cut them off, stop their backs. Inhibitor is gonna get taken in the mid lane, and Good Chi have 30 seconds till they can claim this Cloud Dragon. And it looks like they're gonna look for it.
Not only that, but Limsey called way out of position, was trying to run away.
Dead.
Not able to get out of the jungle. But as you said, the dragon is spawning. They're still trying to turn it.
No way. Chover finds a good Emperor's Divide yet again. Somehow flips that fight on its head. Synapse Sprinter and Rakan, they go down together. And Good Chi might just be taking down Belfast Storm all the way. They're looking for the Nexus. They're looking for the Nexus turrets. There's 2 seconds left on Dunlosi. No Cyclone available to this Wukong. Protexion is here trying to do the damage. The wave isn't here yet, but a good engage comes out from the Gnar, able to throw them back. Dunlosi looking for the backline. Ikari still alive. Maro on a blinking health bar. Fan 1 in the grave. Somehow this Ezreal and Karma are still alive. Good Chi are looking to even up the scoreline between themselves and Belfast Storm. They will claim a tie with them 3-4 in the standings here in the UKEL.
I mean, what a game. That was, at the same time, one of the cleaner games that I've seen here in the UKEL, but at the same time, what on earth happened?
I don't know, man. It was a Good Chi Belfast Storm game, you know, like, what else can you say? Good Chi looking a lot better than I've seen them in the past so far in the UKEL this season. It's good to see that they're able to even things out, but it was like pulling teeth out with tweezers for them to close that one out. It was a bit scary there for a minute.
Yeah, I genuinely thought that Belfast might have the 3-item power spike comeback angle when it comes to those Cloud Rakes, but the macro team playmaking was just good enough for them to clean up the game, punish the enemy's positioning around the mid lane push, and from there, it was just overconfidence, I believe, on Belfast's part to eventually overcommit and die, giving Gucci the game.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a fun one to watch. It's definitely giving me more excitement for the UKEL. I know last week it was so melodramatic because we tried to watch a few games and obviously it was a bit of a minute. But either way, we got to watch a League of Legends game, so I'm so hyped. I'm hyped for the next game as well. I mean, it's definitely going to be a banger. So guys, thank you so much for joining us for this one. We are going to throw it back to the desk, and then we'll be back with game 2. Thank you so much for joining me, Carvis. See you guys on the other side.
And on the other side, there is us. Hello, we're also still here. Unexpected game, maybe. We went into this one saying that Belfast Storm was definitely the favorite one, and Gucci, they looked very dominant here.
Yeah, they got it done. They got a good, nice early lead ball, which is what they needed to do. You know, need to get a lead to stop any shenanigans happening with that Wukong sort of Jace combo. And then we had a couple of good team fights, a couple of good Azir picks, you know, which just keeps the ball rolling from there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I mean, we were talking about some things here in the...
Ah, there it is.
Yeah. And this was kind of where it started, right, for Good Chi. It's an aggressive play for Belfast Storm's bot lane, and it just gets turned fully around by Maru. And the whole fight I was watching, I was like, you guys, you don't win this. Like, you don't win this. Maru does exactly the right thing, stepping up, just taking as much space up as possible and chunking out the Rakan, and manages to land that last little shot to be able to pick up that kill. And that was sort of the play that they needed, because the rest of the map actually wasn't doing so hot for Good Chi during the very early stages of the game, but their bot lane was doing really well, was able to take up space. Anytime an Ezreal pops off, it really unlocks your support to go and do things elsewhere. If needed, helps with those team fights, well, skirmishes early on as well. And so that bot lane couple kills was so crucial to Good Chi being able to hang on throughout the early game and turn it into a good later game for them.
Absolutely. I think we do have another replay coming up. So let's have a look.
Oh. Oh my gosh. I mean, every time you think there's something going on, you're like, Wukong in the middle of 3 people. This might go well. And then, like, it's just bada bing, bada boom, Azir gaming. Like, again, you're like, okay, we've tagged up, we've got a good Rakan ult, and then,
Oh, so nice.
Azir moment. We go ahead, we pick up a couple, and it's just like, we can't be fighting the Azir in the chokes, lads. This one's been out for 10 years or so. We know this.
This is what we were saying, right? Like, this is a draft we've seen before. You know how this draft works. This is not new tech, but unfortunately for Belfast Storm, they kept falling for it.
Yeah, they did sort of every time. And it's like, the whole point of the comp is to pick, not pick, do a little bit of poke. They could never really find it. They did find the Baron steal. That was pretty clutch. That got us some work. But then the same sort of keeps happening. It's the same engages. It's a little bit of oversteps towards the end. And bada bing, bada boom. Another couple of shuffles later, and it's a win going on over to Gucci.
Yeah, absolutely. Chover having a very, very nice game on the Azir here. As you said, they kept kind of falling for it, but also have to say that he played that exceptionally well. I think we are going to toss it to a small break, but after that we will be back with more games because we seem to be getting in today, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon. welcome back. That was surely a very small break, and we are now back to head into game number 2 of tonight, which will be Nuclear Vikings versus Vertex. Or Vertex versus Nuclear Vikings. Any way you would like to see it, and production thought, well, Vertex versus Nuclear Vikings sounds a lot better. So let's do that instead. So how are we looking at this one, guys?
Well, yeah, these teams have not been having the best time of it. That being said, Nuclear Vikings tried really, really hard to win their game versus Paragon last week. Exactly a week ago, Monday. They were up by an ungodly amount of gold. They were winning across the entire map. But the whole time we're sat there like, I've seen this before from Paragon. If any team is going to pull some absolute nonsense out of their back pockets, it's going to be Paragon. And indeed, it was Paragon. They managed to come back, win this game. So Nuclear Vikings, despite the fact they are one of our 2 bottom teams alongside Aversio at 1 and 5, have been putting up some good performances. In fact, Temporal, when asked who do you think is going to be one of our bottom teams that actually manages to squeak it into the top 8, had Nuclear Vikings as one of those teams. The bones of the team look good. The way that they play has been so good up until the point at which you actually have to end and get the Nexus, then it's been falling apart.
And really, how important can that bit be?
It's such a small aspect.
It's such a small part of the game.
Tiny bit of it.
Takes like 10 seconds at most, to get through that Zing's health bar. Game's 30 minutes long. Let's not even worry about that part. We don't need
inconsequential.
It's just, let's not... Sometimes it's not worth trying to squeeze all the juice out of that orange, You can leave a little bit in there. It's not worth the extra hassle, 80-20 rule.
God, I didn't know that you were coaching Nuclear Vikings this split. That's insane. Good to learn. Good to learn.
My coaching record, it might be the same. They might. You may not be able to tell the difference.
So it is you who is the coach. I do
Nobody
think we do have a
beats
roster
Lucendi
ready.
7 times in a row. All right. God, I say it, boys. I don't know any of these players. I'm a old UKEL individual. I don't know these new kids. Unk is not familiar.
So
new
Sharpie,
people turn up every week. I don't.
They've been around for a little bit at this point. They are not new names to us. A lot of the rest.
They weren't playing Compete League in 2013. I don't know.
This is true. This is a good point, Doctor. We know them relatively well at this point, but overall it has been a little bit of a newer style roster right here for Vertex, and it hasn't worked. As much as we've been talking about how it's been looking a bit rough for Nuclear Vikings, same kind of thing can definitely be said right here for Vertex. They have been able to pick themselves up 2 wins. Currently, that is enough to get you into the top 8 and make it through to playoffs. The wins that they've been able to pick up for themselves came up against Aversio and Rise. That's a, at this point, well-known theme. A lot of teams have managed to pick up their only wins up against those 2 teams, and so it is, again, sort of the same thing as we were saying previously, where Good Chi, they've been able to grab wins, but not necessarily against the best. Same thing here for Vertex. They would really like to pick this win up right here, because of what happened in the previous game. Now Good Chi have managed to win their matchup, put themselves at 3 and 3. Now a much stronger position for them to be in, and it means that the other teams that have been sat nearer the lower levels, like Vertex 2 and 4 right now, really need to pick up this win if they want to be able to stay within a chance of getting either higher seeding or at least just making it into these playoffs.
I mean, if you're Nuclear Vikings, you just got to do something. You just anything really is going to work at this point. I mean, what 5? We've been around a while. This is not a new team, not a new not a new organization to our fair shores.
It's also 5 losses in a row, right? Nuclear Vikings managed to win week 1 versus Good Chi and haven't been able to pick themselves up a win since. It's just been such a rough split in terms of how close they've been to picking up these wins. They've looked competitive so often, and they were able to keep a relatively competitive first few minutes versus Venom Crest. Like, that doesn't sound super impressive when you put it like that, but Venom Crest have been absolutely bowling over teams, and they looked great for the first 8 minutes. But they really just don't know how to close out games so far.
Everything you just said sounds exactly like my dating life. 5 losses in a row. Good for like it starts off okay, but then can't quite close that one out, dude.
Can't quite close it out.
I hate to see it. You really do. Hey, I feel it, Nick. I feel it. Word on the street, and by street I mean Twitch chat, is that we might be having Brody step up. We might not be having the full original roster for Nuclear Vikings. It's weird to me because look at the subs for the team. It's like, oh, I know there are some names here. You know, like okay, Kiana, Brody, Fruity Carrot. They've been around a little bit. You know, they've played. But now they're stepping back into the sub, and we have this just war crime of a bot lane, who I have cast once before. Just not, Water and whoever the other one is, who's to say. But then Josh Kang again. Josh Kang's been around a while, right? There's a couple splits in now under the belt, and it's just not like, yeah. Should we really be 1-5? You know, like. My gosh, I feel like something's gone wrong. Oh, this is the new roster? All right, excellent.
This is exactly the roster that I want to see. Hey, we spent a long time talking about Shush. A long time talking about Shush because honestly has been looking one of the strongest members of this Nuclear Vikings team up until Zephyr. Zephyr had a pop-off performance last week. I think it was on Monday. Just a really, really good look performance. Had a ton of resources, time, effort put into him in the mid lane, was beginning to pay it off, was looking great on the Aurora, I believe it was, but unfortunately, that's the matchup we were talking about up against Paragon, where it went so well until all of a sudden it didn't, and yeah, it just hasn't quite worked so far, but it is going to be Brody instead of Bomb Clean, I believe, and so that is a change up in a lane that was somewhere we were surprised about, to be honest. That bot lane often has been a pop-off performance, not so much in this split so far. Maybe the change with Brody coming in is exactly what they need.
I mean, up the Brody, right? 6-0 for a reason. And surely
Inject some 6-0.
That will translate to the other Brody, who's not on Brody, which is still confusing me to this day. It's been like years, but it still throws me a little. I don't know. I mean, why Fruity Carrot not playing? Now, as I understand, there's a bit, shoot going well, but it's weird just sometimes when I look at some of these teams and I look at like the the subs, right? And you look over, it was like Brody subs, like they got Puru as their sub. It's like Puru's putting numbers on the board if you put them on a main team, so I don't know. But I'm excited to see what happens with Nuclear Vikings on this one.
Yeah. I mean, Josh Kang has been on this roster now for this entire split, to my knowledge. Has been performing quite well, I would say. Big shoes to fill if you are talking about Fruity Carrots, in my opinion. But yeah, Brody stepping in is exciting stuff. Looking forward to the explosiveness that he brings to that bot lane. But we will be going into draft right now. So let's see what these teams got for us.
Not be too surprised if we get to see basically the same bans that we saw in the previous matchup. Those were just the strongest champions overall. If somebody lets a Skarner go again, I might actually flip out. We really need to stop allowing that one through. Even when it isn't the thing that takes over the game completely, it's still so strong. Clearly, Nuclear Vikings, they are going to agree right here, but because there are so many sort of standard bans that you're having to take off the board every time, it is leaving a lot of these more specific individual picks that we know these players really like. Be very interested to see if maybe we get to see a run back for the Aurora on Zephyr, because it was such a good look, probably the best that I think the Nuclear Vikings have looked, up until the point at which Paragon come back. And actually, we are going to get a Corki ban, interesting.
Why are we banning Corki? For what? Are we this scared? Are we this scared of Brody's Corki? Absolutely. I mean, I feel like Corki does not do a lot. Like, he doesn't do more than any other ADC, right? Not to say that he's bad, but just I don't know. Feels a little wasted. I'd be interested to see the Aurora, because I know that there's obviously the whole this Kerberos build that he's doing, particularly on Cho'Gath and Aurora, but it seems like you can really extrapolate to a lot of different champions, which is just Symbiote Souls and Shirelias. It's like, yeah, this costs like 3k for both of them. You can be anywhere on the map in 20 seconds or less. Like, you can never get forced out of your lane. You can never like lose your turret. You can do whatever you want, and you scale up real nice if you're a move speed heavy champion like Aurora. So if the Aurora does come on out, I wouldn't mind seeing something like that come through, just to get it a little bit of debut in Pro. I don't know if Kerb has been busting out some of his more custom builds in Div 2, but you have to assume that he has. It's Kerberos at the end of the day. He's not gonna not do it, you know.
And I mean, as we are, yeah, I can see people are pointing it out as well. That Corki ban, as you're saying, why are we banning Corki's no more exciting as an ADC? Well, it's actually because it's a jungle pickup that we've been seeing a lot. It's a lot of jungle at the moment, although it is a Vertex special, so they're actually going to get that one for themselves.
What have I missed? Oh god.
Yeah, it got wins, all right, Doctor. It won.
What?
Don't
it
even
actually did.
UKAL
Believe
special.
it or not.
Crack open u.gg.
There we go. Right. There is the Aurora. The Ezreal is kind of boring. We've seen it a lot before. We'll probably get to it once we get the breakdown of these overall teams. But the Aurora right here for Zephyr is very interesting because, as I said, it got very fed and was so close to being able to pick up that win up against Paragon, one of the better teams we've got. Unfortunately, there are a couple decisions where Nuclear Vikings just went in one by one or fought when they really shouldn't have and ended up losing out on that game. The thing is, though, Zephyr required a lot of attention to be able to get ahead and be able to carry with this Aurora. We saw roams up from both jungle and support getting into that lane, getting early kills onto this Aurora and really unlocking this champion. I don't know if you're going to be able to have that same level of success without the same amount of attention onto that lane. Tristana, sort of champion that can sit back, allow that to happen. Be very interested to see what the jungle pickup for Nuclear Vikings is going to be, though. I hope it's something like the Wukong. Something aggressive, something you can get into the lane, start ganking early on. You really don't want to sit back and just allow the game to happen to you because you won't be able to unlock this win condition.
Are we not
Is it
talking about the
guaranteed?
Heimerdinger?
That's a wacky one. But I mean, it could be. Yeah, I mean, if the aim is that you want to stop Aurora from being able to. Okay, now I don't know what's going on.
Where is this draft going?
Is it
This is a
guaranteed
Vertex
that it's
draft.
Aurora mid? Is there any world where it's Aurora shoot top?
I think because of how much it worked for Nuclear Vikings with it as a mid pick, I'd be very surprised that you all of a sudden change that up and put it top.
Fair enough.
It's not impossible. If it is going to be the Heimerdinger top lane, maybe you do just slam it up there, try to get as many kills onto this champion as possible. I'd be surprised if this Nara is locked in, then that's going to be pretty much guaranteed not to be happening. No, instead, going to be more of a standard lane. Overall, Nuclear Vikings, they are picking themselves up a far more standard composition. We haven't really been seeing AP in the jungle a lot recently, not heavily, not in the same sort of vein as the Karthus. And if you do want to play that very aggressive style on Nuclear Vikings where you're trying to get your mid lane ahead a lot, that helps a lot when you're up against a Karthus who really isn't going to be counter ganking, isn't going to be that active and involved in the map early on.
He might. Karthus early game is pretty good.
Oh, it's
Isolated
strong,
queues if you
but
can
you're
get
not wanting to counter gank. You'd rather be sitting in your jungle, being able to get as much farm as possible, get yourself to that level 6, something that you don't necessarily have to do on some of these other more engaged, focused jumpers.
But yes and no, because oh yeah, you want the full clear, but it's not up to you, right? Like, if you have to counter gank, you have to counter gank, and Karthus, especially you take like exhaust, you are big chilling in the 1v1 2v2. Don't forget people play like aggressive Karthuses are like, yeah, I'll just invade you. And if not for the fact that you want to just full clear twice, people would still be doing that. But so I wouldn't be too scared. But the problem here is that we've got Karthus Heimerdinger on the same team. Like, how in any way is this salvageable in the next 2 picks? I don't know, because one of those is going to have to be support. It's like, okay, that's not going to be enough frontline, even if it's like Leona or Rel, and then we have to pick like a tank into Gnar, but one of these two has to, maybe it's a Heimerdinger top. Like, this doesn't, it's just not looking good, Brev. But like, I don't know, because how does Heimerdinger versus Gnar even go? It's probably, I mean, Heimerdinger's Heimerdinger, right? He just
He's
plays the whole
chilling.
wave and calls it a day.
Yeah.
But then what? But then what? Like, what happens after? Unless it's Heimer support, and then I don't know, but...
Heimer Ezreal is a miserable lane to try to play into. Especially if we do get... Yeah, it's horrible.
Yeah, no,
it is.
that's not
But
fun.
like, you're just under your turret and you call it a day, right? Like,
Yeah,
what are they
you
gonna
get
do
pushed
to you?
back. There's nothing you can do though. Like
Yeah.
you're not going to be able to be proactive, and this is exactly the
they're
sort of
already
jungler I
dangerous.
was hoping
Okay.
for out of Nuclear Vikings. Something aggressive, something you can gank with early on. I actually prefer it to the Wukong, although we have seen a couple Jinzhaos get good early game presence and then begin to stall out. Be interesting to see if that ends up happening right here, or if Josh is going to be able to keep things going, keep the tempo high. I think you're right overall though, Dog, to like Nuclear Vikings composition. I think it works a lot more as a cohesive unit. At the same time, if Vertex managed to pull some Four Nations moments out and just get ahead early for no particularly good reason, this is a composition that just does so much damage that it's almost impossible to get near it. Those turrets, the fact that you can just get bombed for 1,000 health from the Karthus early on, the Rel is a step in the right direction for them having some frontline. I hate that though.
Ooh,
Oh boy. No thank you.
somebody brought the entire spice rack to this draft.
I
Gosh.
don't think they brought anything to this draft, let alone brain cells. My god, boys, how do we fight? No, this is actually, to be fair, like, this is, hey, we like these champions, which I think is okay sometimes. You can just be like, I just think they're neat and lock them in. You do need to win 5 lanes in 5 minutes, because you will not be able to contest the Drake, the Grubs, the Atakan. You will not be able to win a team fight. So I'm a little worried about that perspective. I mean, actually, you know, 1 item, 2 item spice, you know, you have Rail move around, Ezreal, he'll get involved early game, Karthus skirmish is okay. Urgot's kind of useless, but maybe he bullies his lane and then he's ahead. Like, it's not actually impossible for Vertex. It's just a lot of this relies on you being good. And so we'll see if that ends up being the case or not, you know?
And this is the sort of draft that I expect from teams who are struggling a little bit at this level, where, hey, we like these champions, like you said, we think that they're neat, we think that we can make this work as a draft. It's not the most cohesive draft, but I think it does force Nuclear Vikings to play this one sensibly, because there is always a situation where you step into the wrong bush, and there's a Heimerdinger turret sat in there, and an Urgot, and you just die. There is nothing you can do about that one. You die immediately. So I do very much prefer what Nuclear Vikings have got for themselves. I think their composition works so much better as an overall unit. But you have to play sensibly. You have to play smart. If you step into the wrong place, you're not going to have a good time.
Sure, but like, I would argue for 95% of other League of Legends comps, if you walk into a bush and there's 2 people in there, you die as well. And those comps have the added benefit of not having Heimerdinger Urgot as their solo lanes. And so that's my slight concern. It's like, yeah.
Yes.
You've got to be a little, but you have to be careful versus anyone else. So it's not like an extra level for Vertex here, right? Like, they just need to rumble some lanes. Now that does mean it's Heimerdinger mid as well, right? Which I think is also worse. If you have Heimer top, you can retreat into your turrets and win the 1v2 2v2. But with Heimer mid, you are playing versus 2 people who can just come and kill your turrets. You know, jungler drive by, pop that one out, call it a day. Like, you don't have the opportunity to actually get yourself ahead as well. Like, Heimerdinger running away is not very strong. Heimerdinger running into his turrets is good. So you can, if you have the space to work with in top of your team, but mid, it's like, you just go back to the safety of your own turret, and it's like, yeah, you're okay now, but like, you kind of want, like, you want to like not be okay, if that makes sense. You want to sort of bait them into fighting you, and I don't see how the mid Heimer actually gets an advantage.
Well, I think we will all have the answers to that after this short break, where Drake and Carvis will cast for you Vertex versus Nuclear Vikings. We will be heading over to stream number 2 to cast Rise Gaming versus Paragon. So, after a short break, the stream will be back with Nuclear Vikings versus Vortex. Don't go anywhere.
Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Four Nations. My name is Drake, and I'm joined by Carvis, as the desk did so nicely let you guys know. And we're here for Team Vertex versus Shush Clear Vikings. Very excited to see this team come into fruition here in the last almost 3 days left of the regular season. This game matters, and if Nuclear Vikings can win, tie it up with Vertex. If Nuclear Vikings do lose, that does mean that Vertex ties up with Belfast Storm and Good Chi, which we just watched. So definitely an exciting one for the standings, Carvis.
Yeah, and well, it's exciting in more ways than one because we
Well, of
just saw
course.
the draft, and yep, it's a Vertex game. I've been seeing these guys play the video game, and they definitely have a style of their own.
And they're going to show it to us right here on the Rift as we finally get into Game 2. So excited to finally see some UKEL action once again. It looks like pretty standard stuff coming out from both teams. A lot of pings coming
Drake?
down already from Team Vertex.
Drake, standard stuff. There's 2 exhausts on Vertex.
Well, I guess, yeah, that is... and a Lulu in 2025. I don't know what's going on.
Well, this is gonna be one like the previous time that I cast this game, this team, they played Quirky Jungle and won with it. So I'm not going to say anything regarding how viable this
Water?
comp is. Water.
Ooh, they didn't see him. He's
They get
out.
They get the ward though, so that's
Yeah,
now the
+1.
supports.
For Ezreal as well.
The thing about losing that ward is that now they pretty much have to expend Tristana's ward into the middle brush just to secure brush control. That you don't want to let Rel play freely against this sort of a lane. And that leaves them open to possible early ganks from Harikari, who is an absolute mad lad. Actually playing a jungle champion for once. So that's
Yeah, I
already an
mean-
improvement.
But are you scared of the Karthus ganks? That's the real question. I mean, I guess what I'm keeping my eyes on as well is the fact that Vertex did get that deep ward, so there's going to be full tracking coming out for Harry Carry, which allows him to make very educated decisions on whether the Karthus wants to invade, wants to actually look for those ganks that you're mentioning, or is just going to look for the free farm into, like, maybe try and farm 3 quadrants type beat.
Yeah, and this, like, getting this information just lets the Karthus basically fully clear his jungle safely. The Xinjiao is unlikely to invade the bot side of the map, especially when losing Prio, unless he wants to go for a cheesy level 2 gank, because things like this can happen.
Yeah, already a little bit of damage going down on the Brody. But Kakashi definitely suffering from success here, taking quite a bit of damage back, and that's kind of the issue with Ezreal fighting in these waves, right? Can't really find Qs onto Brody, so a lot more damage coming out from the Tristana, for now at least.
But just securing the level 2 is enough for this lane, just to make sure that the Xinjiao is nowhere near the bot side of the map, and letting the Karthus get the... As we've already talked about, this character is a menace in the jungle, farms super fast, wants to get the level 6 and then start having an impact on the map. But not only that, the high DPS this character has is just so annoying to deal with when you have a character like Rel on that bot side of the map with the flash stun available. Just a couple of those lane wastes can destroy an HP pool.
Yeah, and I think that's definitely a really key thing to highlight here is the fact that, you know, there is a Karthus on our screen, there is a Heimerdinger on our screen. We are seeing some wacky stuff here in the UKEL, but if you actually want to capitalize on it and make it work, I feel like stuff like this Karthus really needs setup. And when we're looking at that, I don't see, you know, a huge surplus of it. I do see the Rel, like you mentioned. I guess you can kind of rely on
Karthus
the
down
Heimerdinger
bot.
stun. But, oh yeah, it looks like it was a little bit of a gank from the bot lane, but no damage really going down. I mean, it's just kind of hard for Harry Carry to actually reliably deal that DPS into champions that Nuclear Vikings have, I feel like.
Yeah, I think they were trying to like just force Nuclear away there in the bot side of the map, and this is a funny issue with Karthus. He clears so fast that the Scuttle Crab trade still happens. He used there too early, so he can, that's the timing window that we were earlier referring to. He can look for that level 4 gank, but this is I completely lost my train of thought.
Well, I think another key thing to highlight at this stage in the game is what you were talking about earlier off stream to me, and this top lane matchup, right? When we're talking about the random Urgot pick into a champion like Gnar, you were saying that the matchup is absolutely dreadful for the Gnar.
It is.
At what
awful.
point does it become that bad?
Yes. at
Yes.
at the point where you are mini Gnar. It is super difficult to play the game if you don't have mega threat against the Urgot. But at that point, he can just kind of wait it out and then start fishing for the Q slow. And at that point, you are already kind of forced to use your hop as the Gnar. And that's when you are dead. If you don't have your hop, Urgot flash ease you and you almost instantly die. So
yeah, definitely keep our eyes out for that.
I think the main thing is that Vertex has a ton of lanes to play around. They have, in the laning phase, playmaking potential all around the map. It's going to be when it comes to these objective fights to see how they pilot themselves around the Aurora and the Zinja.
And the Gnar and the Tristana that's able to dash in and dash out once she has a kill. It is a bit hard to lock down a lot of these champions, and that's something that champions like the Karthus really need to happen if he's going to be able to land these skill shots. Looks like Dragon started up for Nuclear Vikings. Not really going to be a turbo contest coming out from Vertex. I don't even... looks like they might look. Kakashi going to spot them out. Faulty does have the first move. Harry Carey moving in as well. A good flash Q coming out from Kakashi with the crash down, but the Gnar... Alright, sorry, but the Zinzao trying to get some damage down onto Faulty. Not going to be enough. Lulu goes down. First blood going the way of Faulty, and Vertex get one on the board.
What a beautiful engage. Just lovely to see that from Kakashi. Able to combo it with Heimerdinger. They get the full grenade into turret ult combo, and once the Heimerdinger turret is down in that sort of dragon area, before Zinja has the ultimate, it's way too dangerous to go further looking for that team fight, especially when the enemies were the ones to engage. So beautifully played around that pick.
Yeah, and that's Nuclear Vikings just getting a little bit too eager, right? They thought they had a window to try and find one of those neutral objectives, get it under their belt. Obviously, the Infernal Dragon, a very nice dragon to pick up, but Vertex capitalizing on that moved in, and it's a lot easier to hit those targets when you have a flashing Rel that finds the stuns, finds the crash downs, and you know, they're kind of like fish in a barrel. You just have to shoot the Qs into the Dragon Pit area, and they will hit somebody. So a lot of damage coming out, and a good start for Vertex. But yeah, guys, we are on a short break. Looks like some more technical issues, as you know, you've grown accustomed to here at UKEL for this season. It seems like Spectator is just always bugging, or there's some sort of PC issues with the players. So we'll be back shortly. But for now, at least, it seems like Vertex are the ones in the lead.
Yeah, and also we get to see that the casters are on point with their analysis. We did mention the Pharrell flash stun combination. Well, it wasn't the Karthus. It wasn't the Karthus to pair up with it, but at least like we see that there is like they thought about the draft. It wasn't just that they were picking like, hey, I kind of want to play this. Hey, I kind of want to play this. And I'm sure one of the players will come at me on X or something. Actually, we did just kind of want to play this, but it feels like they did think about the playmaking potential through the Rel, through the Heimerdinger stun and everything. So I like seeing this sort of thing where you draft something wacky and it actually has a plan behind it.
And it actually works for now. Obviously, we are still very early into this game, and we could see things go very poorly very quickly. But as we get back onto the Rift, I think very shortly here, we can see that it is still Vertex leading for now. They have that dragon under their belt. They have first blood. They're well on their way to getting the Otacon upgraded boots. And you can see Zephyr. Okay, Aurora trying to find the kill here. Is able to dash forward. Faulty forced to flash away. And Zephyr, no mana, trying to get the damage down. Flashes forward. Still can't secure the kill. Finally gets it. But at what cost? The kill goes the opposite way to Harry Carey. And Vertex are able to trade one back.
But the big thing is Faulty doesn't have to teleport, so Zephyr will be able to get priority from there. It will only be the Heimerdinger losing out. But top lane, what is this? I
mean, well, you did say the lane sucks for Shush if he's in mini, but in Mega, it looks pretty darn horrible for the Urgot. So for now, it looks like Nuclear Vikings capitalizing on that top pressure, moving towards the Grubs. Move their bottom lane towards the mid lane and have TP down towards that bottom side with Zephyr, and Nuclear Vikings not letting that dragon deter them.
Yeah, it looks like Shush finding a really, really good angle to just all in the Urgot. Not really in that power spike just yet where you can fight against the Mega Gnar head on, and if the Gnar can make it in with the initial mini harass poke and then get the full all in, then you're just fighting against the full power Gnar. Nobody's gonna win that. And then Nefarious may...
Nectarius? has no real way out, just gonna go down. And Brody looking strong. Obviously, the kill goes the way of water. Not the most fortunate of ways that could have gone, but either way, Nuclear Vikings coming out on top again. And I mean, their bot lane is doing well. The top lane looks pretty darn good. And even though they did lose a dragon and a team fight, Nuclear Vikings still looking very much in this game.
Yeah, I honestly got caught off guard by that. Nectarius just, I think he thought he was safe as well, but with the Lulu providing that extra damage and burst to Brody, they were just able to pick up the kill quite easily. This is the power of Tristana, why she was a major mid lane threat for so long. If the enemy doesn't respect you, you can just kind of jump on someone and get a kill for free. And fighting against that without your support there, it's not going to work.
Very true. And I mean, across the board, it looks like things are starting to shape up for these two teams. You can already see builds starting to come into fruition. Harry Carey looking a bit aggressive here. Might be able to find the steal in the blue. That's it. Josh King just going to scamper off in sadness. That's going to be a level lead for Harry Carey for now. And Karth is going to be very happy to have gotten that.
One of the cheekier invades. I don't think it's that common for the junglers to clear the blue buff towards that direction. But Harry Curry was just in the perfect position. Hey, look, a piece of candy picks up the blue buff. And now he's way ahead when it comes to, well, just overall CS. Should get that extra bit of XP from it as well. Extends his own blue buff and can start providing global assistance.
Sharpie not quite going to be able to secure the kill here. And I think this is something that we could have highlighted as well, is the fact that Sharpie using this flash to get away from the Gnar earlier on does mean that he will not be able to flash aggressively and get that kill onto Shush like you were talking about anymore, or at least for the next 2.5 minutes. So it's afforded quite a bit of pressure towards Shush, and you can see even under the turret, this Gnar can absolutely harass the Urgot.
Yeah, it's looking surprisingly rough for the top lane matchup. But as long as it works for Nuclear, they're perfectly happy to keep that lane state going. Shush almost hitting another mega power spike. If the Urgot stays, there is a chance of a dive due to that missing flash. Needs to be very careful around it.
Mega getting popped though, a little bit early. Shush also missing the minions with the Q. I do feel like that is going to be Gnar backing off, not looking for this dive, just getting the reset in. And I guess where are our eyes looking next, right? We have a dragon in 40 seconds. I feel like teams will focus a little bit towards that. Especially Vertex trying to get a second one under their belt would be really good for the dragon stacking, considering that it feels like their team composition is a little bit harder to execute towards the later stages. You'd really like to get that ball rolling as soon as possible.
A little bit harder? What makes you think that? Maybe the Heimerdinger Karth is mid-jungle duo.
A little bit.
It is going to be difficult to coordinate when it comes to the later stages of the game, but again, as long as you're there first, Heimerdinger and Karth has provided a ton of zone control, so it's up to Nuclear Vikings to make the play happen. Very close on the W.
Able to dodge out though, and that's going to be Grub started up by Vertex. But it looks like Nuclear Vikings are going to try and trade the dragon. You have a lot of pressure towards this bottom side as Shush is shoving out the wave. I feel like it is just going to be an objective trade across the board. Vertex remove the threat of Nuclear Vikings getting those little void grublings, but that does mean that Nuclear Vikings do get a Hextech Dragon. I don't know, is this a good trade?
I think it's like it's one of those trades where neither team...
Harry Carey? This could get dicey real quick. Zephyr moving in, Water in the area. Faulty able to move in though, is able to get the jungler to safety. Oh no, Shush. Good dash actually. Dodge away, and okay, across the board it's Nuclear Vikings and Vertex just, you know, kind of overstepping their bounds a bit, but getting away with it.
Feels like nobody has the tools to keep people in place just yet. Everyone just runs at each other and goes, well, good fight.
You shouldn't
good
be
fight.
here, get out. Okay, all right, I'll walk away. Like,
we will reconvene at a later hour. They're gonna try again though. Still, the flash is up for the Urgot, but this could be a fight.
Yeah, this just looks like a dead Urgot on my screen. I have to think Sharpie gonna try and get something done. He's able to push Josh King away, able to flash away, but the W coming out from Josh King. Not going to be able to find the knockup just in time. Harry Carey also in the area. So again, just kind of interaction. Hey, you guys can't be here. Vertex walks away, but that is going to concede maybe even first turret towards Nuclear Vikings in this bottom side.
Yeah, the thing is, there's no punish on the cross map due to Faulty staying in the mid lane, but Heimerdinger with his Q turrets can push quite a bit of plates, given the chance to do something like this.
Ooh.
Of course, this is met by a teleport.
And no turrets set up. This looks really bad for Faulty. Zephyr able to dash away. Still not able to secure that kill. Josh King able to find the W though. Barely secures that kill. Faulty goes down. And Nuclear Vikings able to finally punish somebody for being where they shouldn't.
And it cost them a bunch of cooldowns, but again, with the Heimerdinger having no teleport, all of
I mean, that's
these...
flash and exhaust sprint as well, right? So.
It's everything gone. So Faulty will not have any resources to play with in the upcoming couple of fights. Of course, there's no objectives on the map other than the turrets, but those are a major point of weakness when it comes to Vertex defending against this nuclear team composition. Tristana will blow through these turrets if she is able to out-macro the enemy, just keeps shoving these waves in, rotating with his team, and trying to find picks along with Josh Kang. With the first items also hitting the inventories on the nuclear Viking side. This is a major power spike that they can start playing around.
It does seem like Nuclear Vikings kind of have the run of the map right now, though. They have kind of decided where things are going to happen, when they're going to happen. Obviously, they moved their bottom lane towards that top side earlier on. Got, I think maybe it was a plate and a wave shoved in, and now they're already moving back towards the bottom side as Vertex responds, moving their bottom lane towards the top side. It seems like it is Vertex kind of responding left and right, and Nuclear Vikings the ones making the decisions here in this game.
At least for now. Still, the gold is like perfectly even. There is, again, no objective for the on the map for the upcoming future. Now with the tower turret plays going down, though, getting as many towers as humanly possible before they are forced to commit to an objective is the goal for Nuclear Vikings. Getting this bot side tower would be huge, but due to, again, Vertex responding well, they're not able to fully commit to the play, and now Vertex has the turn to rotate rotate Faulty over after establishing mid-prio.
Josh King has to be careful here. A lot of damage going down. Harry Carey landing a few Qs. Kakashi moving in. Flash Q! Not quite able to find the crash down. A good ult comes out from water to deter that. But it is going to be a Lulu ult cooldown. I think it should be back up for the Dragon, but at least that's pressure afforded towards Vertex and removed from that bottom lane turret.
Yep. And again, since that was the main engage from Vertex burned just now, it will be a more of a quiet moment on the rest of the map, at least until this dragon spawns in a minute or so. They are trying to catch Brody and Water, however.
It's so much harder now. I mean, like we mentioned, Kakashi burnt a really key ability, right, with that flash. Not able to use the flash engage any further. And I feel like it makes it a lot harder for Vertex to really contest anything for the next 4 minutes.
Meanwhile, on the top side, should.
Meanwhile, Shush, the top laner 1v1ing the enemy bot laner. We've seen this millions of times, and it never really looks good for the ADC.
The thing is, now that the Gnar has been left alone and removed from the counter matchup, he can kind of do what Gnar loves to do, and which is to establish huge lane pressure due to being ranged. You can just kind of keep attacking the tower while the enemy AD carry can't defend it. Sure, this is happening on the bot side as well. Due to that recall timing, Brody is able to secure a second tower. This gives a nice gold influx, gets them 1k ahead, and they should be catching up to the Vertex carries.
Yeah, it is starting to look real good for Nuclear Vikings. That's also going to be the upgraded boots coming out because of that first turret. Zephyr, really clean movement coming out, able to dodge away, and a good dash to get out to safety. Faulty could be in danger here. Josh Kang able to find, not quite actually landing the W there. Will not be able to follow up on the engage. Harry Carey on that Rift Herald the whole time. So pressure applied towards the mid lane. Zephyr able to get out alive, but that is going to be a neutral objective picked up by Vertex.
Remind me to call Zephyr if I need a dance partner. That was beautiful. Like, just dodging every single ability thrown at him. Even with the ultimate, he manages to get it so that he is able to escape underneath the tower, but still gets full damage onto Faulty and Kakashi. Just really, really clean play from the Nuclear Vikings mid laner. And just due to that, they get, again, a chance to go onto the dragon and secure it for themselves without a worry of being punished of it. Of course, top side, there is a push going on, but with Shush and Water there, I don't think they can commit to more.
They're looking for something. Able to get the crash onto the turret, I think, and get a little bit of damage down onto that tier 2 top. In the mid lane, however, Faulty gonna be pretty dead here, I have to assume. Zephyr gonna pick that one up for themselves. Heimerdinger can do scary things when you dive onto him, but not this time. Josh King gonna walk away alive, and I mean, Vertex doing well to pick up, or sorry, Nuclear Vikings doing well to pick up that kill.
Yeah, the thing about why Xin Zhao is a really good pick into Heimerdinger is when you pop your Crescent Slash, all of the turrets that Heimerdinger is playing at his feet will get pushed away. So without a Zhonya, you aren't going to be able to get that much of an extended fight around the turrets, and that's exactly what happens there. The Heimerdinger just is stuck, eating damage from the Xin Zhao and Aurora the entire time.
And it looked pretty rough. But, I mean, Vertex, you know, still staying pretty good in the gold department. Like, they're keeping things even though Nuclear Vikings do look like they picked up, you know, an extra dragon. They have a little bit of a kill lead. Shush, in danger, though.
He missed the ultimate!
The ult goes slightly wide from Sharpie, and I think that means Shush might be able to get out alive. Harry Carey moving in, though, and oh my goodness, Shush. If you get out of this one alive, you're practically Indiana Jones. No way! Just make sure you remember the hat on the way out. Okay, Harry Carey able to pick up the kill finally with the Karthus ult. Almost an absolutely insane play coming out from Shush.
That was one of the fights. I don't know I've ever seen Urgot miss an ultimate from that angle, but it happened. Now they're gonna keep going.
Okay, Josh King under threat. Harry Carey, not a lot of mana to work with, and does have to deal with the Xin Zhao on his face. Brody moving in, trying to free fire, but Nectarius doing a lot of damage off the other side. Harry Carey goes down, trying to do some damage still. Now that he's dead in the grave, dropping some Qs, not going to be able to get much done. Zephyr cleans up the Ezreal on the opposite side, and Nuclear Vikings walk away 2-for-0 in a disadvantaged fight.
Zephyr's Aurora is so clean. I love watching him play this character. But yeah, as you said, that was a disadvantaged fight. They just weren't able to really keep anyone in the Karthus DPS for Harikari to do his thing, and from there, it's just Nuclear Vikings with the aggressive team composition that they have. They have so much mobility, so much damage to take down all the squishies on Vertex with no real frontline. And the Rel being a support is not able to tank everything that is being thrown at Vertex. So it's starting to look grim. I'm not calling it yet because Vertex has come back from worse situations, but it is starting to reach that point where is there just too much damage on the nuclear side of things for them to get a proper fight?
You could say their damage is nuclear.
We all get one. We all get one. That was the order.
No, I mean, it's true. They have a lot of ability to blow people up, as we might even see displayed here. Brody trying to dash forward. And Josh King not going to look for it as Harry Carey showed up. And it looks like Nuclear Vikings are going to try and at least apply some pressure over here towards Otacon, maybe even start it up. Looks like both of these teams want to fight for it. Oh man, are we going to see the classic?
I wasn't going to say it. I wasn't going to say it, but there is a possibility. Faulty being holding the wave on the side lane means that the Gnaw has to teleport in, but the Mega Gnaw popping right now leaves it on a small cooldown to the Rage Bar, and the timing is a little bit off, so we will be having a reset, I assume, just to get the wards back, get whatever gold is in the inventory. So actually getting the ult out of the Heimerdinger is a big cooldown.
I feel like this is going to be a problem that Vertex have as the game moves forward, like, from literally this point on, is the fact that he doesn't have that TP, and obviously it seems like he's one of the few people who can handle the side lane pressure of champions like the Snar or even like the Tristana pushing in on the side.
Can someone tell
I feel like Heimerdinger is never going to be in these fights.
Can someone tell Zephyr that's an Urgot he just chunked for half HP? I think that character is supposed to be tankier than that.
You think so?
You'd really think so, but the electrocute buffed Aurora is just a monster that Vertex is now facing down. Another thing that comes to mind regarding this Urgot is that while it is a lane counter to the Gnaw and kind of ruins his day when the matchup is played properly, against the 4 ranged character team, having the Gnar count as one of the ranged characters, there's not much for Urgot to fight against here. He loves facing those really short ranged melee teams that let him use his abilities for free. those don't exist here. You're gonna be facing down a Tristana and Aurora kiting backwards. So this fight that is they are probably going to take is going to be rough.
I feel like this is going to be a fight that both these teams look for. Dragon getting dangerously low, 3,000 HP left on it. And it looks like the engage is going to come out from Kakashi, not quite connecting onto Brody or Water. Josh King in the pit, not going to get the smite though. Harry Carey secures it. TP coming out from Urgot, and it's going to be an all-out brawl over the wall. Faulty looking for some damage, and it's going to be Nuclear Vikings in a barrel getting shut down. 2 kills go the way of Vertex, and they're looking for more. They smell the blood in the water. Shush and Zephyr going to be able to get out. But, I mean, Vertex, a massive win here in this mid-game.
Yeah, trading 2 for 1. There, of course, losing the dragon as well, but they have priority over to the attack Han if they want to pick it up. And with Urgot there, Urgot and Heimerdinger, those are 2 very good objective takers, so this should be an easy secure on the objective.
They got the dragon too.
Wait, did they get the dragon?
Yeah. Harry Carey got the smite.
Okay, then it's really good for Vertex here. They're trying to collapse onto this.
Oh, shush. Okay, this could be really bad for Vertex. Okay, they're able to get out for now. Zephyr just standing there menacingly. not gonna look for anything further for the luck of Vertex, and they will be able to get out with the Otacon, with the dragon, and with the kill advantage in that team fight as well. Overall, Vertex really coming back here in this mid game.
This is something that you used to see with the Heimerdinger when Baron was the initial big objective that is spawning. He can take it as spawn. So this is kind of the similar thing where Nuclear Vikings were just expecting the DPS to be there to finish off Atakan that fast. And while they did do pretty well in the fight, if you look at the gold, the Gnar is doing quite well for himself. They have the front line, they have the tools to fight against a non-respawning Vertex, but now they will be on the back foot for quite some time.
Yeah, Aurora's decently ahead as well of the Heimerdinger. And I think that's just going to be standing gold on its own, just doing its part, as a lot more turrets have been taken by the Nuclear Vikings. Need to be careful here as Vertex. They only have 3 members here, and a collapse coming out from Zephyr could be dangerous. You can see Sharpie moving in as well. Really unsure. Vertex aren't sure if they want to commit to this mid lane fight.
They're trying to look for it.
Good. Zephyr on the run, able to dash away from Sharpie, and it seems almost like wasted time coming out from Vertex because they can't make up their decision.
Well, bot lane.
Faulty. Okay, Shush is just taking so much damage from this Heimerdinger. Karthus ult to go on top didn't seem to really do anything, but it's damage over time, it looks like, as Shush is burning to a crisp. Gonna be able to find that Q to slow down Faulty and get out to safety. But a lot of pressure being put down by this Heimerdinger.
Oh, that's a wit's end. That's why it didn't do anything. That's just a ton of magic resistance on the Gnar. So, yeah, probably an early Void Staff to be expected from Harikari, eventually. There's also Merc Treads on the Aurora just for the extra magic resistance against the mid-jungle duo. Same thing for Josh Kang. However, due to Shush losing out on that bot side fight, we get to see Heimerdinger once again. Turret versus turret combat. Able to easily get some extra gold. And this is kind of how Vertex gets back into the game. They just take objective after objective just with their raw damage output and kind of catch Nuclear Vikings off guard once again.
All right, Carvis, I have a question. Wait, I can't ask that question. Sharpie's dying on my screen. Shush, doing a lot of damage. The Urgot forced to flash over the wall. But something I was going to ask is, we said before broadcast, we might have even said on broadcast, I can't remember, it's all melding together, but this is a Vertex Nuclear Vikings game. This is going to be an absolute slugfest. Do you feel like this game is going to end in the next 5 minutes, 10 minutes? Or are we thinking this is going to go long?
I think this could be going long, because the thing that these teams have struggled with in the past, against the better teams especially, is closing out the game. They get super far ahead and then they just cannot close it out. And we're kind of seeing this similar trend here where we have people setting up the side lanes. They are looking for 1v1s, but there hasn't been a determining team fight for either team to get far ahead. And now the dragon is spawning, they can go again.
Whoa, Brody really aggressive play coming out from the ADC of Nuclear Vikings, and Zephyr into the back line, able to finish off 2 with Josh King by his side. Kakashi gonna get low as well, might just go down. Looking for a counter engage, I think just wanted to die valiantly. Will go down. That's gonna be 3 clean kills picked up by Nuclear Vikings and none traded back.
They might go for the Baron here. They might just ignore the Dragon and commit hard to the objective that lets them get further ahead in the game. Of course, this will be faced off against by Faulty, who has his ultimate up, and a possible teleport from Sharpie, but this could be a really difficult objective to contest.
Yeah, I mean, Faulty can do a lot of damage here with the turrets. Could get dicey really quick.
Teleport from
Nuclear
Shush.
Vikings. Okay, it looks like Sharpie is just going to try and get the dragon instead. Okay, Baron down to 2000 HP. Karthus ult coming out. It might just finish off 2. Water very low. Tristana in the grave. Josh King also dead. The Baron so dang low, but they have to play it safe. Nuclear Vikings barely get the Baron. And Shush will be able to push Sharpie off of this dragon, but I think Vertex will eventually pick it up.
Vertex is there first. Shush, having no teleport, is just kind of left by himself. Did the rest of the team dying to Baron plus the Karthus?
He's like, I did it, guys. Oh, dang it. Doesn't matter.
Very awkward situation that they've found themselves in. And yeah, this lets Vertex most likely secure the Dragon Soul Point. Can they get a fight afterwards, though?
Zephyr is a scary Aurora right now. This might does go the way of Harry Carey. Zephyr actually taking quite a bit of damage, but Kakashi getting low on the opposite side. The Rel trying to limp out, but will not be able to get to safety. Shush doing so much damage on the back end. Zephyr just lying in wait for Nectarius to go over that wall. Such disgusting gameplay coming out from the Nuclear Vikings mid laner.
Disgusting. I guess you could call it that. I think it's more beautiful. Zephyr has been running this game, keeping Nuclear Vikings in it for so damn long. And I think this Aurora is the thing that is breaking the backs of Vertex. Their carries just cannot stay alive due to this monster one-shotting them in case there's a possible angle for it. And against the Baron buff, they are going to have some trouble defending against them.
Somehow Shush is on 2 HP, but the Heimerdinger is probably dead. Faulty gets himself into an early grave. Kakashi, once again, just trying to make something happen after the team fight has kind of already happened, and might find himself in danger due to that. Tier 2 turret goes down. Nuclear Vikings pick that up, looking for Kakashi now. Water doing some damage. Josh King with the follow-up, and that's just going to be a dead horse. And it looks like Nuclear Vikings going to be happy to walk away with that. Got 2 free kills, got a tier 2 turret, and didn't have to trade anything back for it.
And now it feels like it's falling apart. Just dying one after the other. Vertex is just losing. Well, they haven't lost their base yet, but they lose most of the structures outside of it. They've lost most of the objectives other than the dragon that they managed to sneak. And if they don't win the next dragon fight in 3 minutes, the game is looking quite bad. This is the point where the fact they don't have any engage tools outside of the rail is starting to bite them.
Oh my goodness. Zephyr is just disgusting with this Aurora. The amount of damage that is leaving this champion's fingertips. The Karthus dies, drops the ult just to maybe get... First Strike couldn't even get popped, right? Because I think Zephyr did the damage first, so just a little bit of pressure on the map, I guess.
I think it's to try and force resets. There's no recovery other than the redemption on the Lulu, so they will be chunked this far down for quite some time. But Vertex, I don't know if they can even then take a fight.
Yeah, I mean, Josh King has so much MR. This is Xin is very tanky, and it doesn't really matter if your backline is squishy if you have a Xin Zhao causing havoc in the front line. So Nuclear Vikings don't seem really deterred. They're pushing in their lane still, applying some pressure towards this tier 2 top side, applying pressure in the mid lane. And I feel like it's just waiting till they get a pick like this, or if they get an objective. Zephyr, so much damage. Faulty on the run. And Nuclear Vikings fishing for one, might be able to get the kill here onto the Heimerdinger. And an ult comes out from the Urgot. I don't think he can reel in Shush just yet. A lot of low health bars, blinking health bars, in fact, for the Nuclear Vikings. But they should be able to get out alive.
In the mid lane, though.
I mean, yeah, it just looks so good for Nuclear Vikings everywhere I look.
Now they get to annihilate the turret with Lulu-powered Tristana. I don't think they can even get a catch here just because, well,
Yeah.
you call in the speed, you call in the rocket jump, you just cannot catch these two. And Vertex, they need a miracle. They really do need to find some sort of a pick or catch some sort of a mistake from Nuclear Vikings, but they seem fairly consistent. They've clearly practiced this end game that they faltered at so many times during the regular season.
I mean, if there's one thing that I would say Vertex didn't draft, it would be pick. I'm sorry. like, they have Kakashi engaged. That's like literally the breadth of it. And maybe a Flash Urgot flip, but that's literally only going to apply to one member of Nuclear Vikings, and quite a few of them have dashes anyways. So when I'm looking at their win condition, right, you said it's just randomly finding a pick and somehow winning the game off of it, or like at least accelerating that into a game win. I don't see where they're going to be able to find that pick.
Maybe Sharpie can finally show me that this matchup is actually bad for Gnar. Like, I swear that this is a horrible matchup. Shush has just played it really damn well. Like, has completely
Urgot
negated.
isn't struggling either, right? Like, when we're looking at the CS, they're pretty even. The Urgot hasn't died this game, so you might be right in that fact. But yeah, like you said, Shush just absolutely piloting this Gnar.
The thing is, if Urgot cannot fight, you've already kind of destroyed him. This is a champion that loves to fight. He wants to be in there constantly, providing that Black Cleaver value to the rest of the team, getting those ultimates, and he's just not been able to do it.
And with a nearly 10,000 gold lead for the Nuclear Vikings, they look to start up this dragon, and we'll see if Vertex can fight them off. They don't want to give it over for free. Kakashi lying in wait, trying to find something. Urgot and Gnar still towards that top side, so it's a 4v4 for now. Ezreal fishing. But it doesn't look like the Vertex poke is really popping off as much as they'd like it to. Nuclear Vikings really just waiting, chilling, relaxing until Vertex decide to look for that fight. Kakashi getting chunked out. The Karthus comes in early. You can see a TP coming out from the Gnar and the Urgot. Neither of them getting a flank, just joining their teams straight up 5v5. Faulty still over the wall, not able to apply reliable damage. Aurora going in to buy some space. Harry Carey gets the smite, and it's going to be an all-out 5v5. Shush is not gonna be in the grave this time. Sharpie doing so. Not enough. Harry Carey taken down, and it just looks like Nuclear Vikings slapped him with the wallet.
They did get the soul, so that's something for Vertex. Can they hold on so they get to use it is the question, because Nuclear Vikings are marching down the mid lane. They might even rotate over the Baron to leave the Gnar to fend off the rest of the team and try to just bait out as many cooldowns as they can. Yep, that's exactly what's going to happen. They're now all on the bot side of the map, giving a free Baron once again to Nuclear Vikings. Now, you've got the soul. You have the Elder in 5 minutes. Can you hold on against the Baron-empowered Tristana Lulu?
Yeah, it's a tall order, I'll be honest. That's also Baron on, I believe, all 5 members of Nuclear Vikings, so they can apply pressure in so many lanes at once.
Also, 18 stacks on the Aurora. He has a Magi in his inventory.
Goodness. Yeah, I don't know. That fight made it go from bad to worse. It was a 10k gold lead, now it's a 12k gold lead. I feel like a Mountain Soul doesn't really have the equivalent value of 12,000 gold.
I mean, if you had a Malphite, maybe. If you had an Ornn, maybe. But no, not with an Urgot. I guess the Rel is getting some nice extra resistance, but the Karthus and Heimerdinger aren't even building resistance boots. They're getting... Well, Zonia is giving some value to Harikari. Oh my god! Sharpie's HP is gone.
Yeah. Yep, that's some disgusting stuff. Tier 2 turret falls in the top lane, and you can see Nuclear Vikings are just going to start to bear down on the enemy base, start to knock on a few of these doors, and knock a few of these turrets down, I have to assume. That inhibitor turret just absolutely melted. It's only a matter of time, I feel like, at this point. Vertex either have to pull the trigger or lose the game.
They have Kakashi's flash. They can try to look for engage in case the carries group up on this last shove towards the base.
Oh. I mean, they can collapse while Gnar's not here. Vertex, this might be a chance, but they don't collapse. They don't find that moment, and that's going to be third inhibitor under threat now. And Nuclear Vikings just trying to close this one out cleanly.
it's gonna be a one last Hail Mary. That's what it's gonna come down to. They need Gnar to build a mega here, just in preparation from it. Both teams should know it is coming. It's just a question of when.
Yeah, I mean, sadly, it's not the time for Hail Marys. The Super Bowl was yesterday, not today. So we'll have to see whether Vertex are able to make a miracle happen. Looks like they are able to clear this wave for now, and Nuclear Vikings, again, kind of showing that they do struggle to close out these games.
There's the mega pop. So the timing window has been wasted a little bit. But
Reset and TP coming up from Zephyr.
it's just so tense. Both teams know that the trigger has to be pulled soon.
This Karthus is not doing like a typical solo queue Karthus damage. I'm sorry, like that ult did minuscule amounts, and it really doesn't look like Nuclear Vikings are that scared to fight Vertex. They're just waiting for a perfect time to take down this turret. I'm surprised they haven't just gone for the Nexus.
I mean, I guess they just don't want to choke it. The game is basically won. They just need to execute this to the end.
I mean, 1 in 5 Nuclear Vikings in the standings. Vertex is 2 in 4. If Nuclear Vikings do win, it brings them tied with Vertex. It's definitely an important one. It gets them into the safety of the mid-tables, and they're able to actually fight to stay
Nexus
in
towers.
This season. That's going to be one Nexus tower taken down. That's going to be the bottom inhibitor turret really, really low.
They just can't break through the wave clear.
That's Baron
There's too
gone.
much of it. Yeah, the Baron is gone. Vertex may have defended this successfully. Just need to hold out for a couple more moments so they get the resets off. They are gonna get so much money from the 2 broken down inhibitors, and Elder's up in a minute and a half.
Oof. Is it enough money? That's the question. It's still a 14,000 gold lead for Nuclear Vikings. They are going to back off. If they get resets in before this Elder Dragon, I feel like it looks pretty good for them. If they don't, if they stay on the map a little too long, it could get bad. You can see some resets coming in, though. They will have items to come back with. Unending Despair completed here for Josh Kang.
The elixirs are coming in. They know that this is starting to be the point
Yeah.
of no return. This Elder might decide if the game keeps on going for another 10 minutes or so.
I mean, I might cry if it doesn't. I'll be honest. Like, the amount of times that, like, I've very rarely seen an Elder Dragon fight not end the game. And if it doesn't, then Vertex are doing some mystical stuff here in this game.
Again, the problem of piloting and not having the teleport is coming in. They need someone to be clearing this top wave so they don't lose to a possible teleport in from Shush or Zephyr. The other problem is they can't really leave Urgot there because they need the front line for the rest of the team.
Very tense here. Vertex trying to find a way in, trying to find a moment. A slight misstep. It's not going to be here. Shush loses Mega, so it might be at least a small timer for Vertex to try and find this entrance. Urgot, you can see, just trying to lean towards the area, see if he doesn't have to burn that TP, but Sharpie will have to go back towards that top side and eventually burn this TP to join the fight.
Well, watch Zephyr here. He's trying to path towards the bottom side of this dragon pit, so he has a flank angle.
We'll see if it comes in. Urgot looking for the flank. TP, 7,000 HP on the Elder Dragon. Josh Kang goes over the wall. Kakachi trying to get in. Urgot not buying enough time. Sharpie just taken down. 2,000 HP on the Dragon. The Elder is secured by Josh Kang. And Nuclear Vikings rip through Vertex. They rip their way to 2 and 5 in the standings. And you have to assume that this is going to be the end for Vertex. They will not win this game. Nuclear Vikings will close it out. And they will tie themselves with Team Vertex here in the UKEL season.
It was a long-fought battle. It was a big advantage. Nuclear Vikings finally do it. They managed to close out the game. And again, Aurora, I don't think Nuclear Vikings are going to get it again.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to get the Aurora again. I also don't think Vertex is going to cook in that exact way. Again, I feel like maybe a few different ingredients next time. Didn't seem to work this time. It was good to see, you know. That's something that I have always said when I watch Vertex draft. I mean, it is a breath of fresh air no matter what. But yeah, sadly, the draft didn't work out for them this time, did it, Carvis?
It happens. Well, the biggest thing I think for Team Vertex is that they like to have fun in their own way. Even if it's competitive League of Legends, the most important thing is to have good team spirit, and what better way to do it is to play whatever you love. But it doesn't result in a win always.
I mean, and it has, right? That's the key thing here when we're talking about those standings. These two teams are now exactly tied, 2 and 5, and they're not quite out of the season so far. There are a few teams below them in the standings, and they're going to have to make sure that these next 2 games that they play, the last 2 games of the regular season, really, really count if they want to be able to make it towards those playoffs.
Yeah. And I think both of these teams have shown the potential to actually come out ahead against the better teams as well. I'm not 100% sure what teams they're playing against, but I'm still looking forward to whenever these 2 teams play.
Yeah, I'll make sure I keep my eye out as well. So thank you guys for joining us here in the UKEL for the first 2 games of the day, and potentially the third if you were watching our other stream over there. But that's going to be it from us for now. We're going to go to a short break, and then we'll be back with the third series here on this stream. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Four Nations 2025 Winter Split, second after the day. My name is Trajan. I'll be your host for the last 2 games. I'm joined by Rory B and Frisky on the analyst desk here. Welcome, folks. It's time to get into it. We've got some... With the 2 matches, I hesitate to say that, oh, they're game-breaking, they're world-defining, but there are some important lays of the land that we can lock in here in these last 2, right? We are almost approaching playoffs. We've got 3 more game days. This is the 3rd last game day, and with these games, we can get a little bit of definition coming in here. So, while we're waiting for game number 4 to come up, game number 3 to come up, which, as far as I'm aware, is Venom Crest versus 200 Bandits, just to be clear. Both Venom Crest and Brodom Friends can lock the upper bracket of playoffs with a win right here today. The rest of the entire thing is up for grabs. 3rd from 10th, there's 3 wins separating 3rd from 10th right now. Everything is still in the competition, so there's all to play for the rest of these teams, and upsets could be very impactful. Rory, 200 Bandits have been... They look like our decided 3rd right now, especially with Belfast Storm kind of tripping and stepping on a rake earlier today. So, do you think that they should be considered a top 3, or are we still looking at a top 2 realistically?
Honestly, I think 200 Bandits are quite solidly top 3. I mean, we even saw them take Brodom Friends so close to a W just last week, and sure, they couldn't execute on that fully, but... 11k gold lead is hard to pass down, so I think they're solidly in 3rd place just because they can contest the upper echelon.
Yeah, absolutely. They have been doing a lot of contesting. They certainly have. And Frisky, you were dropped a tidbit on us just before we went live that you've actually had some coaching time with one of the players on 200 Bandits. There's a little bit of extra context there for this team. So what is your take, I guess, on how they have been performing? Because they have had some unfortunate losses, but they are still looking, a cut above the rest of the competition, it seems.
I mean, yes, I used to coach Elendil, the ADC of 200 Bandits. We didn't coach much. It was a couple years ago, but I remember him being quite the good player, and I always kind of wish I worked with him a little bit more. But I moved to Prime League instead of staying in UKEL.
So what you're
but
saying
200
is,
Bandits, yes.
If he does
Go
badly,
ahead.
your flame is personal.
Absolutely correct, yes.
Yeah,
and I've already said before that I wanted, I forgot which game it was, but it was a game where he kind of underperformed. He was meant to be the carry, wasn't great, and I wanted a little bit more from him. And I'd actually still kind of second that opinion. 200 Bandits did really well in that Venom Crest game. They started really well, but I think just a lot of their shot calling, team fighting, they didn't know who necessarily to go for in the kind of closer game moments. They needed to, get a couple picks, then kind of get the turrets. They weren't really looking super good at that. And a couple times, Elendil on Kaisa just kind of shot the gun, used the ultimate, and kind of got in the backline, tried to be the crazier carry than he should have been, and unfortunately, it just didn't work out for him. 200 Bandits absolutely still is looking really good, but it's all about how you close at the end of the day, and if they can't do that, then it's going to be harder to get top 4.
Yeah, absolutely. It does play into the main kind of narrative that we've seen developing with this team over the last couple of weeks is they have developed an unfortunate habit of botching these late game leads. Their early and mid game is very, very solid. They've got great draft variety. They've got multiple carry options there. But when it comes down to it, they just seem to trip at that last hurdle. They seem to lose control of it. They were 7k up at 18 minutes versus Belfast Storm. Lost that game. They were 10k up at 35 minutes versus Broad. Their Nexus exploded at 36 minutes. It was an unreal flop at that stage. So what I want to ask you guys while we're waiting for the draft to come around the corner is, do you guys have any advice for teams, for players at this level, and generally speaking, how does one avoid throwing games like this? Because when you've got a 10k lead, this is the point where in your solo queue games you go, well, I guess this is a W, this is no longer a question. How does this happen, Rory, and how can we maybe avoid this?
So I think a key thing is not assuming it's a W, even if you're so far ahead. Because the one way 200 Bandits lose their matches, at least this split, is they do not appreciate the enemy's comeback mechanic. Of, say, for example, against Brodom Friends had 3 dragons, they were on sole point, and 200 Bandits just do a fight that ends up failing, like 40 seconds before dragon spawns. It's like, why are you even bothering? You have a full jungle control. This is the only way you can lose, and they just didn't respect that, and guess what? They ended up losing.
Yeah, they found the one way. They found the one future where that game does not end in a W for 200 Bandits. And yeah, but potentially just not, I guess, not following the normal playbook and just dropping the plan by the wayside when they think they didn't need it anymore, perhaps in that game. But we'll get the Venom Crest roster up here while we continue this discussion, because this is a team that has been very consistent with the leads. They're 6-0. They're yet to drop a game, and honestly, they're yet to look like they could even drop a game so far. Frisky, even with this new jungler coming in Phase partway through, they did not seem to miss a beat at all. So this is a team that has no problem dropping in those games. Why do you think it is, I suppose, that the Venom Crest is able to lock this one down? What do you think is cutting them apart from teams like 200 Bandits? Are they doing anything particularly special to actually mean that these games go so well?
I mean, I guess I wouldn't say anything particularly special. I mean, maybe in the UKEL, it's something that they're doing more than most teams are. Even Broad and Friends, who is 6-0, doesn't really do this the same, which is they're just very effective at pushing their mid-game leads. They always know who carry is going to be. Most of the time, it's been Sniller, the AD carry, and he's looked fantastic. I mean, his Jinx play, they just get him fed, and he's just able to run away with the game. But it's all about every time you get something on the map, you just try to get a little bit more. They do not slow down on their momentum. They make sure their turrets are always gotten, their jungle control is always in the right place, and then they just are able to rapidly speed up these games. They do not miss a beat at all. What you said before is something that a lot of teams do, especially people who haven't been coached as much, a lot of newer players. They do a solo queue mindset. Oh, the game's over. The other team's just going to give up. We can just kind of free for all, though. But no, even if you're 90% of the way there, you still got to work to get that last 10% done. Sometimes that's even harder. You got to stick with the game plan, and Venom Crest makes sure that they put enough momentum into the game that plan will never not fail.
Yeah, and with so many new elements in the game as we do head into the draft, the Atacon now adding on top of, you can snowball these mid games into, we get the Dragons early on, we get the Herald into mid tower crack, into 20-minute Atacon, into 25-minute Baron. Like, when you get your timers dead on, you can just roll them one after the other and keep that mid-game rolling without having that little mid-game sort of, I don't know what to do now. You know, we're ahead, but I can't really push a wave, I don't have a Baron.
Might as well sit on the side lane and waste time.
Exactly, right? And that's how you get picked, and that's how you start losing gold, and etc. So there's plenty to keep the gamers occupied right now in 2025. As we're into the draft, we are starting to see some specialist bans already. The Kindred has come out before from multiple of these, but actually both of these jungles, I believe, have dropped a Kindred in this current season. So I'd like to see that one coming back through. It is the Jinx that you mentioned as being a consistent win condition for Venom Crest AD carry for Rhythm down there, and then the Aurora's just Aurora in it, so got to get rid of that one.
We're seeing a Skarner ban. We're seeing a Mel ban maybe as well.
I think have Mel enabled, don't we?
Mel is enabled.
It's time.
I believe it's her
Mel's
first day
enabled.
being enabled. She's not the strongest, but she counters some champions incredibly hard. So it's almost like you have to draft against a Mel. So if she drops in late into the comp, it's like, oh dear, what do we do now?
It does feel like a champion that, even though it's maybe not statistically super strong, there's so much matchup knowledge that needs to be built up in that champ that it's going to confuse people. Frisky, I don't know if you feel similarly about Mel, or if you feel like it's over or underrated at this point.
I mean, from most of my Mel discussion has been with my team, who would actually put, from your opinions, it actually seems like Mel is a little bit underrated here. I think she's very strong right now, especially when you don't know the matchups with her. And she is looking to be banned, especially if you don't know the matchups with her. She's just a really good pick to have. Her team fight potential is amazing. Her W can really mess up team comps, especially if you have a jungler, maybe even something like Varus that has pick potential on one move. The Mel W is obviously going to just reflect all of that. Something like Galio has been really commonly picked into her, something that can just kind of, not something that she can reflect right away. The taunt can obviously get her really close when she's a lot worse. So we could have seen that if Venom Crest had kind of prepared for that, but I think it was safer just to ban it, and then we just see the automatic Varus lock in, which isn't a surprise.
Yeah, you do so often sometimes end up with these front-to-back comps where your main engage is like Sejuani ult, and then Mel can just be like, I'm just going to hover over my W key and wait for you to even try it, because now you're just going to look foolish. So
I think the funniest matchup I've seen is Sylas into Mel, where Mel's like, it's fine, I can reflect your chains, and then Mel just gets into melee range with the abduct. It's like, oh, it's like, unlucky lass.
Like
Sorry about
the reverse Nautilus hook. You're like, oh, this hasn't helped me at all. This isn't what I wanted. Okay, so we did have the Varus first pick locked in there. Still a very high priority AD carry. And that is going up into the Victor. Still quite an early pick for Victor. We have seen the prio just steadily kind of decreasing for Victor after the nerfs have rolled in. Wukong, of course, still in a very, very strong spot. There's a good mid-jungle team fight duo coming on there for Venom Crest. And yeah, this has been a team that, as you said, Frisky, they've been pushing their mid leads very well. They're I think, can easily rely on a very high quality of player and laning standards to just kind of consistently get leads, and then it's just about not throwing them away. Whereas 200 Bandits do the same thing, more or less, but it's a bit scrappier, it's a bit messier, though they do tend to come out ahead out of those lanes regardless, with the Yone being locked in right here. So, I mean, mid or top still viable, but...
It calls for a Sejuani. I would quite like to see an Ivern here.
To be honest, with all the stuff that Lunkenfer plays, he just seems like a guy who can play a little bit of everything, and especially the stuff that is a little bit off the wall, either not seeing too much presence right now, still absolutely viable and strong. We have seen it in tier 1s a couple times, but the Maokai being the choice instead. So again, still technically flexible right now across multiple lanes, but it's very, very powerful. It has just become just, you don't know what you need, Maokai can, I'm sure Maokai will do something for you. You can't go wrong with this one.
I mean, a lot of this, I think, right now is just try to get on the AD carry as much as possible. For Venom Crest is going to want to protect the AD carry as well as possible. They've got a Victor and a Wukong who are really good frontline presence. The Ornn kind of seems like it's wanting to build into that a little bit more. Maokai at least lets you get in on the sides from the front to back. Same with Yone. Yone can obviously get very far into a team comp. Maokai's vines can, stun people from all different angles if you use it correctly. It's just, they've seen that Venom Crest has had so much priority on getting Sniller as fed as possible. They want to make sure that not only in the early game, but in the team fights, that he has no chance to do anything. And you have all these stuns, and I think they're just going to kind of build from there.
We're not banning supports here, right? When we can just pinch the AD carry pool. I feel like...
I mean, maybe they feel like they can't. Maybe they're just building into something, and maybe they're even baiting. They're saying, hey, pick one of your AD carries. We'll show you what we can do against it.
But Corki is so good.
I was going to say, we still have a Corki, we still have
Corki's
Ashe,
so
we still have some very high prior AD carries left. They already got rid of the Jinx, and Rhythm has traditionally been more of a hyper carry player, I think, in the season, if my memory serves. But with a Victor and an Ornn, I'm kind of looking for Venom Crest to have a strong lane to play through right now, because Victor into Yone, you're going to clear the waves and probably be fine, but Ornn is quite easily countable. 200 Bandits have plenty of room, I think, to find a good matchup in the lane at least there. Yeah. So, despite the bans that Venom Crest are throwing up into that top side against Loopy. So, I'm looking for something that can be powerful in the early stage for Venom Crest. And like I said, the Ashe is still open. That's normally what I would expect if someone's trying to win bot lane right now in this patch.
Yeah, I mean, or you could go for something like a Kalista Nico.
Oh, true.
And just, really go for it. But then your team comp is kind of a little off. I wouldn't mind it, personally. From Venom Crest, if they play it though, because it is quite a technical bot lane as far as pairings go. I'm really wondering. Ooh, in the green room, I believe Recollect was chatting up Sivir while picking up Sivir even.
Or what are we doing here? Is Sivir still like a weak lane?
All right.
Like a...
Sure. Sivir's alright. It's a very even lane into Varus because you can basically stand in front of your support and absorb the Varus ult if needs be.
Oh, did we flip the Venom Crest on the side the whole time?
I was confused.
Okay.
So yeah.
Well, here we go.
Right.
Okay.
This does make a little more sense. Loopy has been a
lot
lot more
sense
of an Ornn player, I have to say. And Rhythm going into a Varus, I think, is a lot more. This is the guy who's gonna carry the team fights for us later on. The comps are the same. We still have the same questions about, especially now 200 Bandits composition, but I think the picks do align a little bit more with what we've seen of these players as the Olaf drops into the top lane. So as long as he doesn't die in the first 3 levels, that's going to be pretty tough for the Ornn as it goes on.
So, disagreeing with you guys, I actually really like the Sivir here. I think Ashe and even Corki a little bit.
I didn't think it was bad.
Has a little bit less mobility. They see Venom Crest. His comp is going to really want to go on to the AD carry 200 Bandits. It's weird now because we're flipping everybody around. I got to kind of readjust that way. But Sivir obviously is going to speed up the rest of this comp, get this Wukong, get this Ornn in front of people more. And now the Karma is probably going to even do that even more and just kind of amplifies the 200 Bandits comp even more, and I really like that. They're still going to have to fight from the sides, though. Now you got a Renata, which, along with Maokai and Varus, pretty much means that any tunneled fight, any fight in the small areas is going to be won by Venom Crest. One hostile takeover can really do it, and then you're just going to have that Olaf that's just going to sprint to that backline as well as possible. But I think if 200 Bandits can get a catch, move from there, and then just kind of take over a team fight in the lanes, they can really work with this comp here because they got a lot of speed.
Yeah, it is a comp that I think demands that 200 Bandits lanes go at least fine to try and give themselves time to get there. With where this comp can get is absolutely terrifying. That can be a really, really strong team fight, absolutely agree. Against Venom Crest, I don't know if they're giving them. I worry they've not given themselves enough tools to make it out of this game well, unless they have a very strong plan, or there's a lot of work that Lemke for doing this Wukong. Does have a strong jungler, at least at that level 6 point, can be very impactful, once he hits that breakpoint. So maybe, but I don't know, it feels like an uphill battle for 200 Bandits. Rory, do you feel like Venom Crest are chilling here, or do you think they need to be scared?
So, now that everything's swapped over, let's just state 200 Bandits, top lane, Ornn, classically a scaling champ. Yeah, has early damage, but classically a scaling champ. Victor, a mid-game scaling champ. Sivir, a late-game scaling champ. Where are you playing for early? It's going to be really hard to actually assign your jungler to be able to do anything. At first grubs, you're never going to be able to contest those, let's be honest.
Counter dives, I guess? Maybe?
Oh boy, I
Or
love relying on the counter dive.
All in on
No.
the counter dives.
So I think Venom Crest, with the pace they usually play at, have the possibility of just rolling 200 Bandits while 200 Bandits are waiting for their egg timer to be up.
Yeah, that's how you avoid the throw, is you just start from behind. Then you can't throw. Ingenious by
Very
200
nice.
Bandits. But let's see if this late game gambit pays off, or if Venom Crest will just steamroll to their 7th win. We will have to find out in just a few minutes. We're going to go to a quick break for now, and we'll be back with 200 Bandits versus Venom Crest.
Hello everybody, welcome back from that short break as we are moments away from getting onto the Rift for our 4th game of the evening. 3rd on this stream, but yet no, there was that Paragon Rise game earlier. I am Brackish Brit. I am joined, like it's 2020, by my boy Recollect. We've been casting together for like 4.5 years, my guy, and it's so nice to have you with me on Four Nations. As the desk so wonderfully set up, of course, we've got Venom Crest 6-0, looking pretty damn dominant that's not to say that 200 Bandits couldn't give them a good run for their money, especially if the game gets later and Venom Crest can't get a big lead.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And if you're going to try and find your way into these more unique scenarios in terms of wanting to win if you're obviously the weaker team, I think having stranging drafting scenarios is a great way to start. A lot of the time, the guys that are the best teams, typically they're very good at playing the more standardized metas because they've played it enough times, they've gotten the muscle memory, and then they just out-mechanic you. So when you have these drafts that are a little bit more out there, a little bit more wacky on both sides, it creates that little bit of chaos and those elements that can cause for upsets. So I'm looking forward to it, honestly. We'll see if we do get enough special moments, shall we say, to create an upset.
Do you have a favored spice there? You know, is there that just that little sprinkle of paprika that really makes you like one of these drafts even more?
So is the paprika? It's interesting. You have a hard movement speed comp on the side of 200 Venom Crest because they're flipped over. We got it on Venom Crest because they do have that just go where you essentially just can't mantra E. You drop the Sivir ulti and you just go. So you can pick any fight with that.
That is 200 Bandits on the red side. That is post correction. So
that is post correction. Amazing.
With the mantra E, with the on the hunt on the Sivir. You are absolutely right. As we do find ourselves onto the rift. Yeah, there are plenty of angles, right, where 200 Bandits can just run down Venom Crest if they extend too far.
Yep, absolutely. But there is also something to note in terms of our timers, which is I don't necessarily think Ornn is going to be able to handle either of these solo laners as we go later and later. I think Olaf and Yone become kind of problematic in side lanes. So I don't want to say that Venom Crest can't compete in the late game. That's not entirely true, in my opinion. But it does mean that it's very hard for them to deal with the potential of things like a Wukong flank or things like these Ornn engages, unless you're able to get obviously good Renata ulti angles. So the way the fights develop in those later stages is going to be very unique and fun to watch, I think. But there is going to be some problem navigating those early stages, potentially some rough, rocky moments.
So I want to point out that lovely little ward placed down by Venom Crest, but actually if we could pan right a little bit. In that brush on the right-hand side of the rift, we can see that Venom Crest now get to know which laners are going into bot lane. And it seems like 200 Bandits are aiming for the normal, the honourable, we'll say, 2v2 in the bot lane. No lane swap shenanigans this time around.
Yeah, it's important to note because lane swaps could be very problematic, honestly, for both of the solo laners. But to me, I feel like the Ornn is kind of okay in lane swap scenario. He obviously loves to have the XP in order to get his ornaments online earlier, but with the trading happening in bot lane, we don't really need to think about ornaments too much.
A little bit careful. Yeah, health bar's dropping relatively low. Elendil has taken a chunk. And sure, Kenny's healthy, but he's not the one who's going to be taking all the focus here. I'm really not sure who's going to get that level 2 first. It does look like Venom Crest believe it to be themselves. The jump forwards. Handshake misses. Elendil forced to burn the flash very early.
Yeah, flash for flash. It's really rare to see Renata players not just burn that ignite in the initial trade. The usual logic is that you're going to blow that ignite to get HP advantage, and you can utilize that to then have push advantage for the first few levels. And by the time you actually
use it, better, right?
Yeah, and also by the time you use it, it's normally coming back up when you actually need it again. So a lot of the time you will see players just burn that ignite in that initial trade. So unique not seeing that, potentially signaling that we might look to make a play using that summoner later on. But with the way that the junglers are pathing, they actually need to be more wary than anything else. As this Wukong moving towards the bot side, both junglers doing that red to blue clear.
Meanwhile, Snilla is really being enforcer for Kenny rather, being enforcer for Elendil. Snilla on the other side. Making sure that this Sivir is still able to farm, obviously after losing a lot of HP on that early trade. Being able to Doran's, though, is going to help out a lot, and well, Mantra Soul Flare's coming through. I'm going to make it a little bit tough, perhaps, to fight it out. Fantastic little handshake there, though, to ensure that the W route does not land.
Oh, what does land, though, is that nice little stun for the Gravity Storm. Nice trade back, though. You know what? It's always important to remember, Brack, when you have a bad early trade, as long as you've got a Karma, you can never give up, and there's a chance you'll come back into it, and they've done so. They've got themselves that push, which is one of the latent strengths of this Sivir Karma lane. They have so much pushing potential, it's very hard to match.
Yeah, Ricochet going through the wave, it is always going to be strong, and the health bars not looking all that good. We see that Lunkavar is towards the bottom side of the rift right now, but not going to opt towards the dive. They're relatively happy with the lane state that they find themselves in. And of course, once they shove in this next wave, as we see that Rhythm and Snilla are in a situation where they can't really contest the wave, which means that once it's cleared, Elendil and Kenny can just get that reset off.
Yeah, absolutely. Realistically, it's not too surprising to see the game be so passive, but it's also feels odd from someone who's played a lot of solo queue to just see a 4.5 minute with no real like early gank, no real major aggression, one trade. However, that might be about to change.
Phrase certainly feeling like it. Elendil needs to try and spell shield something, but there's too many things to spell shield, and first blood given straight across to Rhythm. As I am corrected once again. It is Sanaka who is supporting this time around for Venom Crest, and has been pretty instrumental in getting these early plays going. Kenny will be able to catch the wave, and in fact turns it right around, flashing in. Mantra Soul Flare will avenge his carry's life.
Oh, they didn't kill Kenny. This is Kung Fu Kenny instead. Beautiful kill there from the Karma. We were talking about the passiveness, but now it's all-out aggression. Flashed in from Loopy there. Doesn't have a lot of mana now, though.
Yeah, not quite able. Yeah, Lunkavar's here. There is Ghost and there is Flash for Bust, but do not know if that's going to mean a damn thing. The Flash has to be followed by the Warrior Trickster, but it will be relatively cleanly picked up. And, of course, Ghost on the Olaf means that he is going to lose this entire wave as JB commits the Arcane Storm to taking down that wave as well to punish Air for taking the reset.
Yeah, and it will force the teleport out of the Yone as well. Given the fact that Victor isn't wanting to trade aggressively anyway, I think it's perfectly reasonable to do that. Good spell shield as well from Elendil. That would have been a fat chunk coming through, but that will be denied. Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, the game is in a relatively standard state. There's nothing too wild happening. The advantages are about where you would think they would be. I do think now that given that we are 1 kill away from seeing our first feat be acquired, you have to imagine the aggression's going to come through here. Karma.
Lunkavar straight in, but the handshake lobs him straight into Kenny, and now Elendil taking another big chunk back. They are still going to have massive push advantage, but seeing Lunkavar towards the bottom side of the rift means that Phrase and Air can pick up that first set of grubs uncontested, which is a nice little step up in the right direction towards that feat of strength.
Yeah, absolutely. And the crucial thing as well is that, or I was going to say, is that the Dragon wasn't traded off instead. However, given the fact that that gank has just worked out, you do know you have the numbers advantage on the bot side with the grubs taken. So it is going to get equalized fairly quickly. And with the jungle CS being exactly even, I feel as though this game, it isn't snowballing the way that you would expect the side of Venom Crest to necessarily want it to do so. Having said that, a lot of those champions are heavy 6 spikers.
We need 6s, yeah.
Yeah. So I guess it's not the most surprising thing in the world. But I think it's time for the 4-year anniversary special of Recollects Roundup. Are you ready, Mr. Bracky Boy?
Absolutely.
Hey, so, game state, nothing completely wild. All of our teammate members farming themselves up into nice spots. The key things to note. Victor is down about 10 CS, which is quite harmful, especially given how important that passive is to get online. You need to get that Death Ray evolution as soon as possible, so you can start to be able to contest the push. Otherwise, it's pretty impossible to do.
A lot of people in chat won't appreciate that like I do, but...
yeah, it's been a long time, though. There you go.
It's been...
nostalgia.
It's been too damn long.
Yeah.
But here we are. As you say, the game state is not going away from 200 bandits just yet, but we are, of course, waiting for those 6s to come through across the rift. There's only the one left for Sanaka, so I think Venom Crest, in the very near future, likely to try and start pushing that tempo a little bit more.
Yeah, I think the real thing to be noting is when those grubs spawn, because it's very likely we'll see the Karma roam up towards the top side to try and contest that. A lot of teams are willing to sacrifice this second dragon to deny the possibility of 6 grubs just because of the amount of value you gain from that secondary objective.
Just
in
bullying
isolation.
Lunkavar out of his jungle.
I mean, yeah, to be fair, the jungle belongs to the trees. It does kind of make sense. I feel like the nature rises against you.
Tanaka, well, they're going to try and trade it one back across, but we see Fraser's already making his way down here. A lot of ultimates are available, and Kenny, not level 6 yet, but of course, by dint of being Karma, will have it up all the same. But the movement from Venomcrest means that this red will go unanswered.
Yeah, seems like less ships in the night and more trees in the forest here, as Maokai will secure himself a lovely little Brambleback surprise. So a slight jungle CS advantage now being accrued over. Oh, I know, it's wonderful. Unfortunately, though, it's not really going to amount to too much given the champion. Maokai, obviously someone who he's not going to be unhappy about items, and does obviously very much enjoy picking up that early. I think we'll see Leandri's most likely, but I mean there could be some variability in the build. We will see as we go. But afterwards, it's very much a tanky-based build.
Is it just me, or do you think like you'd need to cook Brambleback for like an entire day for it to actually be properly edible?
I don't know. It really depends. How barky is a Brambleback?
That's a good point.
It doesn't look. It looks like there's a little bit of meat on there, but it doesn't necessarily look like it's a full. It's not exactly a wolf camp, you know. There's no raptors there. I feel like I feel like at that point the Brambleback becomes more of a char grill, you know.
Yeah, no, I can see that. Speaking of charring, though, as you said, working towards that Leandri's 4 phrase, which I mean that is I don't want to say a divergence from the norm, but it is a statement of intention, perhaps, from this Maokai. Not just going to be a full tank. Will be a reasonable damage threat on top of all that utility he's bringing.
Absolutely, and on the subject of utility being brought, the Maokai is charging in. They're going to deny 1 grub, so you're not going to get yourself 6 at the very least. The issue with this, though, is that obviously you're giving 5, which is unfortunate, but more importantly, the timers here on the dragon is not synced up at all, so there's always the possibility now of fighting over at that dragon, and trying to play that one out in such a way to gain the objective-based feat for the side of Venomcrest. I say that's not how that works, because obviously you only get 2, so it's not going to trigger the feat, but what it will do is deny you that sort of cross-map swap situation. The issue then becomes, are we going to see the Wukong try and make a play on the top side? Are we going to see an actual contest? I don't know just yet. We'll have to let time tell.
Certainly, 40 seconds and closing for this next Drake spawning. It is going to be 200 bandits that have the movement out onto the map faster. In fact, it seems that the priority coming through from the side of Venomcrest is instead going to be putting damage down towards that top lane turret. Elendil doing a good job of clutching the wave so far. Kenny is also moving up, but Rhythm, I think, almost offering himself as bait there just to see if 200 bandits wanted to get a little bit funky. It's not going to be the case. I think they smell that something is up.
Yeah,
so,
I mean,
nothing will come of it. And no one's actually really considering the dragon right now, it seems.
No, it's very much a casual affair. Having said that, I think they were just trying to push that wave in and then perform the lane swap. Obviously, by shoving in that wave, you then can create the push back into you so that your top lane can go there and catch the whole thing without losing too much CS. So it's just an efficient way of making sure that your bot lane can path over, and that is what they're going to do. They're going to swap the sides over. We're going to see both of our bot sides play towards the bottom side. I don't actually agree with this. I feel like whichever team is weaker, theoretically, they should probably play for top turret instead, try and get the structure objective, we'll get some plates. The question then becomes which team thinks they're stronger and which team is actually stronger, which is something we're going to be finding out very, very soon, as there is a potential play here in the mid lane, but not just yet. Oh, Olaf roam, by the way.
Pardon?
I think the Olaf roam is super important. Remember, there's no teleport on this Olaf, so it has to come early. Will maybe force the TP from Loopy too.
Full dodge on the Nature's Grasp, though. Venomcrest not able to find anybody right now. And the question is, how much can 200 bandits do about that? JB is trying to move in, but he's mostly just doing poke. Say that, though, the Elendil poke coming through, just a BF sword, really, in terms of damage. But they're able to do enough to push Venomcrest away for the time being. And now, Bust is going to have to take the long road back to top lane as Loopy is pushing in.
Yeah, the real winner of all of this was Loopy. Now, probably could have got a play if they'd not been positioning in the... Yeah. Did end up positioning back in the bush during that to deny, obviously, any potential interrupts, because I don't think they saw Bust. Maybe it wasn't called. I'm not entirely sure. But because of that, had to be careful. They didn't, obviously, TP with an Olaf beating them up. But they do get one play, and obviously the wave denied as well. It's a CS advantage given over, and now... Obviously, the Olaf can't come The global is available for Loopy, so it feels like now Venom Crest the ones that kind of have to give this up. Otherwise, there's a chance.
Fast, gotta be careful though. Handshake coming through straight into the hostile takeover, but it goes between the goalposts. Lunkafan needs to get out. He'll be able to do so with the flash. Air trying to chase also, as Rhythm is the one who is able to find the kill. Arrow across the Monkey King. The defeat of Warfare also secured a second kill there for Rhythm secured. Elendil able to get out. JB able to get out, and nobody able to get the Drake.
Yeah, I suppose not in the end. Loopy maybe not in the position to do that TP. It is a very slow thing. Typically with the changes, you don't seem to see reactive teleports anymore because the play takes so long for it to come over. The players are usually dead by the time they arrive. Instead, we see this absolute execution. The hostile takeover was a little bit shaky, but everything else looked really good. Air was way faster on the rotation than JB, and it does end up with this Wukong being punished for his overzealous nature. Does end up going down. We do catch another one later on. Venom Crest, off of a play that I didn't think was going to be great tempo-wise, they make it work with better mechanics and land themselves that first feat.
Yeah, Warfare secured. At this point, we're at one apiece for the objectives, so I mean, if either team could pick up first tower, that would put them in pretty good set. Of course, if Venom Crest do it, that would just be feats of strength completed, as Kenny is getting caught up. The healing, though, is going to be enough to at least keep him alive. Elendil also able to put a little bit of damage down just as keeping them on notice. That does mean, however, that Venom Crest can now walk in, especially since Rhythm was able to push in the mid lane, and this should be Dragon for them secured. Not completed feats just yet, though.
Don't you think it's... I feel like it's quite interesting that it only takes 2 feats to win the objective, given the fact that if we're using French, it would be defeat. Actually gets caught.
Shut up. JB narrowly surviving on the play, and the shutdown. Lunkafer is able to secure it. Also getting ticked down, burned down as well. Phrase just about able to take that one out. Air now defending the bot lane. He has got the I was going to call it last breath, but that's his brother, as the fate sealed, still being held up. Elendil taking a lot of damage, but still being kept alive. Kenny has, of course, got the Dreammaker there, which the amount of damage that support item can mitigate purely just by shielding is... it's really quite nasty, as Air is still looking to be a bit of a menace across the map. Got to keep an eye out, as they are already pushing on to the Rift Herald. And it looks like 200 Bandits just don't have the speed to get involved, so they are going to find themselves losing the feats of strength. However, Air might be the price that is paid. Fate sealed may well just be his own. He is trying to get away. No flash, though. One more auto, or a couple more. The life stealing is just nasty, but it will eventually lead to his demise. Elendil able to pick that one up, and they're too low. They don't want to risk getting caught out. That said, Shelly's being put down top lane.
Absolutely, and with the feat already secured, they're not only going to make it the 2, they're going to make sure it's a 3 for 0 on the feats, going over to the side of Venom Crest to give themselves first turret 2. Elendil will end up answering this in the bottom side at the very least, so it's a little bit of gold going over to the Sivir. But given the fact that this Varus has got the 3 kills already, it feels like they're kind of gold down in every single role at the moment. Oh.
Okay, I was going to say, you got to be careful. The turret taken a lot of damage, and Venom Crest have no qualms about turning right back around when the next wave rolls in. So it was 1 for 1 initially, but the follow-up play with Shelly there allows Venom Crest to secure a second turret. Now, obviously, that passage of play these last couple of minutes has been very Venom Crest favored, but you look at the numbers, it's not saying that much of a story about it. There's only 600 gold in it, and we've got to remember, 200 Bandits have 5,000 free golden items in the Ornn.
They do. That they very much do. The question is whether they will be able to get there in a fast enough manner for the game to snowball in the way that they would like it to.
What's your read on that, then? Because, you know, we talked about it. If 200 Bandits are able to get to the mid-game relatively unscathed, they should be in a decent spot.
Yeah, so at the moment it looks pretty good. The fact that they did get themselves that first dragon is kind of crucial because of the 5-minute timer it adds to the game. Obviously, if you're wanting to play with the soul win condition, that is. The real thing for me is actually how much Atakan influence.
That's nearly Loopy able to stop that teleport out. I mean, Air was nearly on the receiving end of 4 members of 200 Bandits. Is able to TP top lane to go and catch that wave.
Change.
And big tempo. There's Rhythm going to push in that wave mid lane. Elendil will be here in time to catch a vast majority of it. At least no XP going to waste. And the dance continues. 90 seconds until the next drape up. We are, of course, on the mountain rift. Hoping that's not lying to me. Yeah,
no,
I think
that's mountain. Oh wait,
I see. I'm getting caught out because I see the little. I see the braziers, and I'm immediately thinking infernal, but it could just be Noxus map that's messing with me.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, it's very hard because I feel like I thought it was mountain. We haven't been near red buff, so it's hard to see. But the color scheme feels like it's an infernal. So give it 2 minutes, and then we will tell you.
If we go a tiny bit left from here, Loopy might get himself looped by multiple members. In fact, yeah, it's pretty much the entire party here. Lunkafar is going to show up to try and assist in his top laner's extrication from that situation. He is able to get out just about fine, but another turret will be the price. And Air is pushing in the mid lane as well as the engage gets found. Kenny dropping down. Nature's Grass coming through. Again, though, Chains of Corruption do not land, and it's all into the Warrior Trickster now as Elendil hits the On the Hunt. It should allow a decent extract. As Loopy looking for the angle in as well. Gets knocked over the wall, but the shutdown will still be found. Lunkfar still needs to try and get some more damage down. Warrior Trickster again trying to make space, trying to get that damage down. Flashes away from Bust. The Undertow will not land. It's turned around as Air tries a little bit too hard to go onto Elendil and gets taken down on the mid lane as well. JB chilling in top lane, racking up stacks, racking up minions, and taking down a tower to boot.
We are scaling, my guys. Let's get there. 200 bandits. They make a play kind of work out in their favor. It looks a little bit janky to start off as the Karma gets caught out. But it isn't a real catch. They don't find enough timing. And the amount of space that is bought with things like the On the Hunt, with the Call of the Forge God, the Ram Ranch, does come through, hits onto 2. They're able to slow play it back out. I'm not entirely sure what I saw in mid lane from Air. Seems like things didn't quite go according to plan on that one. But the fact they were able to play a situation which was essentially a 4v5 very slowly and make it kind of work out for them, it's illegal, but you know what? Sometimes we take those.
And it seemed to work out for the most part. I do have to wonder what would have happened, though, because this is the third chain of corruption that has been an unforced error. It has missed when I don't think there's any real need for the trigger to be pulled so brazenly. I felt like you could have waited another half a second for some other piece of CC to land just to guarantee that lockdown.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely something to keep our eye on for the rest of this one. On the subject, Air.
JB's nearby, so Lunkafar feeling pretty confident about this one. There is the Fate Sealed there, but JB will be able to take it out. That empowered auto with the Siphon Power Q. How is this Victor doing right now, actually? I've definitely got at least 2 of his Hex Core upgrades. I've got to be, at this point in the game, pretty close to being fully upgraded.
I wouldn't say fully. I think 3 potentially, but still a little ways to go, I think, on that final. Having said
Forge God gets...
Yeah.
They try to avoid the second part of it. Kenny drops down before Rhythm gets put into the bailout and will get taken down as a result. Loopy surviving with a pixel. The bubble not quite bursting. Bust will be able to take down Lunkafar in trade, so it ends up being a 2-for-2. Venomcrest were, however, able to take down the Drake in the meantime. JB and Enlendil still looking for the angle in. Good undertow. The Olaf will be able to assist on the way out. In fact, Phrase feeling confident, it seems. Gravity Field gets put down to try and make some space. Looks like Atacon wants to get in on the action as well. There is some time, of course, before Lunkafar comes back up. If Venomcrest feel like they can take this one down, remember, this objective does quite a lot of damage, but the healing from several Venomcrest members is considerable. Bust, though, taking a lot of hurt, actually. I don't know if Loopy, without Flash, can't punish it. But they will not be able to take Atacon for now.
I feel like the biggest issue that I've noticed with players in general is that they treat Atacon like it's a dragon, whereas it's way closer to a Baron. You can't solo it as much as you used to be able to. You will just get beaten by this thing. So not finishing it is definitely the correct play on that one. Absolutely notice that JB has the slow aspect, so the 3 upgrades at the very least now for the Victor is definitely online. I don't think we see the Gravity Storm upgrade just yet, so that's still to come. But the way these fights are breaking out, it's awkward, but it does start to feel like it's a little bit playable here for the side of 200 Bandits. They're not fully in there yet, and Venom Crest, they haven't quite found those key flanking aspects with obviously this Fate Sealed from the Yone and Olaf just running amok into the backline. There's definitely still angles of approach for them, but it's getting a little bit harder in the traditional senses.
They're continuing to press forwards, though, 200 Bandits. Of course, it's 2 minutes until the Dragon comes up. Baron will join the Rift in a minute as well, but of course, it is all eyes on Atakan for the time being. Both teams don't want to let the other team have an opportunity to take it blind. Of course, Frey's in a great position to do that with Saplings for Days.
Yeah, for sure. The one thing I will say that's a little bit strange to me is that I feel like this Victor's build is not going to deal that much damage. It's very defensive / burst based in nature.
Never mind.
This Wukong does plenty.
Lunkafart still on the chase, and the extra movement speed from the Cyclone means that Air once again will be found out towards the top side. Venom Crest, using that knowledge though, will start off the Atakan. Will 200 Bandits feel the need to contest? They are moving members across. TP from JB, on the hunt from Elendil as they're trying to move in. It's going to be too late though. The Voracious Atakan has already been secured.
Oh my.
There is the blend. There is all of the withdrawals, however. They get the Atakan, sure, but they lose the revives on so many members. And remember, this is heavily nerfed on 15-1-3. It's 15 seconds before they revive onto the Rift. 200 Bandits, they're going to take this opportunity just to get a full reset off, ready for, in a minute's time, this next Drake coming up, or for a potential Baron play.
And the thing is, the unspoken sort of love that comes through afterwards is that all of them died partially to the Victor. So it is going to be 200 gold to each of those, but it's also going to be the ult stacks coming into effect as well. So
does it count as a full-blown takedown?
I want to say it does. I'd have to double check it. Maybe I am completely delusional. If so, I'm very sorry. Either way, you've got
at this
yourself,
point, though, I'm pretty sure JB is probably, if not fully upgraded, he's very, very close.
Oh, we are approaching, if not. Let's have a look. It does look like there is no stacks in the passive there, so I want to say he's fully stacked.
Nearly level 16 as well. Like, rank 3 Arcane Storm does not mess about. And of course, with that upgrade, any takedown during it adds 5 seconds to the duration and increases the radius, which this Venom Crest comp wants to play pretty close together for most part.
Oh, absolutely. And again, look at the Dragon time. The Dragon is up now. It's still not Soul Dragon. It's Soul Point at best if you take it with the side of Venom Crest. So they've still got another 5 minutes to contest, and that means the level 15 on, the ornaments are coming through and into effect. That gold advantage that we sort of hypothetically were talking about, the game is dead even without the ornament like gold.
Yeah,
so
then you add the upgraded Sundered Sky, the upgraded Lord Dominic's. You're looking pretty scary. Looks like Venom Crest, they feel the need to do something right now. They're starting up the Baron just to draw some attention.
Yeah, pressure is all they can feel. I think they're trying to use the little Atakans they have left, because remember, I think 2 people survived with it. So they didn't all lose
Sanaka and... Who else would have it? Was Air not left for play?
I want to say the Varus survived with it, but I'm not 100% certain. I would have to look at that one back. But either way, the Atakan timer is also not the
Sanaka and Air.
It is Air. You're right. It is Air.
The Yone, that's pretty big, but it's just timed out now. Literally just now.
Though. Yeah, so they do get themselves the turret for it, so another 700 gold into his pocket, but at the same time, this Yone build is not built for like crazy damage. There's a little bit of utility in there. Obviously, Bork is still nightmarish to get through with a champion with the attack speed and lifesteal, obviously, that Yone can provide. The question for me is how much side lane time are they going to allow Air to have? Because he's definitely still a problem in a side lane. You can't deny this. The only issue is he has been picked a couple of times in that side lane.
Nearly caught. Has got his flash available, but he's going to go golden. He needs to try and get out of the wall, but he's just going to get CC'd, locked up, and taken down before he can do anything. I question the Zhonya's there. I feel like you just flash.
I think, to be
you
honest,
need to make
I don't
space.
think it matters.
Because
I don't think
Sanaka
it matters
didn't have
either
flash.
way. Yeah, but the thing is, they had the Maokai ulti coming through, right? The Nature's Grasp, I think, catches him either way. It's just a really difficult position to play once you're caught. Now Baron down to 7k. They're trying to find a way to do this, but
running in.
it's going to be a 3v4. Oh.
And straight across, Lunkerfell gets murdered as much by Elendil than anyone else as the hostile takeover will secure the Baron for Venom Crest. Loopy trying to survive, and Air will die more due to the virtue of the inhibitor turret. Call the Forge God does get burnt somewhat unnecessarily then. We now have a moment where Venom Crest, with 2 members still down, can push out their waves, can get big resets.
It was crucial the way that the hostile takeover caught onto Elendil on this Sivir. Not spell shielding that one meant that their lovely little jungler, who's been so faithful and played so well this game, was not allowed to play. Absolutely ripped apart by this Sivir. This is three items in now. Does a ton of damage, and unfortunately that means that damage is dealt to your own team. It is going to hurt the souls as well as the bodies.
I feel like Kenny needs to grab a Mikhail's as well, because yeah, it's all well and good that Elendil has the spell shield, but it can only block one ability, and you need to get your Sivir out of that hostile takeover immediately if it ever lands onto her, because as we just witnessed, that happens again in a full 5v5. Watch not just Lunkerfell get melted, but JB and probably Kenny as well.
It's very tough, though, because even if you do get the Mikhails, you have to make sure that you're sidestepping it as well. Otherwise, you might end up just getting yourself caught, too. And then you're not able to cast it unless you're standing behind, obviously, which can then give you a little bit of time. It's a difficult one to enact. I do agree with you, though. I think that Mikhail's purchase is definitely not bad. You just need to be mindful of the way you position in order to enable it. On subject of enabling, these enabling champions in the Sivir, in the Karma, they need to find themselves these team fights where they can utilize their ability to just burn through people. Maybe they can find picks using that extra. I feel like they haven't used their composition up to its maximum potential just yet. For them to be able to do that, I think they also need to set up the vision control for these objectives first, which can be very difficult when this Baron is up.
To some extent, I don't think Venom Crest is letting them use their comp to its maximum, because this is very much a team fight composition. Get a little bit of poke ahead of the fight, find a big engage, play it front to back, and then run down any survivors after a kill or two has come through. Venom Crest have gone, I bet, Olaf on bot lane, Yone on top lane, other 3 mid lane. If you want to try and group up as 5, you're losing inhibitor turrets.
Oh, and also of losing stuff, I think that was the Chaos Storm just used there by JB.
Yeah, Arcane Storm has been melted through. Phrase is trying to survive, will get taken down. Elendil going on to the rampage. Chain of Corruption was used as that bottom lane inhibitor turret goes down. Air trying to find an angle but doesn't have the ultimate available, so trying to find that engage back through going to be a little bit difficult. Lunkerfell trying to step forwards, but Bust is doing a chunk of damage to him. He's able to survive though, and with the Karma here now, he's got Mantra Ease all day long. Bailout is there available. Elendil's able to find it. Can he turn it around and get the damage in time? He cannot. Elendil picks up another one, and they're continuing the chase. TP is available for JB, but they may well not need it. The movement speed from the Karma is simply too much. Sanaka trying to get out, but will get knocked up, locked up, and that is another one there for Elendil. A shutdown onto the Renata as well. There is a dragon still there, as Air is now trying to step forwards in towards JB, and that is a hell of a lot of damage. The Vector gets absolutely melted. The top lane inhibitor turret is now going to be left open. I don't think Air can stick around long enough to secure the inhibitor, so it will be... Do we call that worth for 200 bandits?
I mean, I'm not upset about it. I'm not happy, but I don't think it's the worst thing. I think both teams are relatively okay with that. A bunch of kills going over to the side of 200 bandits. They also put themselves on soul point, but they do lose that inhib tower. It was not the most glorious of plays there for the side of JB. He does get absolutely shredded by Air.
I mean, 4 item Yone. That's just going to happen to you.
Work. No magic resist, by the way. Actually, no, he has a little. It's a little. I think it's an unfortunate one. But damage is ridiculous on that champion. There is a full item difference, by the way, between this Yone and this Victor.
I mean, it's all of the time that Air has had on side lane. There's a like 60 CS difference between these mid laners. And in
it's
spite
the entirety
of
the gold advantage.
Yeah, literally, that kill that Air just got onto JB was his first of the game.
Yeah.
It's all been on side lane. And you can even see it. He's a level 18 when JB isn't.
Shout out to Babus. Man's adopted the mindset. I respect it, honestly. Has been able to get himself at least into a position where his champion is able to facilitate what the team needs it to. You know, is able to find this split push, is able to find this pressure, and pressure is exactly what he's doing now. Is going to be melting down that bot lane in here.
Tried to jump on JB again, did not find the Fate Seal this time around, and therefore will have to slink away. However, Kenny is moving on in, will be able to get out. Never mind, it's denied by the Arcane Storm. Looking to get as much healing through as possible, but will eventually burn down. You've got to feel JB will be able to claim himself just a little bit of vengeance. The Baron spawning in 35 seconds, TP up and available. If 200 Bandits can get their vision line set up, then it's going to be a tough fight for Venomcrest to take.
Absolutely, absolutely. And also, there's no teleport on that Yone. Very important to note, given the fact that JB does have his, could try and join the fight. Doesn't look like the fight's going to break out just yet, as obviously would prefer to be able to walk their way over there. We haven't really spoken about it as much, but the Dragon spawn time is also kind of important. That's going to be coming around in 2.5 minutes time. The question for me, though, is are they going to look for this Baron straight away, or are they going to try and play it slowly? I think you just pull the trigger.
I mean, Call the Forge God going straight through. Sanaka isn't going to have a moment to drop the bailout. No chance of surviving that time around, no matter what kind of life insurance plan you have. They throw their bodies all towards the Baron here. They're coming. It's got to be miracle or nothing from Fraze, and he is getting bodied out by an entire 5-man squad. Has to flash away as well. 200 Bandits will secure the Baron. They've got 3 minutes of that, which will include, as you mentioned, the next Mountain Drake, which would be Soul for 200 Bandits also. Have we reached that point? Have we reached the point that 200 Bandits have weathered the storm Venomcrest have thrown at them?
There is definitely a possibility that they are getting to that point. Remember that Yone split push is still a factor.
Very, very real.
One fight. It also only takes one fight with Air catching onto the backline with that Fate Seal to just destroy these squishy members.
We say that though, Elendel's got GA now.
Yep, absolutely. I was about to say, Elendel does have that GA available. Is a 4-item Sivir. Look at the items. So this Navori, by the way, disgusting. Keeps that W uptime basically permanent. So you are going to shred through teams if you play front to back. The wave clear is insane too.
Oh, Kenny, thank you. We do have the Mikhails. I just spotted it. Picked up. He knows exactly what his assignment is, and it's keep this Sivir from going rogue.
Wait, is this a base race? This could get really scary.
I mean, Air's pushing it in, but JB, as long as he's able to stay alive, he's got Flash, he's got his Zhonya's up and available, it's kind of just inevitable that 200 Bandits win it, right? There's like no amount of wave clear that is enough to stop Elendil.
Not necessarily. It's a little bit of a roughy toughy. I would have liked to have seen them push one more wave in first to really get that priority in and then go for this dragon. Instead, they're going to go towards the bot wave. Maybe look to take an 8 outer tower.
Might be able to get the tier 2.
Mean.
Yeah, get that standing goal while you still can.
I mean, you can for sure. The issue is, though, is that now your mid wave gets depushed, and that means they can actually try and contest you on the dragon, or you mess up your tempo slightly. So it's a little bit of a difficult one. So it's not terrible, but it does also mean now that you can't exactly answer this freely because your mid wave is not going to be in the right position for it.
Lunkafar looking to step out after stealing some chickens. The dragon is indeed about to spawn. Air is looking to have that fight with JB, but Arcane Storm just used to remove the wave. He doesn't need to commit too hard. That is an ultimate down, of course. Air could potentially look for that kill angle. The 4v4 breaking out. Call the Forge God coming through. Loopy is able to find his mark over and over. Meanwhile, towards the backside, it's actually Kenny that drops first. Lunkafar is trying to get the damage down. Bust trying to find that angle in. It's Elendil that's actually going into the GA as Venomcrest seem to have split them too thinly. Sanaka drops, but it's in trade for pretty much the entirety as Air has killed JB in the base. The last breath may be just that as 200 Bandits. We were so close to calling it a win for them, but they fall apart at the last minute, and Venomcrest, in a situation that looked so unlikely, may keep their lossless record alive.
You remember how we discussed the Mikhails and how the karma positioning has to be perfect to use it? They
Turns
both got
out
hit,
if Kenny
so
dies
neither
first.
of them could. Well, they both got hit, so they just got shredded. You can't cast this while you're hit by the hostile takeover. They get shredded. And the backline, the Olaf runs straight through, just destroys this Sivir. There's no way to play the situation out from there. They just split, and if you divide, you will get conquered.
It hurts, though. 200 Bandits. A third game where you looked in a fantastic spot to clear it out. And just, you lock yourself in a narrow space with a hostile takeover. And the game was taken over in a very hostile fashion. Venom Crest go to 7-0, confirming beyond any doubt that they are in top 4. They are in the upper bracket for playoffs.
Now, I just want to also point out, though, that it's not fair to entirely say, 200 Bandits, they had this one in the bag, it was thrown away. This Yone was still huge. This thing was a problem in these later stages. Air was absolutely
It's a fantastic analogy of look at the champion's scoreline and just throw it out the window. Completely irrelevant. Like, Air got bullied at certain points in that game, and then right at the end, just keep pushing waves. Keep pushing waves. Keep pressuring JB. Oh, he's used his ultimate? Great. Oh, Zonya's is down? Fantastic. You're dead. The game's over.
KDA isn't everything. There are other factors to consider in the game. The amount of pressure that was being provided from that Yone pick was absolutely wild. It's definitely worth a review, should we say, for the VOD section for 200B.
Well, we've got some reviewing about to happen on the desk as well, so we'll throw it across to Trajan and the crew as we break that one down.
Well. At least Venom Crest have had their clincher game. No longer are they the perfect golden child of Four Nations, because that one got real sweaty real fast. Oh my word. They still came out with the win. They are still 7-0, but 200 Bandits dragged it right to the very edge before falling. It's another tragedy for the Bandits, who have had a bit of a suffering last few weeks, I must say. But they are still being very much the main top 3 contenders. Rory, this is a top 3 team declaration, I think stands pretty good at this stage.
Yeah, they definitely fought them.
They will
can
fight.
say the least. And if you take into account Ornn's gold value, like, they were up in gold for most of the game. The issue is they did not know how to answer the Yone at all. And so he just dragged one of the strongest players from 200 Bandits to face him the entire game.
Yeah, Frisky, take us through this replay, because this is when we started to see a little bit of what looked like, disorder from Venom Crest for kind of the first time ever this split.
Well, it's just Venom Crest, they just didn't have that kind of insane lead that they've had for most of their games, so I think there was maybe a little bit more caution in how they were playing from there. They maybe didn't want to go as crazy, so they try to get the catch here, but they don't have enough to get on top of the rest of them. So the Wukong just comes in, is able to use Cyclone, and then Loopy, who was just a rock this entire game. You could not kill this man. He was as fast as a moving train. He had that dead man's plate. He was moving everywhere. Look how fast he just covered ground there. He was the kind of force that kept them alive. Well done. But yeah, Venom Crest, I think we're just having trouble, getting not just one pick, but then turning it into more. 200 Bandits did a really good job at always re-engaging some of these fights, using Call of the Forge God, using Cyclone, getting people knocked up, making sure that Elendil had as much as possible to work with. I've, kind of said before I needed more from Elendil, even though that game was a loss, that was certainly more from Elendil. Did a very good performance, great kiting on the Yone. Certainly the Victor had maybe a little more difficulty on kiting the Yone. We'll talk about that in a second. Yeah, but Elendil did a very good job, and that Sivir was certainly what they needed. It's just unfortunate it didn't pan out.
Yeah, for sure. And this game ended up devolving somewhat, but this was after we'd seen Venom Crest kind of lose control of it. But this is the pivotal moment, Rory B, where the comeback began.
It's rough that you've just gone from praising Elendil to watching him not spell shield or Renata roll, and then if you watch him right here, he does the great kiting move of flash into the other 3 players of the enemy team. Loopy's an Ornn, so he can't really do anything outside of his combo. And in the meantime, Air, out of the ashes, rose up again in this match. And was just able to solo kill JB multiple times under towers, and that's really what sealed 200 Bandits' fate.
Yeah, and both of those replays, there is kind of a subtext, there is a B story going on. With the first one has Air trying to dive Elendil and failing and getting straight outplayed with a massive health lead on the tower, and the second one has Air far off screen, solo killing JB in the base and securing the game win at that point, because then they've got the wave and they've got the opening prepped to win it right there. And You mentioned the melee Sivir that came in that fight. It was not the first time we saw it in that game, but at least by that stage later on, Elendil had gotten so strong. We were watching that game in the green room going, this guy is just going to carry every single fight. Like, he's just, if he's allowed to free fire, he's going to win. And he certainly killed, his own teammate.
Yeah, he did carry. He just carried for the wrong team because he was hijacked.
So I mean, that technically wasn't his fault. I mean, you had that was more of a calling fault. I mean, they did not, I think, respect. They thought they were in the lead. They could still get these picks, but they didn't realize that what we said before, which was in the tight spaces, hostile takeover can take over the entire game. And then Elendil, after kind of being separated from the team fight from hostile takeover, just kind of had to flash in. Yeah. But the Yone, I think, was probably ended up being actually the key for this team, because it went from, he keeps, diving the turrets and inting, which he did do a lot. Air may not be the best Yone in the world, but the calling from Venom Crest, which was just get him in the side lanes and let him be as menacing as possible. Every time they go to kill him, they take something else on the map. It's exactly what you want to do in that situation when your Yone is not like team fight super strong. You just got to use him to push these lanes as well as possible. Yes. And 200 Bandits had no answer to it.
So we have finally now seen that Venom Crest, they do know how to play when someone is behind this critical Yone. They rotate him to the side lane. They manage to get the good use out of it. And unfortunately, we have still seen 200 Bandits come within inches of a win and then get a little sloppy with the later fights, get a little bit fast and loose with it, and instantly lose the game. So an unfortunate trend that continues for the Bandits, but we'll have to see how their season wraps up over the last couple of games. We have our last game of the night to move forward to first, the gents. We've got Broad and Friends versus Eversia. Broad and Friends, our other 6-0 team. Venom Crest have locked themselves top 4 with that win over the 200 Bandits. Broad and Friends have the chance to do the same, and this is against a much worse performing team in Eversio. They are currently 1-5. They're struggling to get some momentum here, but as we did tee up before that last game, there is still plenty of room to actually get into that top 8. You only have to make top 8. It's not too much of an onerous burden here. 1 or 2 wins could be all you need, and Broad and Friends have not been the perfect 6-0 team either. They have been a little rough around the edges. So, Frisky, when it comes to Eversio, we've kind of talked Broad to death a little bit, but for Eversio, they're a much more interesting beast to me, just because from their first game, we saw individual plays that really gave me a lot of hope, but as a team, they don't seem to be able to quite put it together yet.
No, they're just not putting it together super well. I mean, they have some decent performances. I mean, their Venom Crest game, they actually were kind of competing with them early on until Venom Crest finally pulled the trigger down and the game was a wash from there. I think, most of their players have really good skill. It's just it's been kind of just building chemistry with each other, and they haven't really seen it yet. You're going into a team like Broad and Friends that has, kind of shown really good chemistry at times when their individual plays, they often mess up a little bit early. As I have been consistently battling with them on Twitter, their drafts are not that good. They keep showing me pictures. They're saying they're playing Brexit ball. They're showing me pictures of Sean Dyche. I'm saying, okay, Brexit ball is fine, but if you screw it up and a team is able to, take a win from there, then it's going to be tough. So this game, if anything, for Broad and Friends Brexit ball style, and Eversio maybe not being able to be a close enough team to close, we could see like a really kind of sloppy slugfest that goes forever. Or Broad and Friends just take it. Who knows?
Yeah. We'll get the Broad and Friends roster up here, and we seem to be gradually turning the entire talent team against this roster one by one as the weeks go forward. Everyone is becoming a Broad hater. Rory, are you joining this growing movement of hater energy?
I think Broad are solid. Beginning of the season, I was thinking, oh god, are they a Frankenstein's monster of 2 different teams under a new moniker? But no, they're working really well together. I'm really enjoying what they're putting out, to be honest. And I know some casters have some choice words, but I think those words are very misplaced, frankly. And there's a little bit of truth to them. Like, none of the teams here are perfect, but frankly, out of their 6 matches, 5 of them have been pretty decisive, and then the 6th, bloody hell, I mean, if you're winning from 11k gold down, you've got to be doing something right.
That's certainly a positive way
I mean,
to
you
look
did
at
something
it, that's
wrong
for sure.
first to go 11k down, but then you did something right.
They got it down.
You always have to end on a win, don't end on a loss, you know what I mean?
I certainly think they're the second best team. I just, I give them a little bit of back and forth. I just love the banter, and they throw it back at me in my face. So if anything, it's kind of made me turn to a lover of them, weirdly. Just kind of like the ragtag bunch of guys. I don't super love their playing style. Their drafts are at least a little bit more creative, let's use that word, to be a bit nicely. But, overall, they still have much more solid play than every team pretty much except Venom Crest, though. They just need to actually tighten up their early games a little bit more, and then their mid-game kind of chemistry. If they just do the same things they do when they're behind, but ahead, they can be really indomitable. I think we're all looking forward to this Venom Crest Broad and Friends match, which is soon.
Yeah, the last match of the split, I believe, for anyone checking their calendars. So we'll see if they're both clean sheets when we get there. So far, it's looked like it's getting less and less likely by the day, but they are still so far lossless, and Broad and Friends would love to step forward and get that 7th win locked up as well. We're going to head into the draft in just a moment. I think the key that you brought up, Frisky, there, the chemistry between Broad and Friends, that really is the linchpin for this roster. Obviously, the skill level is very high. Sin and Jamsu have been MVP level players. Akers has been around since time began in the top lane, and Tofu and Beartree have also, from that previous Verdant roster, have been very, very strong performers. They have meshed together very well. These players do all know each other, and that does give you that edge when times are tough, when you're looking to make a group decision on how to solve the problem of the 10k deficit. Sometimes you just need that chemistry to all commit the same direction and find that window to punish. So absolutely, Broad and Friends, I think we can trust in that way. And Aversio, we do need to give them the credit for taking very strong teams like Venom Crest to, the distance. But we'll see if they can catch Broad somewhat asleep at the wheel, or if they can just drag the game down into a messy situation that they can try and scrap their way out of. Because players like Iconic, particularly for me, I think have demonstrated a lot of individual prowess that definitely has potential to build on there. So, Rory, for Aversio, like I say, yes. I like Iconic as a player there. Is there anyone on this team that you think is, where do you think the win conditions are here? If we're looking for people to be the X factor, where do you think we're playing to?
It's a little hard because we haven't seen much of Draka recently because they had Starforger in, no longer in the team. That might have to do because your name is the Starforger and you had Ace banned against you every match, which was unfortunate for the player. But I think Iconic's there. The issue I have with this bot lane is Awaken keeps dying and giving away a lot of gold. And I think if Awaken kind of lowers the death pool a little and lowers the unforced deaths, they can be a really nice duo. The issue is Sin and Jamsu are very good bot lane duo.
They're rather good.
Yeah, pretty decent. And I think it's going to be a struggle to beat Broad and Friends' bot lane.
Now, we do have some live updates from production that might affect this one.
Fun.
Broad and Friends they're currently 2 bans down before we get into the draft, so we'll see if they lose any more before we get in there. There is an emergency substitution of Nemly into the mid lane. So Beartree, previous split MVP candidate, I don't know if he actually won it, but he probably should have from the games I saw, has been subbed out for Nico Galio Extraordinaire, support main, Nemly. So there is a potential weakness in the Broad and Friends lineup that has been added, not to sell Nemly down the river too hard, but I probably would take Beartree over Nemly in a fight both on and off the rift. So this might be a place for, as you say, Drakur, who we've not seen too much of. There's an maybe a soft landing for him in the mid lane.
Next time you see Nemly, he's gonna hear this, and he's gonna be the most jacked human being you've ever seen. Because he heard that, and he's like,
the Broad admin's messaging Nemly right now, being like, this guy is chatting about you.
He's headed to the gym
you hear
right
what this
now.
guy's saying? You better hit the gym. Yeah.
Yeah, for the fight with me. No, forget Beartree. He's now gonna prepare for the punch that we're gonna have in Leeds in a few months. Right. Okay. So into the draft we go. The Jace has banned away from Aversio. Broad and Friends will see what they want to open with. Aversio on the blue side generally seem to be the side of choice, as it usually is, but in this meta particularly, I think people are really liking the power picks they can get here. So as we see how the band, I was about to say how the bans continue, of course, Broad and Friends with not many bans to speak of, we are going to see a little bit more power on the table.
That does mean are Broads going to ban Mel, or are they going to ban Skarner? Because if Nemly's playing Nico, look, I've never played the matchup, but I could assume Mel smashes Nico because you can fire back an empowered Tangle Barbs back into Nico.
Yeah, the power of the root through the wave is kind of neutralized at that point, right?
But it still gives them an opportunity because his other one is Galio. Galio, I think, does really good against Mel. I think he doesn't give her as many options. I've seen it in person. My mid laner we picked Galio, did really well into the Mel. Because she can't reflect. I mean, she can reflect the Q, but that's not the worst move. I mean, if you just get on top of her. Well, if you get on, you obviously have taunt, so you get on top of Mel, with the dash in, get the taunt, and then get the Q, you can still do a bit damage. You obviously need a jungler to still help you kill her because Galio doesn't have all the kill threat. But I mean, you talk about a guy who plays Galio. I mean, this could be a perfect situation. I think you still ban Skarner in general because Mel is still a newer champion. Aversio maybe isn't the best team. They can work around that more. Skarner is just a champion we all still struggle with. I think that'll just be a kind of classic ban.
Skarner obviously picking up nerfs on this patch pretty meaningless. Overall, they were kind of
rather meaningless. Yeah,
getting guys, please stop
half
playing
a second
this
less.
guy. Chill. But no, it's I don't think many people were fooled by that.
Should have taken, what was it? What was the Aurelia nerf? Like 5 armor or something?
4 move
5
speed.
move speed? But yeah,
Five
should have
move
taken
speed,
4 move speed off, and then it dropped that champ like a brick. Because the Jinx is the last ban here, taking away a carry option for Sin, and Broad and Friends have opted for the Skarner ban, so the Mel is wide open, and we'll see what Aversio wants to go for. They actually went for the Malzahar ban, still trying to take away Nemly-esque picks. Potentially just worried about the influence Malzahar has.
Maybe they found his OP.GG and he's been jumping a ton of Malzahar. I don't think I've seen Nemly play Malzahar before.
I mean, it sounds like a Nemly pick to me, I'll be honest. So the Maokai's the first choice. We saw the Varus last game. I don't know how often we see the Maokai as the actual number 1. It's normally a first rotation, but as B1 out the gate...
It happens.
Yeah. And there
I see a decent amount in other things. Yeah, so the Varus makes sense to pick up right from here.
Yeah, it's in any point in the draft for Sin to pick up Varus does not surprise me at any stage. I think if it's going to be left open, he's happy to take it. I'd honestly probably ban Varus over Jinx for this guy. I think it's just such a specialist pick for Sin, but I'm not going to knock the Jinx ban at all, that's for sure. So Jamsu, we'd expect some sort of engager to go in, some sort of Nautilus, Rel, Leona-esque kind of deal. And then for Aversio...
I think Broad and Friends are just jamming in Bessa R2, to be honest. Depending on if Nemly can take it. No, okay. We're just seeing a virus Wukong. We're seen all over the world, I guess.
I figure that's just standard.
Yeah, Wukong's just really good right now. Okay, fair enough.
Right. I mean, they want an R3 counter, and obviously they can get Wukong. They still want to see an R3 counter. Yeah, they want to see what else they're going to go for.
Yeah, and the fact that we now have Akkers as with the carry and bruiser and tank kind of options spread out in front of him at this stage. Yeah, the Ambessa would not be surprising, but we no longer have to assume that he's just kind of a...
Okay, we're back to Yone. They're copying.
We're copying last game's draft, I guess. We're running the same tape again. We're being fed a loop, everybody. So let's go and reset the CCTV because this is becoming a bit familiar. So for Aversio, taking the Yone, I like the confidence there coming into the mid lane, and I think a champion that does like to get in the face and bully these kind of simple trading pattern picks. Like if I saw Yone, I wouldn't be sprinting to pick the Galio, that's for sure. So
yeah, true.
We'll see what Nemly can do with this one. As the MF comes out, this has emerged as kind of a counter pick for certain other power picks right now, and certainly has a lot of laning to offer.
It also opens up the Maokai flexing to support.
Yeah,
true. It does. We do see that from often. They're going to need more frontline for Aversio. I mean, you got Maokai, whose ultimate is going to get people, he's a bit slower. He's going to get people in the back line. The Yone obviously will do the same, but I think, you got a Wukong. You leave the MF unprotected. That's going to be your main team fight one. I mean, the Nico also is going to make it really hard for this MF. I mean, she's out of position once. You're going to just, lose the MF instantly and almost lose the fight from that. I mean, the Nico her whole thing is being sneaky beaky. So he's going to turn into a ward and then surprise, you're dead.
Yeah,
so,
we'll have to...
One slightly cool interaction, if anyone wants to know it, is when Yone ults Nico, if Nico hasn't taken damage, she can just form shift into a minion and Yone goes the whole distance and the crowd control's not applied, I believe.
Really?
I believe so, yeah. It only stops when you hit champions.
Well, that's pretty sick,
I hope you see that.
So it's a cool interaction if you're able to pull it off.
It's because you have to like literally hard mouse down onto the passive to achieve the swap, right? You can't like
no. So
I don't think.
Okay, I played a bit of Nico. You can bind it to your spacebar.
You can bind it. Okay,
so
sure.
yeah.
Right.
So I used to do a really annoying thing to mess up Syndra's, where whenever they queued me, I changed into a melee minion so they couldn't get splinter stacks, and it really annoyed them.
Of course,
We're now seeing Galio banned out by Aversio. Quite an interesting one. Maybe they're wondering if Nico's going to support.
Yeah, we're trying to limit the flexibility here. But yeah, I don't think you'd want to take the Galio unless you then put Galio support, which honestly feels more likely for Jamsu to pull out something like this. But again, I think we have had no other bans of the traditional engagers, all the 3 that I mentioned before, even including Alistar on there as well. I think there's just no need to take Galio as support when those options are there, or even the Renata, which is just a classic Varus pairing, and despite not being Jamsu's bread and butter style, it's really very good in the duo, so I'm not sure about that ban now.
So
Yone top, maybe they're kind of thinking about. That's my only other guess is the flex for Yone. They could, still put that. It gets them to do the split pushing without having to lose your, a lot of damage from your mid lane if they want to pick a frontline mage instead, which they might look to do, especially pairing it with an MF. Or they just might have run out of stuff. Okay.
So Awaken plays a lot of Bard.
Do
I think it's good in this situation? No.
I don't. I'm not against. I'm kind of middle. I'm okay with it.
I feel like it just doesn't do much.
I
feel like it gets. I think they got to use it early. Like Tempered Fate has to be used less as a reaction, but as an action. And if they can use it to get on top of people, so the Nico doesn't set up, or so they can get in these chokeholds and try to kill people before Renata ults. Now I don't know what they're doing.
Versio are cooking in this one. So I feel like Baradol doesn't necessarily solve the problem if MF is caught. It just delays the result of the problem. Something like an Alistar maybe would actually be able to headbutt Nico away or Wukong away, but obviously into Renata Varus, Alistar is not going to have a hugely fun time. So, there's not really a great answer available there. We'll see what the Bard can do at least in the 2v2, or if it is going to be abandoned in the MF.
Oh, Akers.
The Darius into Volibear top lane matchup is incredibly based and not something we see very often at this point in the meta.
Volibear typically does win this matchup because basically Volibear can stay on top of Darius, so Darius can't get his Q heal off.
Yeah.
So it's a very fun lane to watch, but from my experience personally, Darius kind of just ease you in, and Volibear is like, okay, cheers, I'm gonna munch your face off now.
Yeah. So QWE, I was going to do that anyway. So
hey, if you blind Darius, I don't know what you're expecting, but exactly. A counter pick.
Yeah, it's honestly, I was, because a lot of times when you get a blind Darius, the risk is that you go into a ranged top laner, and then you're just like, well, if my ghost's on cooldown, I have nothing to do, kind of thing. So, into at least Akers has picked an honorable melee matchup, and I do like that we have a player like Akers who has a lot of longevity here and can reach deep into the pockets for a specific answer for the blind Darius. It's not a common thing you have to deal with these days. So, in terms of where we need to be focusing in this match before we throw it over to the casters, we've got a Darius Volibear top lane, which is probably going to be an honorable 1v1, but Volibear focused favored in theory.
Yes.
Kind of. Mid lane ended up as Nico versus Yone. Again, depending on what Yone can get going here, Drakura could show us a lot out of this matchup.
So typically, Nico is push early, but Yone, once he gets his first item, starts to have the edge in the matchup.
Yeah. So,
with the Wukong, you can't kill that Yone until 6, and even then, I think it'll be difficult. You would have to really double stun and chunk him immediately before he can move away. I think that lane's just going to be hard to do anything with. I think that Nico's just going to need to sit, farm. They put all their effort into the bot lane. Just this Bard, maybe it wants to roam, maybe it doesn't, but they he's going to at least be moving a little bit. They got to watch that, try to get this MF done before she can do anything. Because if she gets low, they put her in a side lane to farm. Then obviously her team fight presence is not there, and they can move on the map much better, Broad and Friends.
Yeah, and then this Bard MF lane into Varus Renata is a bit of an anomaly. I'm expecting the Varus Renata to generally be on top of this, not just nameplates on, absolutely, because it's Sin and Jamsu, but honestly, we're not really sure what to make of this one, folks. Broad and Friends playing for that 7th win, Aversio playing to upset and try and get into that top 8 picture. For now, I'm going to throw it over to a very short break before we're back with the casters for the last game of the night.
Well then. Final game of the night, Versio. Certainly bringing out a draft that shows a lack of fear, at least. They are ready to throw hands with Brod. It remains to be seen how well it's going to go. Darius Blind for Igloss is a bold choice, especially into someone as storied, as someone with such longevity, as the desk said, as Akers, who has just a veritable ocean of champs to pick from. And today, he was feeling like the volley.
I mean, the match was fine. I think it's definitely something where you can win both sides. I personally would prefer to play the Darius side, but I am also not the best top laner in human history, so I imagine there are definitely things Volibear can do in the matchup. It'll be an exciting one. Either way, whichever one of those two snowballs can just destroy the entire game. There's not a lot of amazing defensive tools for the side of Versio, so if they do fall behind, I butchered that. That was crazy. I don't know what. I think I just had some sort of like moment there. I don't know what that was. But they're gonna struggle if they fall behind, and their champions are kind of built for the snowballing, sort of picking fights and just rushing through people style. And MF benefits obviously quite well with all these champions. The only thing that scares me is if, maybe someone gets Bard ulted and then we just try and bullet time over the top and they're all just completely fine and vibing in the stasis. So there's always that opportunity for that counter synergy. But overall, I kind of like what they're doing. It looks kind of like they've burned the dish. But there's definitely some flavouring that's been added. They've had a little bit of spice, which, as two British men, we're not very used to. But there's a little bit of something in there.
I refute that, actually. I am quite an aficionado of the spice. But I also just want to do a bit of a shout out as someone who has visited Malta twice in his life. Big shout outs to Aversio, Maltese org, all Maltese players, staff, everything is just fantastic to see. To me personally, I know a vast majority of people would not care, but any Maltese fans and all of the Versio staff and whatnot, I see you and I appreciate the hell out of you. So there we go. I just wanted to get that off my chest.
So which team?
Let's get some rap.
So which team's gonna win this one?
Oh, Broad and Friends.
Okay.
Well, on paper, Broad and Friends are highly favoured. What with being 6-0 and having such names as Akers, Betry, who is not present, but you can until the end of time be like, oh look, Broad and Friends are favoured. My question is, and what I'm going to be interested to see is, how does this Versio draft work? Does it work? And can they find those niche moments to get those advantages? Like, I can see a situation in a later game team fight where Tempered Fate comes through to basically nope just the entirety of a hostile takeover that could maybe catch multiple members, and then after the stasis ends, that fight is completely reset with one of Brod's main team fight cooldowns gone.
I actually have, as I'm sure you're aware, I often have memory-based issues. If only there was like a recent game we could pull from where we saw a hostile takeover do something very important to like win a game and like have high impact. I can you remember? I'm just struggling a little bit. What do you think, Bracky?
I mean, I would say Hostile Takeover is a pretty impactful spell. I would say it's really it's pretty decent. It's pretty
Now, the most important thing with Hostile Takeover, though, is an ability that obviously utilizes front-to-back team fighting effectively. It's something that you love to utilize when you are going in those front-to-back scenarios. Not so great on the flanks, because you're not going to catch everyone in it. And when you look at these champions, you got Yone, who, what's he going to do? Probably approach you from a flank. You've got this Darius, what's he going to do? Probably not run at you face-to-face, probably wants to be in the middle of everyone, potentially flanking in at the entrance. And that's really well facilitated when you have things like this Maokai ulti to just send right down the middle. The Nature's Grasp can sort of catch people out, and potentially then you can play off of that, utilizing obviously this bullet time. So there is potential to do these flanking plays. The issue is, when it comes to flanks, you need to be able to set up vision and vision control. And do you have the best team composition for that? It's a little bit harder to do. So for me,
having the
I'm
Maokai
looking
always
at
helps.
this early game. Maokai for sure does help. I'm looking at the early game, right? I'm looking, can we snowball in any of our lanes to the point where we can just force the vision using our powerful sort of snowball potential, the actual damage that we have online, and utilize that to then snowball into greater and greater advantages. Because with that snowball, that's how this team can start to take over. As we did see when a Yone gets like some farm behind them, especially if they are ahead of where they should be on the clock, it can be a problem. And it's the same for pretty much all of these champions.
Yeah, I would say that even the Volibear does not have the happiest time into a late game Yone. If we see this Yone piloted to a similar level as we saw out of Venom Crest in that last game, then yeah, that could be some real trouble. One of our 6-0, now 7-0 teams had a struggle in their 7-0 game. So the question still remains, is Aversio well positioned? Are they going to be able to really bring the hurt across to Brod and friends? And we are, I believe, just a couple of moments from finding that one out. And of course, we're talking about the early game. We're expecting any level 1 shenanigans?
There's always an opportunity for level 1 shenanigans when you have a Bard online. It's just one little stun opportunity. The surfaces on the Rift, they can be a little bit temperamental, shall we say. You can find some stuns where they don't look like there should be, and they just end up catching you. So don't be too surprised if we see some bindings that one might call cosmic in nature at the level 1 stage.
Perhaps. And then there are options for follow-up from Aversio, but I feel like you do have to somewhat... you're paying a real price for picking those abilities. Like,
yes.
You taking Apprehend at level 1 as Darius, you never want to do that. Taking Twisted Advance at level 1 as the Maokai, it's not the worst thing. No, it's like literally his worst spell to take at level 1 in terms of farming, at least.
Yeah, I think that you don't, to be honest with you, you don't really need it. A lot of the time, MF base damage is so high that you're probably going to be at least 3/4 chunking with just her. Love can be painful. It really is. But yeah, for sure. Even if you don't, just blowing a flash at level 1 off of an invade is more than enough to utilize as a potential advantage gain. I mean, if you looked in the last game, we had that early level 1 bot lane trading, and whilst it didn't snowball the way we'd expect it to, partly thanks to jungle pathing and other things, those flashes being blown early on Sivir meant that first blood went over, right? So
yeah,
these summoners being blown early can lead to incremental advantages.
And it's those incremental advantages Aversio are going to need if they want this to go their way. We are onto the Rift for our final game of the day. Of course, numbers would predict Brod and Friends to be highly favoured. That doesn't necessarily mean that Aversio cannot bring us out a little bit of surprise. And we had it mentioned. Awaken is a prolific Bard player. And the one-trick factor, or the main factor, if you want to say, is something that can never be discounted.
Absolutely. I mean, you can never underestimate how much knowledge can play a factor in these sort of gameplay skill levels.
Does Tofu know?
The invade we mentioned.
Did they know?
Tofu either knows or he is an absolute baller. And either way, that's so sad. I've never seen that emote before. That's really cute, actually. What? The little sad minion.
Yeah.
It's adorable.
I am not sure if Brod and Friends are aware that this has happened. So that ward, of course, will give a little bit of knowledge to Aversio about where Tofu is starting. I mean, they can obviously infer when that time's out. If they haven't seen the Wukong, all right, bet. Start towards the bottom side of the Rift. And so Bricken is doing likewise. Maybe try and get some early impact on this top lane matchup, which can be very, very volatile. I mean, any Darius matchup can be very, very volatile.
Yeah, this is one of those where just making sure that Akis doesn't lose all of that XP from the level 1.
He literally got all of it with the Sky Splitter.
Yeah, I know, it's really important you get that, so it's lovely to see Akis. Knowing the matchup does obviously try and take the minimal damage as much as possible, even though obviously it does kind of hurt. As we see a little bit of trading, sorry, I had a little bit of a lag moment on my side. Yeah, a little bit of trading here in the mid lane. I love this, by the way, the Nico mechanic of just swapping to someone who potentially has larger range than you. It's a lovely thing you don't see enough with lower Nico players. Is Akka's taking a fair chunk. That Darius does hurt, doesn't he?
A little bit of an early push out from Sin and Jamsu will allow some vision to go down onto the red buff. They at least spot out that Bricken has already been there. And so they are able to confirm. In fact, the vision, I think, is still up for Iversio. And the stun nicely landed from Jamsu. Of course, the healing with those Caretaker Shrines will keep Iconic decently healthy. As right now, we go through what is, for all intents and purposes, a pretty standard early game. Although, early red pickup, Tofu is already trying to make his presence known top lane. Igloss not going to be able to do a great deal about it. I guess that ward must have timed out, or that they just weren't expecting the Wukong to move so swiftly. Bot side cleared out, will now quite nonchalantly go back to clear his remaining camps with a first blood onto Akers as well.
I mean, I guess if you want to have like a silver lining, no summoners were blown, but that's still going to be first blood going over to Akers.
TP
and the matchup that we discussed is, yeah, I mean, the XP goes horribly, and with this being such a snowball-based matchup, you can't exactly be happy if you're on the side of Eve.
Photonic is... This is what the desk were talking about, folks. This is why Sin and Jamsu are renowned for being just utter menaces. Bricken just about able to secure that Rift Scuttler, and now is well positioned to get towards bot lane a little bit faster. Drakur, though, taking a considerable chunk of damage from Nemli there. I think that the sapling does spot out Tofu here. Drakur, are you aware of what is going on? You're playing very, very boldly if you do.
Yeah,
the root lands in. He might just get beaten down by Nemli here. Tofu in with the Warrior Trickster. Follow-up flash should not be hard to do. He's able to get out just barely. Flash is committed, though. And in the meantime, Iconic getting completely poked out. Flash burned. Ghost, barrier rather, had to be burned as well, as Awaken is left alone in bot lane. Oh no, he's going as well.
Damage. Yeah, goodbye. We're friends. Friends together. Always together.
Yeah, Sin and Jamsu.
Terrifying. Phase, isn't it? It's a rough laning phase, isn't it? Honestly.
Well, we were talking about Iversio potentially getting ahead in the early game. There was another possibility that could occur, and in fact, that possibility in this situation is Akers proxy farming between the two top lane turrets.
Oh no, Akers. Leave the man alone. Let the Darius take his wave. Don't deny him more.
I mean, he can still take the wave, he just doesn't get the luxury of the wave going any further than the middle of top lane.
Absolutely, and what it also means is that you now have this vision on the wolf camp, so the tracking is now going to come through from the red side as well. It makes things very, very difficult.
Akers has hit level 6 right now. Eyeglass is trying to get the damage down, of course, with no Noxian Guillotine to really threaten. In fact, big chunk though. Ghost can flash. Flash will be traded out. Akers still ticking down. I don't think he quite burns out though. That's sub 50 health. Eyeglass nearly able to take it down, but still has the Ghost available. And of course, once he hits the level 6, there is now an angle to run this matchup down. Or at least, you know, run it down as in kill Akers. In the meantime, though, Tofu getting started on the Dragon. Bricken will look towards the first set of grubs in trade. But Iconic still taking these handshakes, still taking this just incremental poke, while Awaken is trying to make something happen elsewhere.
Yeah, absolutely. On the nice...
and Iconic just got dove. Jamsu is going to burn down with the bailout, so it is still a 1-for-1, but Sin is getting tower gold. Iconic is losing even more CS. He's already 20 down. There is the dragon indeed being taken. It will be scant mercy that they're able to get all 3 of that first set of Void Grubs, but not looking all that great for Iconic right now.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit tough, shall we say. Iconic not having
Awaken
this opportunity.
has got the level 6 actually. Sin flashes straight away from the Tempered Fate. Still has
really good
the barrier available as well as Jamsu makes his way back in. But the fact that Awaken is level 6 tells you a lot about how this early game has gone.
Yeah, it's an event.
Bricken is top lane. There is no escape. Akers just dies here. He's going to try and use as much of the wave as he can. Noxian Guillotine should drop any moment. He's choosing not to use it, in fact. Just going to delay the death timer.
Delays the death timer also means you don't blow a cooldown you don't need to blow. It makes a lot of sense. Potentially means that obviously when they fight next time, you can have that kill window up. Prevents Akers from trying to do anything too crazy. So we have seen a little bit of a saving, shall we say, in the top side. It's still not perfect for Argos, but at the very least, the lane is starting to come back to them. The big issue is obviously this bottom side. Iconic is getting absolutely bled to death here by Sign.
Not the best of signs. Chain of Corruption goes straight through Awaken, trying to survive.
Yep.
Another kill picked up. 2 for Sin. Feat of Warfare will be secured alongside the dragon they already had. Iconic just not having an opportunity to play in these first 8 minutes.
It's rough. It's rough. Let's start, instead of looking at how rough the game is, I think maybe it's time to take the opposite approach. You know, let's take a look at what we can actually do to bring this game back. You have a Darius who has now got a couple of kills. Maybe you can use that to snowball as long as we don't let this follow their proxy anymore. Maybe you can play with your Yone, who's also quite relevant. Play towards the stop side. We could have the Bard just absolutely send it around the map and start roaming. There are options here available. They just need to find out the right timings to do so, and maybe then they can start coming back into this one.
And the thing is, I don't think they're actually on that much of a timer, right? Like, this is not a Broad and Friends team composition that is giga scaling. Like, you have champions that are very strong in the later stages of the game, but you don't have, you know, something like Jinx that you would think, you know, it gets to 30 odd minutes and you're just laughing as Akers will be forced to ult. Back underneath his turret, Bricken is really, really trying to put the boot in top lane and identify Gloss as a real threat.
It was a flash blown there as well by Bricken though, so it's nice to see the trade come through from Akers. A great buffer there to get through the route and just sort of survive that one really easily. So wonderful to see. Obviously now no ult cooldown to potentially run away, but it's a little price to pay in exchange for a flash being blown, especially with these neutral objectives being so important in this early stage.
Bot lane continues to bleed. Sin is now nearly 40 CS up onto Iconic. Bricken has yet to make a move towards the bottom lane. Tofu, however, is looking to avenge those ganks onto Akers, perhaps. Igloss is being respectful. Don't know if he knows exactly where this Wukong is. In fact, now stepping forwards as the stun's looking to come through. Flash is not back off cooldown just yet. Will get some healing, but the second use of the Cyclone will be enough to put Igloss down. And Akers, he's got a demolish in pocket, so this could be 1, potentially even 2 plates coming down. Sin trying to put the damage through. Bullet time over the top. Sin might just be able to walk this one through. Not quite, but the kill goes on to Bricken and not to Iconic.
That was extremely close from Sin. I thought for a second there might be a chance of getting the second kill, maybe getting the bailout come through, but it's not going to happen this time around. Instead, we are just going to get a 1-for-1. But on the top side, again, it's just this top lane, this permanent action in this game.
We talked about its volatility.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned at the start, it's volatile, absolutely. I love it though. I love a little bit of action, you know. There's nothing wrong with it. I prefer this game where there's a lot of fighting to when it's a little bit slower. It's much, much more enjoyable to watch.
But the real question is there a world where we get Ruinous Atacon in a competitive game? I still don't think so. Unless, like, Versio would basically need to go off the rails trying to play Broad and Friends at their own game. Akers has to flash, gets caught by the Tempered Fate. There are numbers coming through. He nearly has his ultimate available. Igloss, you just press the button, my guy. Just press the button. Never mind. Still holding on to it. He has yet to cast an Oxy and Guillotine this game.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. Honestly, if he doesn't have to, then don't. Just absolutely get yourself the kills. I'd love to see an Oxy and Guillotine just because it makes me happy to watch that animation play out. But you don't have to do it, obviously. What they are going to get themselves is this dragon now, which obviously is a lovely, lovely situation. I believe they took the grubs as well, so that they managed to get both.
I mean, it actually doesn't matter too much because they've got Feats of Strength completed anyway. First tower taken down, and they got the Feat of Warfare as well, as we can see. Those Gunmetal Greaves. No, that's the upgraded version. The Triumphant Berserker's Greaves on Sin they'll be upgraded into the gunmetals later.
Yep.
Well, maybe.
Depends on how
Conventional
long
wisdom
we're
is
in.
they're not really worth it, right?
Yeah, so the conventional wisdom is it's more like just a. It's kind of. I think people are treating it kind
you've
of
got
like how
pocket
Zephyr
change.
was treated. If you remember Zephyr for AD carries in the last season, you kind of just buy it if there's a little bit of an extra. So people aren't really doing it as much, unless it's the Sorks. I think some people are willing to do Sorks a bit earlier. Most of them.
Yeah,
are
that
just not worth
percentage,
it.
the percentage of Magic Pen is just really nice to put on top. Sin showing up top lane. A little bit late to stop Igloss's recall. But, I mean, 2.5 plates already gone. If they can get at least one more before they fall off, and it certainly looks like Sin's going to be able to do that very easily, then it will further build up this Broaden Friends advantage. They're already 2,000 in the lead. They've already got 2 dragons stacked in their pockets. They were able to stop Void Might spawning if Aversio were able to reach that sort of point. Although Jamsu might be in some trouble. He gets melted down. Awaken coming through the portal. Sin trying to get that damage down. Igloss is just going to walk away as he bleeds down for the double kill. And all of a sudden, this Darius has got 4.
I mean, we asked for the Noxian Guillotine. They managed to get themselves 2 kills now. I mean, maybe there's your power point, you know? Maybe this is the strategy as well, because Iconic didn't have to actually be there. Just got a plate as well. It's
Darius
nice.
struggles to navigate these later game team fights a lot of the time. Like, as you said, Darius wants to be in the middle, but not to the in the sense that he gets engaged upon. Oh, Tofu.
Yeah, absolutely.
Steals the blue buff. Cheeky. Awaken trying to chase in, but not quite going to be able to manage it. Rift Herald, of course, coming in about 40 seconds time, but while all that's going on, oh no!
Oh my.
Oh no! That is not a magical journey!
That is a pop blossom, but they do manage to get out. It is going to be a double flash away.
That's something I didn't factor in.
Wonderful.
If you go through a magical journey, you are just setting yourself up to get pop blossomed.
Absolutely. It's just excellent. It is just absolutely excellent.
That's not something you would have got
I
if you
think
had
I
that
need a
game.
second to reset you. Yeah, we need to reset. Oh my. So it shocks me how much damage this Varus does. You know, it's a one-item Varus. I haven't seen this champion as much recently, although I do know it's very, very strong, but it gets banned a lot. But yeah, like shredding through Iconic. I think maybe just that. I mean, it's not even a massive item advantage when you look at the inventories. I guess it is the pickaxe too, as well as the boots, so maybe a little bit. But we'll have to. I mean, the question to me is how much is Sign going to get punished with positioning? Because this Varus will hurt otherwise.
That's the question. Can you find him? He has flash available. I feel like you're never going to land a Tempered Fate onto him while that's still up. So the sort of falls to Drakur and to Igloss to find angles to call him out, because he does like to position aggressively. He does like to take every inch of ground that you give to him. I mean, as we see there, just walking right up to Bricken. He knows that this Maokai is not a real threat to him at this point in the game, even with Leandris.
Absolute legend, honestly. They've just destroyed in this bot side 2v2 matchup. Now snowballing to potentially take this mid turret if they're able to get that pressure going. But with the Herald spawned, I kind of want to see. Is that Herald or is that Grubbies? It's kind of hard to see with the indicator. My eyes are quite bad, unfortunately. What we haven't really addressed is the side lane issues, because obviously this Darius is able to do things, but maybe not right now.
I mean, yes, that is a fantastic apprehend followed up with the Stride Breaker, and he's just out. No summon is needed. I have no further words to that effect. Nicely done. Igloss doesn't have any summoners at this moment, so it does look like Shelly is going to simply be left. Nemli taking down, burning, red buff, not quite going to be enough for Drakur to pick up, but we were looking at that Yone last game. It may fall to him to be that side lane terror once again.
Absolutely, but it's not the side lane we need to be careful of. It's, oh no, wait. They've thought it through.
It's the
They've
Bard
countered
special.
The Herald.
Run it
the
back
Bard
around.
doesn't work.
Tokyo drifting.
It doesn't work. Yeah, that strategy doesn't work so well when they can ride it and time it. Oh, are we gonna see it? Wait a minute. Oh no, that's
No.
That might not.
Shelly is
That might not.
definitely
That might
not
not
getting
be
another
it.
charge
That might
on
not be
Tofu.
it.
Lurking, though. Iconic step too far forward. There was 2 Cyclones with his name on them. The Pop Blossom gets countered by the Cosmic Binding!
Wow.
Straight into
no.
the Fate Sealed! Straight into the bullet time! And just like that, Aversio find 2 kills, and it's on to Iconic, who has been put so far behind in the first 15 minutes. Dragon has spawned as well. Brod and friends, we know they're not the cleanest team, but they may have just opened the door for Aversio.
I mean, I thought for a second this game was starting to go down the drain, but Versio, they find themselves a window and just catch on to 2.
There we go. Okay, they find
Tom.
Tofu. They find Tofu. Yeah. Good stuff. Awaken is now coming across. The damage should be plenty enough. Flash is available for Tofu. Can he get over the wall? There's the magical journey through the top. Tofu still burning down. Awaken needs a little bit of help to secure that one, but the shutdown will come across, and it is the dragon stacking denied. It is a fight convincingly won, might I add, by Aversio, and that gold lead that Brod have been building up for the better part of 20 minutes, gone.
I thought for a second this game was kind of over. It's absolutely not. We got to an even gold state now. It's only a 100 gold lead. Given the fact this tower's going to fall, it's actually going to be Aversio that's going to be the ones ahead now off the back of this. Maybe the Nico can get a kill in exchange, but...
Eyeglass has
do
Ghost.
You believe?
If he really wanted to, he could just run it, Nemly.
Are you a believer? Are you believing?
I would love to. This is a fantastic spot. Aversio find a fantastic moment of weakness out of Brod, but you've still got so many storied players. They're trying to run this one forwards. Shirelia's battle song, but Awaken moves on up, ready to defend his top laner, and good that he was protected. Eyeglass has a shutdown on him, a bounty on his head, you might say. Of course, we are 20 seconds away from the Atacon spawning as well. It should still be Voracious, if my math is correct. I think at least at the start of the season, it was sort of 15 kills by 14 minutes you needed.
Is it 15 you need? Oh,
I don't know if they changed the maths on it.
So if it's 15, then we're not quite going to get there, unfortunately.
And
it was
it's specifically snapshots at 14 minutes as well, I believe.
That says Voracious on my screen.
Yes.
Unclucky Summoner. It was not far off.
I mean, I wouldn't say so, because I think, especially at this level of play, just the false life buff that you get from Voracious is way too valuable. Like, okay, sure, Ruinous is some extra damage and some XP, but it's really nothing compared to the false life. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Iconic jumped on, trying to get taken out, but a nice early pickup of a Mikhail's first item for Awaken will allow him to get out alive. He does have to burn the flash, though.
Yeah, it might not seem like the best buy to begin with. When you think about it, the Pop Blossom obviously can be broken out of once the stun portion comes in. Same with the Chain of Corruption. Same with
Hostile Takeover.
Hostile Takeover, exactly. There is benefit. There's benefit. Nice sidestep.
Nicely done,
really
Jamsu.
Nice.
Will be able to walk this one out. Draka has his eyes on towards Akkers. We're going to try and chase this one down. Instead, we'll go straight back after the Soul Unbound. And it's all about Atacon, once again. These teams... When will the trigger be pulled? Never mind, I think... For a second I thought Brod had already pulled it, but no, they are going to simply set up the vision and be ready for an appropriate moment.
I love the fact that this game is so hectic. You know, when we had a game before where it was just there were moments, right? We had instances of excitement, but a lot of it was these quieter, calmer moments. We've got a real back and forth here, and I just want to give a quick shout out to the guys on the desk who did a wonderful job explaining about these games ahead of time and teaching us through the players and things. But I don't think even they were ready for both of these games to be as close as they actually have turned out to be. Like these were games that on paper we kind of thought one team would take it and it would be like difficult but comfortable, right? That's not been the case. These have been nail biters and they are fights, and I'm looking for a bit more.
Jamsu, you're not in a good spot, my guy. There is the bailout. It's not gonna mean a damn thing though. Namely, putting some damage down, but Drakur secures his first kill of the game. has the catch onto Nemli. Betrayed by his own clone, the damage trying to drop. Iconic will be able to walk forward, but it's Drakur picking up another one. And Brod and friends were trying to set up for the play there, but I don't know where. It seemed like Narnia that Jamsu was trying to come around from, and Aversio had his number on it.
Absolutely.
In the meantime, I want to see chilling. Why are we seeing the split push Darius?
Why not? Honestly, you telling me you don't love a split push Darius?
I don't like split pushes in any of my games, to be fair. Kurt trying to get some damage down to the turret. Will take a hit for his trouble, but I don't think Akers is really going to be able to commit. Not when Awaken is right there. They won't be able to get the tower. So Akers able to preserve that for now. But look at these numbers. 11 kills now for Aversio. They have a nearly 2,000 gold advantage. It's got 10 seconds until next Drake spawns as well. Once again, they could just leave it. If they wanted to go for Atacon, it would just be sole point if Broad and Friends wanted to, for whatever reason, accept that trade of objectives.
Yeah, it would have been a potential... Oh, on the subject. I was going to say, there's a potential little catch happening here. We got some cooldowns to blow and a bard to fight.
Chain of Corruption. He's trying to get through. He will be able to survive just that little bit longer. That's a great apprehend, but I don't think it's going to mean all that much good. Dragon, however, is secured in the meantime. They send Drakur back to the bottom lane. Iconic is here to catch the mid wave. They know Sin has no ultimate. They know that the engage options are slightly more limited, although you've got to be careful. Akker's running straight forwards. They're able to clear most of the wave, but the tier 2 turret will drop. Drakur will be able to secure the tier 1 in bot lane. He needs to decide what he wants to do from here, though. Of course, Brod and friends are going to sprint right towards that Voracious Atacon. I wonder if he can get the tier 2 in the meantime. Akers has TP, but he's taking a reset first.
This is a dangerous objective to start up, though. They do still have that the damage coming through from this.
Awaken's got a Tempered Fate ready as well. Can Drakur get the turret down in time?
Jamsu can't tank it, by the way.
They've got to move quicker, though. It's already fallen just a little bit too late for the side of Aversio. But Drakur able to get the tier 2 turret in the top lane. Iglos is looking for an angle forwards. Apprehend onto Tofu, but the damage turning around is pretty considerable. Pot Blossom onto the 2, but Iglos is surviving, is healing, is living. He does get shut down eventually. The withdrawal will be used. Sin chasing forwards, however. Awaken able to get through. Cosmic Binding will slow the chase down, but Brod and friends, they really want it. Baron has just spawned and Bricken is dead. Iconic does not have the bullet time right now. Will keep vision in. TP is now being joined as Drakur is being called to the play. Can they find the angle in, though? Nemli now TPing also. Akers trying to find Iconic on the back line. The damage for Drakur is just not enough. Sin will be able to secure that one and take it down. It is a full ace in the long run. Brod and friends, they keep it calm, they keep it clinical, and they take the Baron to boot.
Yeah, Draco goes in, gets locked up and knocked down by Sin. There's nothing to be done in that situation. They try to find backline access, but realistically speaking, this Varus just free hits and destroys them. The front to back is just a little bit too good. There's not much to be said in that kind of fight. All 5 dead, and you've got that Baron over. As well as, I think the Voracious has just expired, unless I'm
no, so the Voracious got knocked off of Jamsu. He's the only one who died, I believe, in that fight. And, well, as good deaths go, that's a pretty good one.
Yeah, you definitely can't complain. Definitely can't complain about that.
The gold swings back. Kills now even. Brod and friends now an irrelevant amount in the lead, but a lead nonetheless. Once we look forwards at this point, with the Baron shoving in, with a tier 2 turret already down, Brod and friends could very much consider trying to break open the inhibitor line. That's not what you, historically, the first Baron you use to try and clear out any spare vision on the map. Awaken will take a bit of damage, but Drakur is there to at least keep an eye on him with the pop back as well. Iglos is just being trusted to push in the side wave. He, I think, will be needed for the upcoming play, however, especially Iconic. If you don't position right, There's Nemli, who is in that minion form. The damage is too much. Sin goes unstoppable. Ruka is able to put some good damage down, but Sin is still pretty much uncontested as Tofu goes in with the Cyclone, with another one. And guess who has taken no damage at all in this play? Sin is still just chilling. Akkers will keep Drakur busy while Brod and friends break open the base. The minion wave is a little bit sparing. Bricken is trying to keep this game alive as long as he can, but the respawn timers, I fear, will be too long as the Nexus is being focused down. Drakur trying to just keep them busy. The damage is still dropping. Jamsu will drop, but Sin will not. He goes dominating. And what could have been a fantastic moment there for Aversio gets flipped in an instant. It really was the overstay after the Atakan. Atagon gets taken. They lose some lives. They lose the Baron. And just like that, the game is done.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a really frustrating game because I thought for a second, I genuinely believed that things were starting to be thrown away. It was all falling apart, but they come back into it and they managed to stabilize eventually. It was a fun game to watch. It was a fun game from an observer's point, from a caster's point, from a gameplay point, but unfortunately, it doesn't always work out, just the way you want it to.
I mean, hence Versio, you made them work for it. But this is, I think, the other side that the desks talked about. Oh, Venom Crest no longer the Golden Boys. They were shown to bleed. But there's also something to be said about the resilience that makes these teams so good. And, the reason that these teams are both 7-0, 100% guaranteed locked in top 4 for the end of this split going into playoffs.
Yeah. I mean, as you say, both teams now securing their playoff spots, I believe, unless I'm misremembering.
Broad and Venom Crest, yeah, completely
Broad and Venom Crest,
and
yes.
unavoidably locked in. I mean, let's waste no further time before letting CJ and the guys break that last game down before we finish out the night.
Thank you, Brackish. Another win in the books for Broad and Friends, and another promising start from Aversio. Again, we love to see so many of these individual moments and these flashes of hope, but alas, it's another loss. 1-6 now. The Maltese squad, as Broad and Friends lock in that playoff spot, as the casters said. So, Rory.
Yes.
Let's look at this first replay. And this was when Aversio was starting to show us some good stuff, right? Because they were actually able to contest pretty well out of the early game.
Yeah, so as we see here, Nemli tries a little Nico trick, but I think gets spotted right here. Konic's now going to walk up, and Nemli's going to try something, but Awaken manages to track him, and Draco gets an insanely good Fate Sealed over the top. And yeah, this is really what Aversio created their entire comp for, was this wombo combo. And we saw it in action, and it was great. And then we never saw it again, which was less great.
Yeah, we saw a lot of good play, got a lot of good stalling and reaction play out of Awaken's Bard specifically. He was solving a lot of problems in that game, but as soon as he wasn't there, as soon as he wasn't ready to handhold a Conic out of a bad spot, it started to go really, really south. We'll have a second replay here. Frisky, you can walk us through this one, of a Baron Atakan kind of mess that just really ended up falling apart for Aversio.
Well, Broad and Friends just made sure to secure this top side as well as possible. They got wards on it. They knew that Aversio was going to focus on the dragon more. And then after the Otacon fight, I don't know why they're just sticking around. They just got to keep, they got to not give away too much. They got to keep pushing their lanes just to try to get something back, because they know this Baron's going to be gone either way. They're outnumbered. They've got the false life, so there's always going to be more fight from Broad and Friends when they got false life on them. It's really just a silly call and just kind of unfortunately shows some of their poor mid-game shot calling that Broad and Friends in their very traditional Brexit style just kind of sit back, wait for you to mess up, make sure to still have a little bit on the map, and then as soon as they make one mistake, they just throw the game back in your face, and that's why they're able to win 2 minutes later.
Yeah, the punish game is immaculate as always. The individual skill is certainly there for Broad and Friends. They're able to slide their way out of bad spots very consistently, and then the synergy comes in that we spoke about before the game, Frisky, about when Broad and Friends finally get an opportunity, they will all row in the same direction. They'll move together well as 5, and they kind of sew up the game pretty quickly from after that. But Rory, given what we've seen now from both Venomcrest and Broad before we wrap up today, we've seen both of them have pretty shaky games. Both wins, but neither a particularly clean affair. Are we ready to change our opinions about either of these teams? Because before, I think we'd say Venomcrest were at the tippy top, but now that we're not perfect up there either, as the cast is flagged up, how are we envisioning this matchup between these two guys?
So I think it's quite hard to move people's opinions on Broad and Friends. I think they're pretty set in stone at this point.
They don't seem to change. No, they're just going to be who they are.
I think Venomcrest, honestly, saw a bad situation in that game today and managed to find angles to get even the weakest player in an opportune situation. So I think Venomcrest could actually have a really healthy game into Broad and Friends and probably win, is what I would say.
Sure, still happy to commit to Venomcrest. I guess we did see them. We liked the solutions that they found to the problem, as opposed to simply waiting for the solution to fall in their laps, maybe we could say. Frisky, do you agree with this assessment from Broad and Friends? You were joining the hater train on Broad and Friends before the game. Are you still ready to sit on that train, or are you going to join Rory on the hype train, I guess, maybe, instead, the positive side of the coin?
I mean, there's obviously a ton of positives. They, certainly have looked like the second best team. They obviously get the positives from me from the banter side because we didn't even talk about this. The tweet they sent out before playing Eversio, Sin, the ADC, said, "Where is Malta even anyway?" And I guess they didn't really find out as they were still able to win the game. Classic British education there. Americans know nothing about that. But Venomcrest, I think, have such better mid-game shot calling. They push their leads in the mid-game so much better, where the Brexit style of Broad and Friends, I think, will just fall apart. So as good as Broad and Friends has looked at times, Venomcrest, I think, will steamroll them. Not use that word particular, steamroll them.
Oof, okay. A bold prediction there of a steamrolling in the last match of the season. Obviously, we've got a couple more days before we get there. We will be back on Thursday, same time, same place. Thank you, everyone, for watching, and we will see you back here for the second last day. Thank you, production, as well as always, on the replays, the stream, Zoe and Beans and Bread behind the scenes, and our lovely League Ops team dealing with Nemly's Cocoa Pops lactose intolerance antics in the back room that you'll have to only guess at the extent of. But thank you everyone for watching. Have a good rest of your evening, and we will see you on Thursday for more Four Nations action.